Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this Serenity Gaming Wintersplit match between SRG Sphinx and SRG Virgo. I am your play-by-play caster, Milky Cereal, and joining me in the casting booth is...
Hello everyone, I'm Milo! It's gonna be great matches today ahead of us. Sphinx against Virgo. Serenity Gaming against Serenity Gaming.
Yeah, and last game we have seen a game because this is the second set of games, and Virgo did win their last game against Oracle 2-1. However, we haven't seen Sphinx yet in action, have we?
No, Sphinx and Codex sadly had some issues with their match, so we actually did not get to see that. So today is actually going to be the first time we're going to see Sphinx in action, and later on today we're going to see Codex in action. And it's definitely going to be interesting, because, yeah, we don't know what to expect from these teams yet, especially from Sphinx. Like, Virgo, we saw, as you said, 2-1. They seemed kind of shaky. They had some problems in the game 1, but then they went back and took the 2 games after that. So it's going to be interesting to see if that was just a shaky start, or maybe they actually are having some small issues. Or maybe they're just a team who needs to play against the team first, learn how they play, and adapt.
Yeah, and we do have a bit of time in this pre-show, so we may as well spend a bit of time just to get to know the teams, the players, what roles they play in, and the kind of champions they pick. So, I think we can start off with Sphinx or Virgo. Who do you think we'll go with first?
Well, let's start off with Virgo, because Virgo is definitely a team that, as said before, we've seen them before. So it's kind of interesting, because when we saw them last time, they actually ended up getting into the 3 games in the best of 3. We saw Kaiser's being diverse. He picked 3 different champions in all games, which is interesting, especially something we can keep an eye on. But rest of the players play a little differently. For example, Alpha Leo played Amumu twice. Definitely going to be a high contested pick by him, because the 2 games they won was with his Amumu. He had a great showing on it. In Your Face going for that double Oriana. Definitely a mage in the mid lane who's really strong for the team. Lollipop went for the Kaiser twice in the bot lane. And Better Banner went for the double Thresh. So it definitely shows that they're already having some picks that are contested on the side of Virgo that we can probably expect to see, or most likely at least be banned, because it's definitely something that shows they like to contest for.
And one thing I do want to mention about Alpha, although that you mentioned with the Amumu pick, is yesterday we did see in that game with, I think it was Crater, they did mix everything up. They picked an Amumu, and it just got beaten up so early in the game by, I believe it was a Lee Sin or a Jarvan, I think. But possibly we could see something like that. If Virgo do go for that Amumu jungle pick, it could get counter-picked, and we could see some very aggressive action from Gokumit, who is the jungler for Sphinx.
Yeah, and let's talk a little about Sphinx, actually. So, as you mentioned, let's actually start from the top laner. There's Impager. Impager he's known for his Singed. People around the Serenity Gaming know him for his Singed. He's a heavy Singed main, which is definitely going to be interesting to see if they're going to pull that out, or if they're going to still keep that, if he's going to keep that for the solo queue. He also plays the Urgot, so he also likes playing the Gnar, the Illaoi. He likes playing these fighters in the top lane, besides Singed, of course, who's more of a proxy, just annoying guy. But else it's the fighters in the top lane he likes to play. And I don't think it's going to be interesting to see if it's something they're going to pull out. They're going to play around him, maybe.
Yeah, and I do want to mention as well, we've mentioned that Sphinx haven't played a game yet, but when we look at their jungler, Gokumit Jungle, a very good username, I think, for a jungler, but anyway, he's only got 6 games in solo queue, so we don't really have much to go on, and we can't really guess what he's going to play.
No. Only thing I know is because... back when as a coach, I've seen him play before, not as for a coach for him, but against him. And he likes these aggressive junglers. You said he's actually played 7 games in solo queue, not 6. But even only those 7 games he's played, it's all been aggressive junglers. And I definitely think we can expect him to go for these priority aggressive junglers, like Camille, like the Sansao, who are definitely like the top tier aggressive junglers. They're heavily contested. I mean, maybe even the Lee Sin, who's kind of come back and shown his strength. Or they might go for the Sejuani, who's just gotten buffed and is getting so strong now.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to go back to that Amumu pick from Alpha Aloy. If he does pick that Amumu, Gokumit, he is the kind of jungler who will play those champions that can invade earlier on and possibly cause a lot of problems for Virgo. But let's move on to the mid lane where we will have Lil Uzi versus In Your Face.
So yeah, Lil Uzi, he's shown before he's actually versatile, but he prefers the mages. If we look at his account, he likes the Nivea, the Seraph, the Malzahar. So he likes these mages, but he can also play very aggressively. He's played the Yasuo to some extent. You can also go the more aggressive route with the Nivea. So I think we can see a lot of different playstyles from him. Kinda depending on what is needed.
Yeah.
Especially against In Your Face, who shown the Orianna to play as a mage, but also shown the Aurelia to play some aggressive. So I think both of them are kinda like they can both play both things, and it's definitely interesting to see how they're gonna play up against each other.
Yeah, and with In Your Face, if you look at his profile, usually he does play a lot of top laners. So you do see a bit of Vladimir that is in his champion pool, considering that he's going to play mid. He does have the Aurelia. And again, the Orianna, which he did play twice in his last game against Oracle. To be fair, he did play it fairly well.
Yeah, indeed, he did play it fairly well, and they did win with the Aurelia as well. Then there's the bot lane, E-Girl and Vigor. So E-Girl plays a lot, like right now the E-Girl has been playing a lot of the Lucian, which is definitely I think is to counter this Kai'Sa pick, as we saw Lollipop show great strength on the Kai'Sa. So the Lucian will definitely work great for that. He's also practiced some of the Caitlyn, some of the Xayah, some very highly contested AD carries who are really strong right now.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a lot of the meta picks we're seeing around Eagle. Meanwhile, come with what you're saying.
Sorry. And one thing I was going to mention is you mentioned that Lucian is strong against the Kai'Sa of Lollipop, but we did see when Lollipop faced Oracle in Virgo's first game, he was on the Lucian and Oracle took a Kai'Sa, but somehow he managed to win that. And we were saying, like, how has he done that? But again, seemingly his Kai'Sa is very, very strong, so that will be something to watch out for, especially in this upcoming match.
Yes, very much. But meanwhile, we also do have Vigor, who's like, I would say it's, as if we're looking at the open GGs, it's kind of fun how they swap around, because Vigor has been shown last season to be more an AD carry main, and Eagle has been shown to be more support main, but they've swapped around, and after looking a little more into them, they've been practicing their roles a lot and taking this very seriously, and definitely Vigor has been playing these very, very contested supports right now. The Braum, the Leon, and the Alistar. 3 very contested, very tanky, high supports who are really strong. He's also been practicing some of the Rakan. That's probably set up for the Xayah that's been practicing on Eagle's side, I mean. And he's also been practicing some of the Morgana, which is a strong pick, of course, to counter a lot of the meta picks as well.
Yeah, and that could be a possible way to deal with Lollipop's Kai'Sa. Go for the lovers duo of Xayah Rakan. Again, Xayah Rakan, very, very strong laning phase. So that is definitely something we could see. But let's take a look at Beta Benner and his supports.
Yeah, Beta Benner is interesting as he is... well, first of all, he's a strong support. As I mentioned before, he went for the Thresh twice. He went into a Rakan and into an Alistar. He lost into the Rakan, but won into the Alistar. He also played Alistar himself into a Braum and won that match as well. And all of these games, even though he had some difficult games, especially with the Thresh into Rakan, he kept the KDA over 1, so he had a 1.4, 2.75, and 2. And his kill participation was off the roof in all games besides the last one. He was at 70%, 68%. He has an overall kill participation of 70.59% in all of the games he's been in.
Yeah. And that's great, isn't it? When you're playing something like an Alistar, you're playing a Thresh, you want to be able to, you want to see your support being able to roam and getting involved in the other lanes.
Definitely, and that's what he's showing. With this high kill participation, he shows that he needs to roam, he knows how to roam, and he does it well. He also shares like a top KP spot with Alpha Aleo, as Alpha Aleo has around 62.22% kill participation overall, which is also a really high kill participation. He is a jungler, so of course it kind of makes sense, but it really shows that when he ganks, he makes an impact. He doesn't just gank and get nothing out of it.
Yes. And I am actually really looking forward to watching Beta Benner play, because he does play those kind of the flashy supports. You've got the Thresh, Alistar. I guess Alistar isn't that flashy, but you've got Thresh, Alistar, and Leona all in his champion pool. So I am actually really looking forward to see that bot lane in action, because when they did play against Oracle, even in the game they lost, the bot lane was the one that was kind of carrying Virgo forward. So definitely watch out for the bot lane in this match.
Yeah, most definitely. It's gonna be interesting to see the bot lane, to say the least. It's gonna be a strong bot. I cannot wait to see it.
Right, so we're about to head into the pick and ban phase. So I'm gonna leave you with quite a hard question, considering we're at the start of the Wintersplit. But who do you expect to win? Go on, give me your predictions, and what do you think is going to be the main thing to watch out for in this game?
Oh, I think it's going to be hard to say who's going to win, as we haven't seen Sphinx play before, and Virgo, even though they had kind of a rocky start in Game 1, they were really strong in Game 2 and 3. So I think it's going to be really hard to say who's going to win, and I don't really want to make any bold predictions before we see the draft. I definitely believe the draft can have a big impact, because these teams both seem like strong teams, and whatever they draft is definitely going to be one of the things to really decide this match, if who's going to win. Well, who's going to win the draft is basically what I'm saying.
Right, and I just remembered we haven't really gone over Kai'Sa's that much. I think you mentioned briefly that in the games against Oracle, he played the Fiora, he played the Urgot, he played a Swain, so 3 different champions. His Fiora didn't work out very well for him in the top lane, but if you look at his solo queue champions, he does play the Yasuo, he plays the Riven, he plays the Akali, all of these really flashy champions, but not the kind that you'd see that much in a team comp, except for the Yasuo.
Yeah, definitely. But that's the same thing with him as we talked about Pegger, the Singed. You don't really normally see that as a team comps, but they could pull it out, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely one thing to point out. It's that and that's also what he showed when he played with them last time. Yes, he plays these champions in solo queue, but when he plays into a team, he plays some other champion. He has another champion pool for a team, which is basically what he needs. But he does play a lot of the meta. The Swain isn't really that much contested anymore in the top lane, but can definitely work out if you do it correctly, and that's what he's shown that he could do in that game. He went 0-8-5.
Right, so we've just started the ban phase, and Sphinx have the blue side, so they've got the first ban. And I'm gonna expect them to try and ban out that pop beta banner, although they do ban the Camille, so that will, I'm guessing, be against Alpha Aloy.
Oh, it's definitely against Alpha Leo, which is, as we talked about, he plays aggressive junglers. And that kind of makes sense then, to remove that at one of the high contested aggressive junglers. Braum getting removed, as we talked about. He's practiced that Braum in the support role, and it's a highly contested, tanky meta support.
So again, who do you... Oh, Xin Zhao's out. So they are focusing on those jungle bans right now. So clearly, the Sphinx coach, which is Steve, will be is essentially saying, if we can keep Alpha Aloy out of this, then we should have a much better chance.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting because they're removing like these aggressive aggressive junglers. But as we talked about last time we saw him play, he played the Amumu and he played the Gragas. He played the more tanky engaged junglers and not that much the heavy fighting junglers. So it's definitely interesting to see that maybe they know something we don't, or maybe they just didn't really keep up with the last game.
Yeah, although one thing that's coming to the back of my mind, which I doubt, but it's something I want to put out there, is maybe they're just taking away some options to force Alpha Aloy onto the Amumu, and they feel that if they force him onto the Amumu, then, or again Gragas, because Gragas doesn't have that solid an early game if I remember correctly, and if you force Alpha Aloy onto the Amumu or Gragas, maybe you can punish him then. So that's just something I'm considering briefly, but I'm not too sure.
Oh, so that is definitely... So they were a little too slow with the ban on the side of Sphinx. I saw them hovering Kai'Sa, but they were a little too slow on the ban, which means they did miss that ban. I don't know whether they will be allowed to get it. It does not seem like it. I don't see any interaction with it here.
Yeah. And they have picked the Lucian, right?
So they pick up the Lucian fast, which makes sense. Virgo, as we talked about, Lollipop likes going for that Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Does he still believe he can counter it? Last time he played against Crater, does he believe he's strong enough to counter against for it? That is going to be interesting.
But again, if you have that Alistar support, when Lucian does, dash towards you, Alistar can disengage quite readily.
Kai'Sa Alistar is a really strong combo, but do they believe that they're strong enough to counter Lucian, who is normally picked as a direct counter for Kai'Sa? I do believe Sphinx were kind of expecting this Kai'Sa pick with the Lucian, They did keep. There's a lot of strong supports open.
Oh,
He's gonna be the
Tom.
tap. Ooh, are they gonna keep him in the bot lane, or are they gonna take him to the top lane?
Yeah, it can be flex pick.
It could definitely be something they can flex. If they're going for like the jungle pick now, they would be able to flex this Tam and basically say, we decide.
But the one thing I like about Tom is if it is going to be picked in the bot lane, as soon as Kai'Sa ults or as soon as Alistair tries to get off his combo, Tom can literally just eat up Lucian and, I mean, just completely screw over the Virgo bot lane.
Yeah, indeed. They're taking their good time to pick. They are picking the sack? Okay, they're going. Yeah, they're locking with the sack, which means this time is still a flex pick. The junglers are now picked. The Sejuani getting picked up by Virgo with the recent buff is going to be something that is really strong.
Yeah. So 2 junglers that have a lot of ganking potential. Then, and I guess, who do you say has more ganking potential early game out? Zac and Sejuani and how that builds up?
Well, I would say they're about even, as we have Zac, who about level 3 is really strong at ganking, but so is Sejuani. The second she gets her full combo, you're not gonna get away, especially with the new update to her. She's so strong at locking you down. Virgo is removing the Sarah. I think they're trying to force Sphinx's mid laner or want something they feel more comfortable fighting against. They're removing the Singed as an end pick, so they do believe this Tam is gonna be a support. Sphinx are banning top laners as well. They could be they're keeping Tam support and removing these top laners who counter Tam Kench, or they might have a top laner in mind that they want to pick.
Yeah, so I mean, the bot lane for Virgo is all picked. As we get the Yasuo, so we did mention that Keesus has the Yasuo, and he has picked that, so...
But that could still be a flex pick. It could still work as a flex pick.
Of course.
They could still send that mid to in your face.
I would like to mention Keesus, if he is on the Yasuo, which he can play, in your face has played top lane in solo queue. So maybe we could see in your face kind of flexing over into the top lane and playing one of the top lane champions that he has.
Or in your face, you can go for himself. He has shown before he can play this. The Sphinx are picking up the Malzahar, so they do expect to go against the Yasuo mid probably. Malzahar is strong against the Yasuo, as it just has so much lockdown. You don't really have any projectiles you need to worry about. And yeah, you don't have to worry about him dashing around you.
Okay, they have picked the Sign, but probably could still mention that the Tam could still be flexed because Sign support is a thing.
Sign support is a thing of the past, though. They are going for the Yasuo top lane, it looks like, with this Orianna pick. We did talk about it, that In Your Face actually did pick it twice against Crater.
He's going to pick it 3 out of his first 4 games of the Wintersplit, so Orianna seems to be his comfort pick at the minute for In Your Face.
And there we have it. All of them locked in. It looks like it is, well, what we expect. I think it's interesting to say that if Sphinx had been faster on the bans, they would probably remove that Kai'Sa. They were hovering the ban. They didn't do it fast enough, and they actually, lost the ban.
Yeah, so that could be, again, the game, I don't want to say it's lost, but if the game loses, they could be like, I can't believe we lost that game, or we messed up the game from so early on before the game even started.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's interesting, because draft is already, it's a big part of the game you're going to go into play. Because if you get like one bad draft, if you don't have an engage, disengage, wave clear, whatever, there's so many requirements for your draft. You need the disengage, you need the engage, you need the wave clear. You need so much different on your draft, so you don't lack that while the game is going. And if you just mess up one of those components, you've basically made the game way harder for yourself already. So this draft is definitely something as a coach you need to remember and really focus on. But I believe that both these teams did it really well. We have to engage in the Zac on the one side, Sejuani on the other. We have to disengage. I would say on Virgo it's also the Sejuani, maybe a little the Yasuo or Alistar. Meanwhile on Sphinx it's also some sacrifice required in the Zac or the Tam. Maybe even the Scion. So both of these teams have kind of the sacrifice disengage requirement.
One thing we should probably mention is the Yasuo ult wombo combo. Alistair has a knock-up, Orianna has a knock-up, and I believe Sejuani has a knock-up as well?
Sejuani's dash, whatever you want to call it, or charge, is counted as a knock-up, correct? Alistar has a knock-up, yes. Yasuo has his own knock-up. Orianna's ultimate works as a knock-up. And they just have such a strong wombo combo, and if they get that off, Kai'Sa can just stand there, do free damage, and it is so strong.
But we should also probably mention that if Malzahar does just get right up in Orianna's face and he ults her, Zac can just quite easily jump in, get his ult off, and deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is indeed correct, and that is something that's really interesting to point out. But it's definitely both these teams definitely have this combos where it's either you go in or you don't. Like you do not have a chance of going in and then going out again.
The,
When you press the go button, there's no back button. You have to go, and hope that it works out for you.
and one thing I was going to mention is Malzahar. Okay, if Lollipop gets ahead on Kai'Sa, Malzahar will be thinking, okay, right, in a team fight, I want to ult her, I want to get her out of the game as soon as I can. But if he does ult her and Beta Bennett is nearby on his Alistar, he can literally just knock the Malzahar back, and that's the ult over.
Yes, that is correct. I think it's interesting that neither of these teams went for the Thresh, as I believe the Thresh would have been strong for them. If you pick it on the Sphinx side, as there's so much to counter with the Thresh, especially with the Flay, the Alistar engage, the Sejuani engage, even the Yasuo you can actually counter pretty hard with it. And the same thing on Virgo, you can counter the Zac engage, you cannot counter the Sion engage, which is definitely a strong thing about the Sion. But there's still so much to counter. You have the CC to remove the Malzahar ultimate. I definitely believe that the Thresh should have been picked probably by Sphinx, I believe, especially when you already saw the Kai'Sa Alistar. But maybe they've practiced this Lucian Tam combo, and we're just gonna be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, hopefully, because, I mean, obviously, if you do pick the Thresh, you can disengage from the Alistar, but Tom does have the Engulf, or sorry, the Devour, so he can save Lucian a bit easy. So maybe they're just giving a lot of respect to the bot lane of Lollipop and Beta Ben and saying, hey, we'll just take the Tom, there's no way that you're going to kill us.
Definitely. But also, the one thing I want to point out with Sphinx is they gotta win this early game. They're gonna win it hard and fast. Because Lucian, well, he will get outscaled hard by this Kai'Sa. The Malzahar is probably also gonna have some problems with the scaling. He doesn't get weak, but compared to the whole of the Virgo team, there's not really much to do for the Malzahar in terms of scaling. Definitely, you do not want to be outscaled by Virgo, but if you let this game go just a little too long, that is probably what's going to be happening if you're Sphinx. So you gotta go for this early game, you gotta go for aggression, and that's definitely where Zac is gonna shine. He's gonna hit level 3, and he's probably just gonna go and gank.
Yeah, and I mean, anyone who's played in solo queue knows how disgusting a Yasuo and Kai'Sa are when it gets to the late game.
Yeah, the Virgo are gonna be definitely looking for this late game, but if we look back throughout the games we've had so far, most of the games haven't really gotten much further than 30 minutes. And 30 minutes is about when you'll see Lucian, maybe a little before, but it's about when you'll see Lucian hit his power spike. Malzahar will be really strong as well there. Yasuo and Kai'Sa will still be probably half an item lacking before they hit their power spike. So that's definitely is when you want to start closing out the game fast if you're Sphinx.
So do you think then that this game is going to be as in how the game goes will be predominantly determined by the junglers and how well they can get their team to pop off?
Oh yeah, junglers are gonna be a huge impact in this game, which is gonna be interesting because as we know, Alpha Leo shown before, he's a really strong jungler. He knows how to gank. Gokuma jungle probably is as I know at least, as a strong jungler as well. He knows how to do stuff. It's gonna be interesting. So it's definitely gonna be up to the junglers a lot here, and the junglers are gonna be a big impact.
Again, possibly something to mention is Malzahar will want to, and that's strange because we had just got into the draft on client and then it had disconnected, so I'm not sure what's going on.
What happened was just the wrong drafts were going off, and Pager accidentally picked the Vladimir because he thought he was banning still. So we're just gonna get fastly back into this and get the games up soon. It is just mean you're gonna have to hear a little more us rambling about.
Well, there could be worse ways to spend your Monday afternoon.
It's not Monday, but yeah, sure, it's Sunday.
Oh, wait.
And he actually disappeared so much because of that mistake. We do have, it seems like we have some issues with Milky Way. Milky Cereal, he'll be back. Ooh. And there he is. Yeah. I guess you were that embarrassed that you just left for saying Monday?
Yeah, there we go. No, I was just closing a tab and somehow it I don't know. I did something and I ended up closing my voice chat. So yeah.
But yeah, it's a Sunday afternoon you're spending with us.
See, there we go. I have an extra day in my life now. Isn't that fantastic?
Well, tomorrow is Monday, and you're also gonna cast with me tomorrow, so that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. So we're gonna get to know each other quite well, aren't we?
Yeah, but let's ramble on some more. Why not? That is our job, you know.
Yeah.
I actually kind of want to go back to these bands because I think they are still really interesting. We saw Virgo going for the ultimate Sejuani pick. I don't believe Sphinx really hit anything with the Camillans and Sao, and with them picking Zac shows that they weren't really even going for countering their Mumo. So I don't really get the meaning about behind banning out Camillans and Sao, as these are they're meta champions, but it's not what we've seen Alpha and Leo pick at all.
Could it just be because Sphinx knew, okay, maybe Sphinx knew before the game, we're going to go for the Zac jungle. Let's get Camille and Zinza out of the way because they have the potential for invading our Zac early game in the jungle.
That could be. It could be that they just didn't want their own Zac to get countered. But I would have definitely expected them to go for a Sensao themselves. Like, maybe just ban the Camille, leave Sensao open, go for it themselves as the first pick. You can easily give over the Lucian, as you'll probably have something in your backhand to deal with Lucian. There's so many strong AD carries right now. Give over the Lucian, first pick the Sensao. That way, Virgo pretty much only have tank junglers to pick, and Sensao can just contest them. So that's definitely how I would have looked at it. But they went to go for it another direction, and it's just going to mean that we're not going to see the junglers interact. These junglers are just going to stay away from each other until like we hit mid game.
Yeah, and one thing I was going to mention before I so rudely disconnected was if Sejuani wants to ult in, as we see Sejuani so often do, they just throw the ult in out of nowhere and they get the stun off. Malzahar does have that ability block, so he will have to make sure he has that up consistently and just be aware of the Sejuani coming in. And the same thing from In Your Face. With the Orianna, he will want to be constantly poking. And Orianna is very good as a poking champion in lane. So he will be able to get rid of that, the spell shield.
Yes, definitely. And it's definitely going to be something that's interesting. Because, Orianna, all you have to do is to get rid of that spell shield. Basically use your Q. Command attack, it's all you need. And then it's gone, and then you'll have your W ready to do some extra damage on him. So you definitely probably actually want to max your W for once instead of the Q on Orianna in lane. But yeah, as you said, you can easily remove that spell shield, just use the Q from Orianna and then let Sejuani go in with the ultimate. But if they do not actually communicate this properly, yes, 100%, Alpha Leo can throw his ultimate and Lil Uzi can just go in the way and just take it with his passive. And that'll be kind of terrible for Virgo, as that'll give Sphinx a free opportunity to engage when there's such a huge ultimate and such an important ultimate down.
Right. And I just want to ask you, in terms of team fighting, I mean, you mentioned that Virgo have the better late game because of that Kai'Sa, because of that Yasuo, because of the Orianna. But what about team fighting? Who do you think has that better team fight composition?
Well, Virgo built their whole team comp around the Wombo combo. That's clear to see with the Alistar, the Orianna, the Sejuani, the Yasuo. Like, it's a Wombo combo team comp. 100% clear to see. And it's really strong for team fighting, but it has one big flaw. If you miss the Wombo combo, your whole team is basically not looking too well. And with a team like the one Sphinx has picked up, it's actually could be likely they would miss their Wombo combos. And that can spell disaster for them, because that will give the whole fight to Sphinx. So it's definitely up to a lot of the mechanics. It's not clear set in stone who's gonna win the team fights with looking at the picks. And of course, it's up to when in the game we are. Like, if we're, as you said, late game, it's definitely gonna be Virgo who's outscaling. Early game, Sphinx could probably have it. So it is really not 100% set in stone at all who's gonna win these team fights. So it's gonna be, again, very interesting. It's really hard to say anything from these drafts. I told you I would say who's gonna win from after the drafting phase is done, and I still can tell you nothing.
One thing I should probably mention is, or we should probably mention, is that, again, I'm going to go back to this Wombo combo. On the side of Sphinx, you've got Sion, massive tank. You've got Zac, massive tank. You've got Tahm Kench, again, he can tank. So if Virgo get the Wombo combo off on the wrong person, all of a sudden Malzahar will just face ult the Yasuo, and that could just change the team fight and the way the game trend from that point onwards.
Yes, there's just definitely one problem with Sphinx, is the fact that their damage is lacking. Like, they have the Lucian, yes, and he has really high damage early on. There's the Malzahar, he doesn't really have that high damage, he has some consistent damage. And he has some burst with his ultimate, with the full combo ultimate. Problem is, it's so easy to interrupt that, especially when you have a full CC team. So it's gonna be very hard for Sphinx. They're gonna have to play this very cleverly, as their damage is definitely nothing compared to what Virgo has.
Right, and we are almost into the game, so probably should just go over summoner spells. Now, all the summoner spells are practically the same. Both supports have gone with the Flash Ignite. However, Orianna has opted against the teleport. She has taken the exhaust, which against a Malzahar you can understand, but that can affect their ability in team fights to just be able to group up.
Yes, and I do feel obligated to mention on the other stream, it's called Serenity Gaming SRG. We are also having DK Oldboys versus Healwell Esports going on right now. You can see it on the stream while we are just waiting to get into this game. And it has already started. They're already in the game, and they've already started doing some stuff there.
Yeah, and that's Kachka and Karim commentating on that.
Yes, Kachka and Karim is over there commentating, and yeah, definitely gonna be hype matches on both streams. So if you have two screens, open both of them. Why not? And we are loading into the game, it looks like. So we will be in very shortly. So can we get some hype in the Twitch chat?
Go on, let's hear your predictions for the win then. Who do you think is going to be popping off?
Yeah, who is going to be popping off? That is the question. We can also now see the runes they've gone for. It's fairly standard runes all over. There's nothing really to be too excited about. Yasuo is going that Conqueror into the Scion, of course, to take down that tankiness so fast. He's going for Grasp for some survivability. It makes sense. Both the junglers going the Aftershock, especially under the Sejuani, is what you want to go. You want to be so tanky early on and does so much damage as well. Both mid laners are just going for the Airy, the poke. They're really poke heavy. The Airy really helps them. Even Orianna also gets some increased shield if you go Stress Eyes to protect your teammates. It's fairly standard runes all over. Nothing really to be too excited about. But this time can support. I think it's interesting as some time back, most people will know this, some time back, it actually did get nerfed, the Tam can support. So I definitely think it's interesting that we're seeing that today.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned that Virgo want to make it to the late game for the Kai'Sa, the Orianna, the Yasuo. So expect them just to see them try to control the game pace a little bit, try to slow the game down. They'll be hoping that, the first couple of Drakes aren't Infernals. And as I say that, I just take a look at the Drake pit, and it is an Infernal Drake that we will be starting off with. So probably not what they were expecting. But if they can get their hands on that Infernal Drake, then again, either side, if Lucian gets the Infernal Drake, he'll be really strong. If Virgo get the Infernal Drake, then you've got a Yasuo, you've got an Orianna, you've got a Kai'Sa with an Infernal, which could spell disaster.
It most definitely could spell disaster, yes. We are just seeing some fairly standard starts here. Nothing much is happening. They're just, starting their bot side, both players. We're seeing people covering entrances, the pixel ward brushes. It's fairly standard what we're seeing. And we're probably not gonna see much going on in the first 2 minutes. But after that, we could already start seeing stuff happening.
I've already sensing that you're putting a caster jinx on this.
I most likely am.
We're gonna see in 30 seconds now. Kai'Sa has got first blood. Right.
Could happen.
No, I mean, Beta
it's
Bennett.
Most likely not gonna.
Yeah, Beta Bennett. He's got the Mukau Alistair skin, so he's beating that bell all the way. But I don't think anyone from Sphinx is around to actually see that.
I hope not, for their good, for their sake. But it's definitely gonna be something that's interesting to see is the bot lane. I was just sorry, I stopped talking there for a second.
Yeah, sorry, no. Yeah,
we were just making sure we were synced up, and we should be all good now. But yeah, nothing much has happened. We're, as I said, seeing fairly standard. We're seeing actually, Zac is gonna go towards the bot lane, or it looks like they're gonna contest for this. It's gonna be some contestant for the Scuttles.
I think Alpha Loy should have it. He's got his smite up, so.
Oh.
Here we go.
It actually did go over to go commit jungle. He did were the better smiter, I guess.
There you go. Better jungler wins. How
Yeah,
often do you hear that?
This means that Goku Jungle is now already having a small lead by stealing that. For some reason, he is going for the full clear, the full bot clear. This is a slower clear, and it's often one you'll see if people are running Predator, else they won't. Just moving up towards the top side. There's not really much for him to do in the top side. He could try and go for the gank in mid lane, but up in the top lane, Kaisers are just keeping Impager under that tower right now.
Yeah. And as expected, the Lucian lane is going to be dominant early game. And Lollipop and Vita Venom just respecting that, farming under turret. So we'll keep an eye on the CS, but Lucian currently 10 CS ahead. So Lollipop is going to have to try and match that CS sooner or later.
Yes, this means also we are seeing a small CS lead or skull lead in the form of about 300 gold. It's nothing to be too scared of yet on the side of Virgo. But if they keep letting them build up like this, it could definitely be something you need to worry about.
Yeah, and I'm just going to take a look at mid lane. It's all fairly calm everywhere. Junglers just both doing their ganks, not their ganks, doing their jungle pathing, and top lane is fairly even as well right now.
Yeah, we're actually seeing already now that Sphinx are showing that they have good vision control. They've already put down 2 wards in the side of Virgo's jungle, one a little deeper than the other. They have the Scuttle, like they have already good vision control, and they've shown that from the start.
Zack's coming top side. Oh, and Yasuo is able to dash out of the Zack knockup, so Keesus will stay alive for a little bit longer. He didn't have to blow any summoner spells either, so bit of a fail gank, I guess, from the side of Sphinx.
Yeah, but this does mean though that we are now already starting to see that Goku Jungle want to do some. Ooh, that actually cost him Impager a slash in top lane. That little skirmish with Yasuo.
Ooh, yes. Getting very low. I was just looking bot side for a second, and I always do this. I always just miss the fights that is going on everywhere. But Yasuo is back in that. And one thing we should probably mention is we didn't mention how Orianna doesn't have the teleport, and that could a bit of CS when they do back. However, as I say that, Orianna does have a fair bit of mana while Malzahar is quite low, so I don't think it will affect her right now.
Definitely, she doesn't have teleport, which already there gives the split pushing advantage and basically the map advantage to the side of Sphinx with the double teleport. They also do get the advantage with the fact that yes, Kaiser has teleport as well as Impager, but Impager also has that Sion ultimate who can help him roam around the map. And that gives even more map control to them, and that is definitely something you want to keep in mind if you are Virgo. If you want to start objectives on the other side of the map, you need to keep in mind that the Sion is probably going to be better at helping you with that than the Yasuo is.
And Malzahar has already backed and used the TP. He's going to try and cancel the Orianna back, and he does so successfully. So that is going to really mess up In Your Face's laning phase. However, probably should mention, when you did mention the Sion ultimate, he can use that to get back into lane as well. So possibly watch out for when he does hit 6, backing off, ulting into lane. Maybe he can catch out Yasuo. If Go Commit Jungle is there as well, they could get a nice bit of damage off and possibly pick up first blood.
That is definitely a possibility. I would, though, prefer seeing him doing it in other lanes than the Yasuo. The Yasuo can so easily just dance around it with his E. So going for a bot lane gank and teleporting back up in top lane, or a mid lane gank and teleporting back up in top lane instead, would probably work better for him. But definitely Sphinx has to start picking up stuff now. They are picking up like nothing right now. They're even in gold and they're just farming. And as we talked about, early game is their strong suit. They need to start picking up stuff.
Oh, meanwhile we've got a gank topside. Sion's going to burn the ult, but Yasuo is forced to flash. And again, the Go Commit, his Zack engage was a bit off the mark, didn't get the knockup, and he had to use the Q just to pull Yasuo back in. But again, they just not enough. But Sion is low on mana now, and Yasuo's going to pull off the last breath. Is it enough though? He doesn't have Ignite, so flash away from that.
Yeah, so nothing much happening top lane. They're skirmishing, but Sion's a tank, and Yasuo does not have his items yet, so it's not really anything too interesting happening.
However, I should mention, Yasuo went with a second Doran's Blade over getting that crit or going for the Phantom Dancer straight away. So, what do you make of that decision?
So I definitely think it's interesting. I think he just wants to get more presence in lane. Want to make sure that Impeker cannot farm as well as he already does. But yeah, it definitely helps him early on being aggressive in that lane. Um, and I think it's the right call for him, especially when he had to burn the flash earlier, and he still wants to have dominance in that lane, which he is already, which he's definitely showing right now.
Yeah. And bot side actually, Lollipop and Alistar have pushed the wave in, and they're pretty even on CS, only 6 CS difference. So this is definitely looking good for Virgo at the minute. They are dragging this out as we said that they wanted to do.
Yeah, they're definitely dragging it out as they need to do. So we're seeing Alpha Leo and generally the side of Virgo setting up vision around this dragon. They want to make sure that Sphinx does not get an Infernal Drake without them knowing.
Yeah.
So this is definitely the correct call. They are actually pinging it now, like they want to go for it. And they would be totally blind for Sphinx as they have no vision on it at all.
And this is a really good time to go for it as well because Eagle and Vigo have just backed. Zach is currently taking his Raptors, so I'm not sure. I think he's going to try to gank mid. Malzahar has used his ult, so he doesn't have that now. Orianna still has her ult. She still has her ult. Yeah, Shockwave, sorry. Yeah, the command Shockwave. And here we go, Zach's coming in. Will he be able to get it? Orianna does get her movement speed from her W passive.
Yeah, she just procs that W, runs away, and, well, you're safe then. Like, there's really not much happening for Sphinx right now. They're just having a hard time. Like, their early game should be their strength, early to mid game, and we're actually seeing Virgo having better control already.
Okay, and I'm just taking a look at the Drake pit, and the next Drake will be an Ocean Drake. So, probably not going to see a massive fight over that, as we would have if it was going to be another Infernal. But, again, the Infernal is good for the side of Virgo, because they want that late game. That Infernal will be extremely important for their scaling.
Indeed, it will be very important for the scaling, and it'll also lock down the chance.
Go commit, it's going to invade, but Orianna's here, and will they be able to get off the damage? He's going to have to burst the ult, but I think he might go down. Orianna doesn't have Ignite, of course she has gone for... Oh, and there comes the command Shockwave. And
a little bit communication issues there. Alpha Leo missing that ultimate because of the command Shockwave, but it ended up working out in the end.
Yeah.
Great flash from Impega right there.
Yeah. And he almost got caught out, coming down to mid lane, a bit behind, but the Yasuo was right there. Sejuani was turning towards top lane. But here comes Zach back in. Can they get the damage up? Orianna is forced to flash to dodge the Sion knock-up. Sion ults in. He does get the... Oh, I'm sorry. Zach has had to burn the passive. He's going to stay alive. He's going to try to dash back in. Tahm Kench is now ulting up into the mid lane. Sorry, I got a bit caught out with all of that.
No, but that was definitely a lot going on right there. So they tried to go back in on in your face, and... Well, they couldn't get in his face.
No.
He was just running away, and yeah, there's no way of getting to this guy. He's been dodging everything and been doing it so cleanly. Meanwhile, we are already now seeing that Virgo are taking control over this game.
Yeah. And again, it was so close, because In Your Face almost died. He flashed up, but he got hit from the ult. And it got close, but Go Commit Jungle, he's dead, so he does not have his passive lifeline now.
No, he does not, indeed not have that. And actually, I do believe there was still a little misplay in the fight in the mid lane. If In Your Face had flashed earlier and done the Shockwave, he would most likely have gotten both Go Commit Jungle and Lil Uzi. Instead, they just got Lil Uzi, cause In Your Face waited a little too long. But that is fair. Like he was checking if he could get it without having to flash.
Oh, Yasuo's going in on Impeke in the top lane. But again, it's just going to be a skirmish, not enough damage, but he will get Impeke quite low. But Orianna now is she going to rotate bot? No, she's not. She's going to stay mid.
Yeah, there's no real need for Virgo to rotate at all at this point. They are still the one who scales better. The fact that they got ahead early is great. But they don't have to extend their early lead right now, as they can still wait and just, see what happens. The time is on their side in this game.
Yeah. Again, gold, it's... Okay, there's about 1.5k gold between the two of them, and that's probably lying with the Sejuani and... and we've got an engage going on. as Tom Ginch is going to swallow up Lucian, spit him back out. Can they get the damage off onto Beta Brenner? And there you go, the Malzahar suppression pretty much ensures that Lollipop's going to die. She possibly could have flashed out a bit earlier, but it was a good collapse from the side of Sphinx.
That was definitely some of the stuff that Sphinx needs to do right now. They need to get stuff like that. They need to work together as a team, as they will not win individually. They have to go for these full-on team plays with the teleport, with the gank. And that is definitely one of the advantages they have right now.
Meanwhile, topside, Yasuo is getting caught out under the turret. A sign ults back into lane. Yasuo does get the knock-up from his tornado though, and he will be able to get out of there after using the blast gun. But we've got a fight around the blue buff now, and Orianna has died, just missed that. Lucian starting to pick up a lot of kills. Alpha Aloy is going to die as well now, and things just have a lot of presence in and around that bot lane. Meanwhile, we've got another skirmish going on top lane, and that's going to not amount to anything. But Lucian is 1-0-3 now, and he is strong. He's probably going to back and pick up the Blade of the Ruined King.
So this is... They're showing how they are a stronger team right now, Sphinx. They might not be stronger in the draft right now, but they're definitely showing they are more of a team. Yeah. They've played together that so well, doing the 4-man play together, remembering. So what most people have to remember when they play on a team is the fact that you don't have to play everything alone. You don't have to. You're not just your lane. You're a team. Going for these 4-man plays, even though you're in the early game, is definitely the right call. Going in, getting in your face Alpha Leo like this, going to get the bot lane. That's definitely how you want to play it. And they're showing that they have knowledge about that right now, Sphinx. But they are giving up another Drake right now.
The good thing from the side of Sphinx is they are using the fact that Malzahar has a TP while In Your Face doesn't. And that's what got them that big kill in the bot lane before. It was Malzahar TP'd in, got the ult straight off on Lollipop, and they managed to pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, so they're actually now ahead in the kills. They're not really much ahead in gold still. They're still pretty even in gold. But that was kind of what we expected with this early game leads coming from the superior lanes. Yasuo will have that Sion just locked down, which gives us a major gold lead in the form of what's it called, minions. But it still doesn't really matter that much. Like, they're 1k ahead right now, almost about 1k, a little under.
Yeah. I do just want to mention though, look at the armor sign Sterling. He's got the Tabite, he's got Chain Vest, and he's got Bami Cinder, which doesn't give you armor, but it does give you health. So he's getting very, very tanky.
He is indeed getting very tanky, and I think that's something that's important to point out, because, well, the more he gets, the better. Just, you're playing against a guy who's running Conqueror. The tankiness is of course it's gonna help you, but it's not gonna be...
Zack's gonna jump in, and the Malzahar gets the ult off straight on the Orianna, which allows Zack to ult Orianna back out of her turret, and that's gonna be a kill going over to Lil Uzi.
And we're just seeing more pressure. So the first blood tower will be falling on top lane to Kaisers, which is of course really important for them. Getting this first blood tower will give them bursting gold. They're almost losing the mid and the bot tower for this though. They are actually losing the mid tower for this.
Yeah. And we mentioned at the beginning in Pro Draft how important it would be for those junglers, how important the jungler presence would be. And so far, Go Commit on the Zac, it's just been a bit easier for him to engage, get the jump in, get the Q knock up. And in that case, if you're doing it with a Malzahar can just instantly ult, and you can ult as well as Zac. So you're going to have a lot of CC chaining there.
Yes, indeed. And we're seeing this half health tower in the bot lane now. We're just seeing... So Eagle and Virgo is just having so much pressure onto Lollipop and Beta Banner. And we're not seeing a lot of help from either of the sides. We're seeing that Go Commit Jungle has been down there. But Alpha and Leo haven't really looked that much down there. And they're just gonna pretty much let Lollipop and Beta Banner just be themselves and hope they will outscale at one point. Or well, they will outscale at one point.
At this point in the game, who do you think is going to be more important for them now? Lollipop on the Kai'Sa or Cases on the Yasuo? Because he is ahead of Sign, he's got 40 CS more. So, yeah, who do you just think is going to be
Cases are important, but that is why they picked this Malzahar for the Lucy. Because Cases, yes, he's a strong player, he's important, but with a Malzahar, you will just lock him down and he will not be that scary for you anymore. That's why I think Lollipop will actually be bigger impact for them. And I think that should help Lollipop more than they do right now.
And Virgo are going to pick up the Rift Tower, so that's going to be important. As Zac's getting ready to jump in, he does jump in, he can't get the damage. That's going to be from the Yasuo into the bot lane. Blade of the Ruin King is used by Lucian, and they will essentially just run out of that.
This is interesting.
Engage.
Oh, we're actually seeing Kaiser's jumping ahead and trying to get ready for this fight, it looks like.
Oh, there's the ult. Last breath used, but Lucian's using the ult, and he will pick up a double kill from that. Yasuo just being too aggressive, and now he's going to die as well as Malzahar uses the ult suppression.
So they just did lose the mid tower for this, and the Herald are going to hammer on. They're going to get the bot tower, but it is just Impago protecting this mid tower against the Herald.
But again, watch out now, because Malzahar's going to come in from behind. So can he catch out the Orianna or Sejuani? He's got the ult, he's going to knock up Orianna. Orianna uses the command shockwave. She flashes out. Can they pick up the Sion? Sion's so close, but he doesn't get the shield right at the end. And
so both of these are actually, so both sides having mid laners, or having players dropping so low, not mid laners, having players dropping so low and actually not picking up anyone. So they did lose the mid tower for this fight. They did get 3 kills, and a tower in the bot lane. So it kind of evens out in that way. But Herald also got another hit onto the second mid tower and really dropping it down. So you have to, as the underside Sphinx, you have to be wary about your mid lane now, as there is a tower just close to going down, and that will just open up the map so much for Virgo if they get this tower.
One thing I do want to mention is, earlier on in that bot lane fight, Cases TP'd in, great timing, it forces Zac out of it, but then, why would you go in? You know there's a Zac nearby that can jump in with his E. Why is it worth risking going in and giving more kills over to Lucian? And Eagle is now 304. He's got 650 bounty on his head. He's getting quite close to getting the rapid fire cannon or the black cleave.
Yeah, so you're definitely going for these. So we're seeing them going for these, well, fighter items, which is what to be expected. As I was trying to kind of point out in the draft, I probably didn't make that good of a job about it. So yeah, we're having 3 tanks on the side of Sphinx, 2 tanks on the side of Virgo. The 2 Virgo tanks aren't really that scary as tanks. I
think we're going to get collapse on bot lane as Vigor's just too far away. So I think Sphinx might just go for the Infernal. So they will both have 1 Infernal each if they're able to secure this. However, we've got 4 members of Virgo turning up now. The Science is going to all in. He finds the Orianna. There's a massive fight going on in the Dragon Pit. Zac manages to out them out. So that's Alistar and Sejuani out of the fight, and Lucian's now going to pick up the kill on Orianna. However, here's Kaiser. Kaiser does pick up the Lucian. Can she possibly get Tarm? No, she's 1v4. She's got no chance in that at all. And I think Sphinx just won that. They managed to get the kill onto Kaiser and Orianna.
And they got the Drake, which is important for them.
And they got the Drake. And it was quite clutch as well. Kaiser just managed to pick up Lucian there. But again, that's what you want if you're on the side of Sphinx. You want Lucian to be getting ahead. It's a shame that he did have to die. If it was Malzahar, I guess that would have been slightly better for them. But it's 1 Infernal Drake each now.
Yeah, it's definitely 1 Infernal Drake each, which is so great for the side of Sphinx, as they need this Infernal Drake. As we talk about, the scaling still isn't the best, but they are right now just showing how, even though their draft is the best, their team play is superior right now. And they are winning purely through team play. You don't need, so they've shown you don't really need mechanical skills for what they're doing. You just need to know how to work together as a team, and they've done that so well.
And I think that team fight does show something important. You can have the Alistar that can disengage, but Alistar can't disengage a Sion ulting into the backline and Malzahar ulting your Yasuo or Kaiser. So you have to watch out for that engage from both sides, right?
Yeah, of course, you definitely have to watch out, and it's important to... So both these teams has a big part. They need to keep an eye on every member on the enemy team, because if they just lose, the whole combo just going on you. So if you don't, especially if you're Sphinx, you need to keep an eye on all the Virgo members, because if you lose sight of the Alistar or the Sejuani or the Yasuo, that is the whole thing. That's the whole thing going on. We're seeing that we're also seeing that Hero is about to win a versus DCK Old Boys. They did just win, so Hero did take the first match against Old Boys.
Jump in, but he's not going to find any targets. And Baron is up as well. And as you mentioned, Hillerod have just managed to pick up the win against DK Old Boys. And you've got Baron up, so if they can pick up this outer turret on the top lane, they will have priority over the Baron. And you can already see the vision control that Sphinx have at the Baron pit.
So yeah, they are just focusing so much control around this, which is important for them. They definitely want to have this Baron to just siege. They don't want to look for these fights, they want to look for the sieging.
Yeah.
And that's definitely what they're showing right now.
Oh, Yasuo is going in on Mpeka. He gets the last breath off and he's got a second tornado, but Sign does try to ult, but Yasuo dashes in and picks up the kill right here at the end. Great job from Keesus. I was about to mention that this was really good for Sphinx because you have Mpeka that can ult towards the Baron Pit while Yasuo's TP was down, but Yasuo picks up the kill, so a great solo kill from Keesus.
So that was Kaiser's flash, he had to burn on that, but it's definitely so important. You just did delay the chance of Sphinx taking that Baron. You delayed the fact that Sphinx can roam for it. And now also Virgo are just getting to clear the vision around the Baron, so they shouldn't be scared anymore of that either.
And I'm just starting to think now, you've got Yasuo, but again, he's not strong. No one on the side of Virgo is strong. You've got Sion, he's got the Sunfire's Cape, he's got two cloth armor, so you could expect that could be going towards a Thormail, maybe a Randuin's, Spectre's Cowl as well on his side, as Yasuo, as Zac has to jump out as Kai'Sa starts getting her combo off.
So yeah, definitely. One thing I want to point out though is like now Mpeka's back alive. He doesn't have the teleport. Kai'Sa does have his, so they still have to really watch out. But the second that Mpeka gets that teleport, they might look for, you know, kind of trying to get the Kai'Sa's teleport out and letting Mpeka use his for roaming. And
Kai'Sa's going in on Mpeka again in the bot lane. He misses the tornado, but he will get a second one up in a second. He does have his ult, and now getting an engage as Alistair is forced to go in onto the team. He does flash over into the Raptor pit, but surely he's going to get caught out now as Zac is nearby. Maybe he'll just go for the execute. Again, let's just keep an eye on him. What is he going to go for here? Lucian's going to pick up the red buff, and Alistair is running for his life, but I don't know, can he get out? And yeah, Sphinx are going to stop chasing that.
He does get out, which is important.
Meanwhile, Yasuo and Cases might get caught out in the bot lane. No, Lucian and Tankage will back away from that. So again, if you're Sphinx now, you're ahead, you've got 3k more gold. How do you play this as the second Infernal Drake, the third Infernal Drake of the game is now spawning?
Yeah, they are just setting up around this Infernal Drake, which is what they need. They want to get this for the scaling wise and just for the pure damage. I talked about this earlier, how they are lacking some damage. That is definitely what they're going to make up for with these Infernal Drakes. But if they're all just backing now, this might actually be a chance for Virgo to try and sneak this Baron. You have a lot of damage to it with both with the Kai'Sa and the Yasuo. But they just weren't in position for that. One thing to remember is whenever the other team is taking an objective like the dragon, it's most likely they're going to back right afterwards, which will open windows like that. Good thing is for them was that both Yasuo and Kai'Sa was backed off. They couldn't burst it down fast enough, so luckily enough there's no real risk from the Sphinx for this. But Sphinx are moving up now. They want to get some sending down Mpeka in the bot lane again. He does have that ultimate ready, and soon he also does have the teleport ready again, which is definitely an advantage for them over Kai'Sa's just having the ultimate.
So one thing I wanted to ask is, currently your top laners are split pushing, right? But Sion has that ult and he can get into a team fight better. Plus we mentioned how the side of Sphinx wanted to play, we mentioned how Virgo wanted to play around the Yasuo, that one more combo. So surely you wouldn't want that Yasuo to be stuck split pushing.
Well, he doesn't. You don't actually have to play around the wombo combo. You still have an Orianna who has an immense amount of damage, and if you can get that ball delivery from your little bull here, Alistar, that is still so much damage. With the Elsa knock up, with the Alistar stun just taking away on them, with the ultimate and the dissonance from Orianna, and even the damage from Kai'Sa and from Sejuani. You don't actually need the Yasuo for these 4v4 fights here. Or at all, because yes, he does loads of damage, but so does the rest of your team. They are a really damage heavy team, and that's one of their big advantages right now.
One thing I want to mention is that In Your Face is going for the Banshee's Veil, so that will be extremely important against the Zac engage, the knock-up, the Sion knock-up, and especially the Malzahar ultimate.
Oh yeah, definitely. You definitely want to be wary about those. At all times you have to keep an eye on that. That's what I was talking about before. You have to keep an eye on all players, because all of them have some way of pretty much starting the whole wombo combo for your team.
And Malzahar, he has 2 items and he's almost got the Rabadon's death cap. So when that happens, expect him to start dealing an insane amount of damage. As we're getting a little skirmish in the bot lane, but I don't think it's going to really amount to much. Yasuo picks up the last breath, Sign is forced to flash, and that will be the end of that. However, are we going to have a little fight around the Baron pit? No, I don't think so.
Lucy's actually down bot lane now.
Yeah. Does he have his ult? He does have his ult up, so watch out for this. Yasuo's got no minions to dash around, and he has been face ulted by Lil Lucy, and Yasuo will die.
This could be the channel setting up for the Baron. You still have the teleport on Impaker. If you just get your rest of the team to start setting up, Impaker can go back, teleport in with full health. They are not doing that. We are just seeing Lil Lucy moving in, trying to take this blue buff, and the rest of the team is just pushing through the mid lane. Making sure this... Oh, actually, Impaker are teleporting to the Baron. It could actually be the Baron they're going for.
Oh, they could
There's
go
a teleport from Lil Lucy as well.
Lil Lucy doesn't have the Rabadons yet. He's about 60 gold away, but they will start the Baron now. Yasuo is dead for another 15 seconds. Tahm Kench is going to try to tank, but he's going to get picked off, maybe? No, he has to convert his grey health into the shield, but he is super, super low. So this might become a 4v4 fight very shortly. However, Baron's at about half HP now. Are they going to be forced off it? Yasuo does have his TP. However, the Zac has engaged and ulted back the Sejuani and the Alistar. So again, he's finding those tanks. Lucian dealing the damage at the backline, and Lil Lucy does find the Sejuani. But Baron, crucially, has been stopped. So was that worth it? Was sacrificing Alpha Aloy worth it just to delay the Baron?
So, it's... You're giving up your jungler to delay this Baron, which is good, because you also got so many of them low, which just lets you go through the mid lane, pushing here freely. But still, you did lose, like... So, but basically, you would lose this tower no matter what at one point if you're Sphinx. It's one hit away from dying. Yeah. So Sphinx actually didn't really lose much of this. Yeah, they didn't get the Baron, but they didn't lose much. They got a free kill from this.
Yeah, and the next Drake is up in 45 seconds, which is a Cloud Drake. So that's the second Cloud Drake, which could be which is useful, especially if you're on the side of Sphinx, because... Sorry, if you're on the side of Virgo, because you already have one Cloud Drake, so it would be useful on your Orianna especially.
Oh yeah, definitely. It would definitely be useful. And with this team, you are just building up. We see the Rabadon's death cap now, so Lil Lucy's just getting so scary right now. Meanwhile, Eagle has been building items that actually makes Lucian not scale, but not be too weak at all either. We're hitting the 30 minutes mark now, which means we are gonna hit this. We are hitting around where the power spikes are coming from Lucian, from the Malzahar. But it also means that from now on, they gotta start being scary.
Zac's gonna dash in, but he's unable to find anyone with that, so they're gonna back up. But again, the thing, the entire team's gonna have to play around the Baron now. However, also, Sphinx currently, their waves are slightly more pushed forward, so they do have a little bit more control over the Baron pit.
Yes, definitely. But you have to watch out as Virgo right now, or as Sphinx right now, because Virgo are hitting a point where they will slowly start to outscale now. So Sphinx definitely have to start looking for how to close out this game, as it is just gonna get worse and worse for them now. We saw them just taking a fight there, and as I talked about earlier, they do not want to take these team fights, because when they're going for team fights like that, they went for a full-on team fight, and they got one person down, and almost all of them died themselves.
Yeah, and again, Lucian was just dealing so much damage off that backline. He has the Sign, he has the Tahm, he has the Zac all frontlining for him, which just gives him so much peel.
But it's gonna be interesting, because again, they're looking to set up another fight. Oh, Goku Jungle is getting a great jump.
Yeah, and he's going to get a knockup. He's got the ult. He's going to pull Alistar back. But again, you don't want to be pulling your Alistar back, because he will be getting the stun off. However, Alistar does dash out onto the Tahm Kench. He does not die. He flashes over. However, there is a suppression, and that was onto the Yasuo. So Yasuo's dead now as Malzahar ults there.
So right now, Sphinx has a decision to make. Are they going to turn to the Baron? It looks like they are going to turn to the Baron. They could have pushed through the mid lane as well, but there are still the wave clear from the Orianna. So going for the Baron is definitely a call that makes sense. They should probably clear that ward that's in the Baron pit with them. We are seeing Goku Jungle going for that now. Oh, and Virgo is also just clearing that
Virgo is going to get caught out by the Kai'Sa, but again, that doesn't really matter because they're burning through Baron. But they don't have the damage on Baron. It's so slow. Meanwhile, Vigor take of damage. Kai'Sa pops the ultimate. Can she get the fifth? Can she burst the fourth stat? I should say. Now Zac is tanking. Go commit. Again, they're all so low. Baron only on 1,300, and they will secure the Baron as Malzahar ults the Sejuani, and there's no way out for her. Meanwhile, Zac can Oh, Zac flashes just to get the knock up, and Lucian deals a lot of damage there. And he's gonna pick up Beta Brenner as well. Did I just say Beta? I mean Beta Brenner.
I don't know, Beta, whatever.
And that
doesn't matter, he's dead.
Yeah, and that's the Baron on the side of Sphinx. They're gonna burn through these turrets now because Alpha Loi's down, In Your Face is down, and Beta Brenner is down. So only 2 members up, and they cannot defend against all 5 members of Sphinx. Could they possibly go for an end
This
here?
could just be the end of the game. They are just
Here we
gonna
go.
go.
Kaiser's forced to flash. No, Kaiser doesn't flash, but she's gonna die anyway. Yasuo's gonna die as well. He's got no minions really left to dash through. And that's Yasuo down, and you're going to feel that the Nexus has to go down as well. Oriana's up in 4 seconds, but the Nexus is crumbling, and that will be game 1 over to Sphinx.
So this is exactly what I was trying to mention is gonna happen. They need to close down the game soon, or else they would get outscaled. It seems like they heard what I said, and they just decided, you know what, soon is gonna be right away.
Yeah, and the thing is, we mentioned how important the early game is, and while early they didn't manage to get a great lead, then all of a sudden we started seeing the fights just going in their favor. The Malzahar got super strong. Lucian was getting super strong. Even Zac at the end of the game, the 3-0-13, just so strong and just not dying. That lifeline passive was so important for him. He even picked up a Dark Seal at the end.
Yeah, he did, and it's like, yeah, this was a great game from Sphinx. We are going to throw it over to a little break in a second. Just want to put out a last point here. So it was a great game for Sphinx. They definitely played around their strengths, which is the team play that they showed here. And Virgo definitely have to rethink what they're doing. The wombo combo didn't work for them, as they definitely went for, we hit the wombo combo or we lose, and they lost.
Yeah, and again, now you have to think what is going to happen going into that game too. They showed that they can play that Lucian against the Kaiser and make it work. So, as you mentioned, we will be going into a short break. So guys, do stay tuned. We will be back in just a short amount of time.
never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the
Hey guys, we are back for game 2 as Virgo look to make amends after losing game 1 versus Sphinx. Milo, what do they need to do differently?
Well, what they need to do differently is hard to say. They are definitely trying something differently, as we can see Virgo going for the Braum, then Rakan dance fast. Sphinx are removing the Kai'Sa, which means they don't want to go for it. They don't want to give it to Virgo. They expect them to first pick it, probably, and they just don't want to give that over. They don't believe they can deal with it this time, or they probably expect their illusion to not go through.
Yeah. Well, we did see last time they did want to ban Kai'Sa, but they did it too late. So this time they're saying no, we're banning it straight away.
Yeah, which is probably a very good idea, as even though they didn't win, Lollipop is still definitely showing that he's strong, this guy. So they're also removing the illusion. They're just removing everything from Lollipop. They do not want him to be able to play this game.
And the Malzahar banned away from Lil Uzi, so that's, I mean, giving a lot of respect to that pick.
Yeah, Uzi, well, he definitely did play a very good Malzahar, and it did make it very hard for Virgo in that game, and yeah, they did win with the Malzahar, so it definitely makes sense to just remove it. It's going to be interesting to see what Virgo are going to go for with the first pick, though, as they have it this time. Most people like going for the jungler's first pick, as it is not something that's going to be hard countered, as long as you don't go,
and
they're going for
Virgo
the highly contested Urgot.
And Pagan not going for his renowned Singed. He does play Urgot though, so Urgot is, I think, his second most played
And
champion.
Pager's on the other teammate.
Oh,
Pager's the Sphinx
right.
top
Sorry,
laner, of
sorry. Yeah. Case
No,
is
we're talking
going
about
for
Kaisers.
Urgot, yeah.
This time he is going for the Urgot Kaisers.
Yes. He did play that not last game, but in the last series against Oracle.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And he did play it with some difficulties, but it definitely is a champion he is not unfamiliar to. This time Sphinx are picking up the Yasuo. Though
Okay.
this could be in the mid lane, as the Lil Uzi definitely has played that. and is not unfamiliar on it.
I mean, but again, we do have to consider that it can go, as you said, it can be mid or top. Again, do you think they'll go for the same junglers? Again, those heavy... Oh, there's a Singe!
And there is the Singe for Mpager. That is definitely something we've been looking forward to seeing. We are seeing already in the chat saying it is over.
Exactly. Oh, and the Thresh is out. We did want to see the Thresh before, and the Thresh will be going on to beta Bennett while Caitlyn is on Lollipop. And Caitlyn Thresh is a strong name because when Thresh does land a hook, you can just plop down one of your traps right next to them and get stun off. And
there's some Morgana pickup just to counter that Thresh and the Caitlyn. It is a really strong counter as you basically remove the headshot damage from Caitlyn with her traps. You remove the Thresh, so you see, like, you remove so much with that Morgana pickup. And yeah, that is definitely something you really want to go for.
So, for Sphinx now, obviously you've got the Lucian and Kai'Sa, they've been banned. What ADC do you think they'll be going for as Xin Zhao is banned as well?
They could go for the Tristana. Tristana is a very strong pick. Definitely works against the Caitlyn. The Thresh is annoying, but definitely could work. They could also go for something like the Jinx, who's still a champion that exists, for those who don't remember her. But definitely I think Tristana is one of the most contested together with Israel, but Israel did just get removed, as we see. Sphinx removing this and Sao. They're starting to hit the junglers again. They're not going to remove that. They're hitting Lissandra in the mid lane.
Ooh.
Which makes sense. You don't want to be against the Lissandra if you're playing the Yasuo, so definitely does make
Jhin
sense.
banned as well, so yeah, Jhin again can be quite strong, especially when he gets that IE power spike.
So yeah, Jhin getting removed. It looks like the only viable left that really is an AD carry. It does feel like it's Tristana. Maybe Saya you could go for, but you will be going Saya with Morgana into Caitlyn Thresh. It's not something that is completely, like, that's not something you normally want to go for.
You'd want to have a bit of mobility against
the Misfortune could still be there.
Jinx, yeah.
Or they are going for the Jinx, as I mentioned earlier. Jinx definitely still is a strong AD carry. And someone that people often pick into the Caitlyn, so it does make sense.
Well, Sejuani picked again, so yeah.
Virgo,
I mean, it worked last time, so
he definitely did play the Sejuani well last game. Didn't really win for them, but he did play it very well. It did work for them a lot of the time, so it's definitely going to be interesting for them to pick it up again. This time they're going again aggressive top laner, but this time they're going into a Singed, which means the Urgot is probably not going to get much.
Xerath. Xerath was banned out last time, and it will be picked up this game.
So the Xerath into the Yasuo, that is something I am looking forward to seeing. As there is it's a fairly skilled matchup, to be honest. You have to be good at hitting with the Xerath, but of course as Yasuo you can't dodge around a lot, and the stack is getting picked back up again. So the junglers are still agreeing on what they're doing. They're not changing anything. They like what they're playing. Rest of the team is somewhere completely different this time.
Yeah, and again, I am interested to see that bot lane because we were getting excited about the Thresh before game one, so hopefully we can see those flashy plays. And of course, Mpaker, yeah, Mpaker Singed, yeah. Right.
Yeah, so definitely right now we're seeing two really strong team-ups, as I said earlier. The Thresh, it does make a lot of sense with picking up the Thresh. This time it makes a little less sense. You don't have that much to counter with it, but still it's fine to use against the Yasuo. It works against the Zac, so it's definitely, there's some idea behind it. This Singed, I'm really looking forward to see it. I've heard so much great about Impatcher Singed, and I am so looking forward to seeing, or Mpaker, sorry, how they're gonna abuse this Singed. Is it just gonna be in the side lane doing proxy all game, or what is he gonna do?
Yeah, and of course it is going to be interesting because you have got Mpaker on a Singe, which he is well renowned for, but also you've got the Yasuo Xerath mid lane, so expect some extremely flashy plays, maybe an early first blood, and I think that mid lane could possibly determine how this game will go.
Yeah, so if we're looking at it, so the Xerath into this Yasuo, both of them are kind of stuck to their own lane. They don't look too much for the roaming. Xerath could roam a little, just by going down, using that ultimate, like, help in that way, but else it's just fairly stuck laners. The Singed can definitely just roam. He'll just go up proxy, then roam into mid lane and help. Meanwhile, the Urgot again also stuck to the lane, but of course we'll probably go we don't have confirmation on this yet, but probably will go the what's it called, Spell Totem.
The what?
So, the Summoner Spell Totem. Or not Spell
Oh,
Totem, Spell Book. Probably go Spell Book, which will help with the teleport, will make him be able to roam more. But it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to play around the map this time, because that's definitely what was Sphinx's strong side in the last game, was playing around this map so much.
Yeah, and one thing I would like to go off from Summoner Spells is the Yasuo Xerath lane. Do you think they'll go for the teleport, or do you think they'll go for the Ignite just to try and get that first blood, just for that lane dominance?
I believe that Yasuo will go for the Ignite. Xerath will probably go for the Exhaust just to not die to this Yasuo. That's the very common pick against the Yasuo, going for that Exhaust. Or it could just be the teleport and just play it super safe and then just play around the map. And that could be for both of them, to be honest. I would expect them, actually kind of expect Sphinx to go with it. That they've shown before they like to play around this map, and they could just do it again.
Yeah. And again, you have got this thing where if either ADC gets ahead, they can both be extremely disgusting and deal a lot of damage, especially with Jinx, because she has a passive. Whenever she picks up a kill or assist, she gains loads of movement speed, and if she's running around picking up those kills, it's almost
excited.
tilting. Yeah, it gets excited. Yeah, it's almost tilting, isn't it?
It's definitely something that's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna play around, especially because you are having pickups like the Seraph, like the Thresh. It's definitely champs who have a high skill cap in the fact that you actually have to hit their abilities, and it's not always easy, especially not against Jinx, who just runs around you with the excited buff.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned last game where we had the same junglers. How would the jungling game be going? But this time you've got a Xerath mid lane who is very immobile. And last game we did see that Go Commit on the Zac was really aggressive. He kept trying to gank lane. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't work. But you would have to think that against the Xerath, he's much more likely to be able to pick up an early kill.
Oh, it should definitely be easier ganks now against the Xerath, because there's no real move speed. Though there is the opportunity for Xerath, the fact that when you're jumping in as a Zac, you're jumping in a straight line. It's a predictable path,
Yeah.
and Xerath can actually stun him while midair.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Hashtag Raito, please.
So if Xerath is just keeping if in your face is just being awake, he'll see Zac jumping in, he'll throw the stun that direction, and he'll run away.
Yeah, and actually, one thing I should probably ask, I'm fairly certain of this, but I'm not entirely sure. The Yasuo wind wall does block the Sejuani ult.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. I just wanted to check that.
It does. That is a projectile until it hits something or it hits its max range.
Right. And then what do you think about the top lane? The got singed. How susceptible are they to being ganked from the Zac and Sejuani respectively?
Who did you say, sorry? The bot lane or the top lane?
Top lane cases and...
Well, the top lane is going to be interesting because I believe Impega will probably just... I feel fairly sure he will just go that proxy singed. So he'll stand in a kind of awkward place for ganks.
Right.
With the move speed and the fact that he's actually not running the ghost, he's actually running the flash teleport, which is interesting. But if he just goes for the proxy, he'll be easy to gank from the Sejuani, but it'll still require that Virgo really has good communication. Meanwhile, Zac will probably not gank the Urgot for that exact reason, that Sinch will not go for getting pushed. He'll push at all times. He'll having the proxy up at all times, probably.
Yeah, and probably should mention the Xerath went with heal. So, again, I guess kind of similar to Exhaust, but it gives you a bit more movement speed and restores your HP. So, I don't know, you mentioned this is going to be a skill matchup, but considering the last game, who do you think might win?
Lil Lucy showed last game that he knows what he's doing. He's playing really well. He's a good mechanical player.
Right.
But I just want to clear up for those out there who doesn't know what proxy is, because I know I've mentioned that word many times. Basically, what proxy singed is if you're standing between the outer turret and the inner turret, standing between those and just taking the minions with your, basically just farming the minions, taking them all the time with your gas or your Q or whatever you want to call it, your poison, and that way you're proxying them by the way that you're killing that wave before it even gets up to your wave, and your wave will just keep hitting onto the tower then. That is a very, very, let's say, overall idea of what proxy is. There's a lot more technique to it. There's a lot more idea behind idea of what a proxy is.
Oh yeah, you see those people in solo queue or normal games trying out Singed for the first time and think, let's proxy farm, and then you just watch them go 0-10.
Yes, there's definitely there's more thought and mechanic behind it than just let's stand between the towers and farm. There's definitely much more behind it, and you have to have great vision control, which Sphinx showed in the start of the game before that they could have, and I kind of stopped looking at it as they showed me that they could have great vision control. So if they have great vision control again, well, that'll definitely help Impager set up this proxy.
So, as we mentioned, Sphinx are currently 1-0. So, do you think that they're going to take game 2 and end the best of 3 here?
As a 2-0, I as it looks like right now, I definitely believe it is in favor of Sphinx. But of course, a 3-game series wouldn't be bad. But as Virgo, they did it last time. They lost the first game against Crater, and then they went back and took it the next 2 games in a row. So they're not unfamiliar to this situation.
One last thing I want to mention just before we get into game, as client is now loading up, is we mentioned last time about the Wombo combo, but this time they have a little bit less because Morgana doesn't have a knockup. Neither does Jinx. Yasuo will be solely relying on the Singed flip and the Zac knockup.
Yeah, so they're definitely not going for the Wombo combo. They picked the Yasuo, but not for the Wombo combo. They just simply picked him because he's a strong laner. They probably have an idea about how they want to play him. But yeah, he's not picked for the case of Wombo combo. That is not what they're running with this time. Neither is this time Virgo isn't running with Wombo combo either this time. So we are gonna be seeing different play styles. I mentioned how Sinch doesn't have the Ghost, but he does actually also have the spellbook, so he can run the Ghost. We're just seeing a pause right away as we get into the game.
So,
okay, and we're resumed. We did not get any reason behind this pause, but as it was so short, I'll probably worry.
Maybe Beta Brenner was. Sorry, why am I saying Beta? Maybe Beta Brenner was going for that title one, making sure that pause button works at the start of the game.
Ah, yes. Or maybe he's just trying to throw his opponents off their game.
Oh, we might be seeing an invade as well, because Thresh is leading the way in through the tri-bush.
So they are just going...
Will we see a flash Q? Oh, this is a double flash. Jinx flashes to avoid it.
The fast flash from Eagle as well, just to make sure there's nothing to be picked up there. It's a flash for flash trade. Nothing real important going on.
But look at this. Urgot might get caught out around the pixel brush. Singed is here. Oh, and he's forced to flash.
So that is another flash.
I was gonna say, would Singed have started the poison or the flip back? Because if he didn't have the flip back, there wasn't really too much they could do there.
He's actually started the poison.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he had started anything before that flash. I did not look, but right now he has started the poison, which of course makes sense. That's what you want to start for clearing your lane as fast as possible.
Because I was going to mention, even if he went with a throwback just to get that first kill, he would have such a difficult time proxy farming.
Yes, it would make his lane a little harder in level 1. He would have to push level 2 fast. But yeah, nothing much happened. They just burned the flash from Kaisers. And since Goku mid jungle is actually starting the top lane, he could just go for a fast top lane gank right after red buff. It looks like he's most likely setting up for it. He's going for... Yeah, so he's actually going for the Crocs, and that could actually move over to top lane gank right after. Letting Kaisers push the lane and Impager just, farming slowly.
So one thing, again, we haven't really mentioned is, well, we talked about it briefly, but the bot lane, who do you think is going to be better early game and then how that'll convert into the late game?
I think it's going to be a fairly even matchup in the bot lane, to be honest. I don't think they're going to go for much fighting, as fight isn't really their objective for either of them. Both of them want to scale, and they're fairly even in how strong they are, those two AD carries. And so it's all about who gets the better positioning.
Sejuani's coming around, or is she just going to go for the Scuttle Crab?
It looks like double Scuttle. Oh, or maybe not.
But now Sejuani's saying, no, I'll come in. The Thresh saying, no, I'm going to go in. And then, can she get the stun? Just needs 2 more autos. And no, it's not going to be enough. Thresh might have the Q up. He does hook the Morgana. He's going to take a turret shot. Caitlyn doesn't burn the heal, sorry, Jinx burns the heal. And Morgana dies from the Ignite.
So that is the first blood going over, just because Viggo was a little too happy for what he got. And that is definitely a fatal mistake. There was no reason for him to go back out there. They were out, and that was just greediness on his side.
But Zac and Go Commit Jungle is taking full advantage of Sejuani being bot side, and he has picked up the blue and Gromp now.
Yeah, it is just a blue for blue trade, so they're just gonna, instead of going horizontal jungle, they're just gonna go vertical jungling. Which is kind of fine, that doesn't really matter too much for them. And I actually went the other way around, of course, instead of not vertical jungling, they're going horizontal jungling. But yeah, so there's not really too much lost. And actually, wait a second. Leo didn't actually go in and take the blue buff. That means that he's actually gonna give free buff control to Go Commit Jungle.
Well, one thing I would like to ask is, last game we saw how strong the Zac was. He was dashing in and pulling back. Usually it was the Alistar and Sejuani, who are the tanks, and yet they were still burning through. So again, you can imagine what would have happened if they had, if he had picked up some of the ADCs or the Malzahar. But considering how strong he was last game, what would you want to be doing now if you are Virgo to counter that?
Well, Virgo's counter is definitely, you can with Sejuani, you can actually stop his jump if you dare to charge into him mid-air. You can stop his jump if you flay him mid-air as the Thresh. So you just want to go for that, trying to stop the jump, not letting him get into anyone. Then you're actually pretty good to go in your fights at most times.
Fair enough. So let's watch out for that then. Sejuani going for that, because I know there were a couple of people I think in the comments mentioning, why is Sejuani not cancelling the Zac ult? So
Not the ult, the jump.
The jump, of course.
The elastic slingshot, and that can also be interrupted by the flay from Thresh this game.
Right. And again, everything's fairly even, although as I say that Yasuo is a fair bit ahead on CS, as is the Zac.
Yeah, and so is the Urgot. The Urgot is a fair bit ahead in top lane, actually, which is interesting, but Impegar has been doing all sorts of other stuff in this game so far.
Oh, Impegar gets a flip off. We'll get a bit of damage onto cases, but not really enough.
That's rude, flipping people off.
Oh, Zac is in the tri-bush, so if they Morgana misses the stun and Go Commit gets a really short dash off, but Thresh has been CC down. Jinx just needs one more auto, it's too far, she steps on a trap, and Caitlyn will get off a lot of damage, and she will pick up the kill. Zac's gonna die as well. I think he has his passive up, so he might just be able to survive. Singe doesn't have TP, so Zac will fall to this, I would expect. And
that is just not what you wanted if you are Sphinx. That was such a messy fight for them, and yeah, Eagle definitely have to start looking out for those traps on the ground, because Lollipop are placing them down so well.
And you had Go Commit. He decided to come in. He didn't have his elastic slingshot range. He couldn't get in. He had to jump a short amount and then walk in for the rest of it. Try to get off a bit of CC, which he did. But Alpha positioning was fantastic, and they were able to turn that, giving 2 kills over to Lollipop. So Lollipop is very strong now and has picked up that BF sword and boots.
Yeah, so bot lane is not looking great for the side of Sphinx, but Virgo are definitely getting what they want. They got great early control in the bot lane, and they want really good early control. It's just an Infernal as the first one spawning again, and getting that is just gonna be huge.
Is it every game that your first Drake is gonna be the Infernal?
If you're lucky, yes.
Yeah.
And it looks like they are today.
And again, let's think about early and late games here. Who has the overall advantage in that sense?
So they should actually be scaling fairly even to each other. There are some strong sides and some are like not as strong sides on both teams. It's kind of hard to say something specific.
Thresh lands the hook on Jinx, but she had been black shielded by Morgana. Morgana steps on Jinx steps on a trap and will be hit. I think Caitlyn got the headshot off from that, and then her headshot re-procced again.
And then her headshot proc from the E as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is, so as I said, Eagle need to start watching out for those traps. I know those cupcakes looks delicious, but they are not for you.
Yes. And again, as you mentioned, this is exactly what Virgo need to be doing. They're getting Lollipop ahead. And we mentioned in the pre-show to this, as Zac now jumps in onto Xerath, Xerath is forced to flash. Good quick flash from him.
Yeah, that is definitely what you want. A quick flash, just getting out of there alive. But this does set up the fact that Gokuma Jungle could just go for another mid lane gank, as there is no flash anymore, and that should be an easy gank mid lane. But they definitely need to start looking towards the jungle Sphinx, as they are, or not the jungle, the bot lane, as they are having such a hard time, and you do not want to let Lollipop get so
as
strong.
you say that, Zac and Yasuo, are they going to head bot side? No, the bot lane are backing off, so they're going to back
They
off as
do
well.
get spotted on their way down, which is, yeah, just so unfortunate. And this is just showing that Virgo is having great vision control at the moment.
And probably should mention, Mpeka is not going for the proxy farm sim. She's just being a good boy and sitting in lane so far.
And we just missed another kill.
Oh, yep. Thresh gives the lantern over to Caitlyn. Caitlyn's going to get off a lot of damage onto Eagle, and surely Eagle's dead there, yes.
5-0-1.
And
That
we're
is-
only 9 minutes in.
So we are sitting on, they're sitting on such a strong Lollipop on
The-
that Caitlyn,
yeah,
and that
this-
is, oof.
The Sphinx bot lane is practically inting now. I mean,
So-
if that was on a solo queue game, you'd be getting a little bit flamed for that, I feel.
Yes, so they definitely need to start making sure this bot lane is gonna look
Oh, that
better.
was a brilliant flay from Thresh right as Zac jumped in. Zac's going to pull off the ult, but it's not going to be enough. Jinx does waste her mega death rocket. Well, I guess it's not wasted. It did keep them off a bit, but that is Zac.
But this game shows exactly why Beta Banner had his Thresh so contested. This is why you need to look up on your enemies, because he picked it twice against KMG Oracle, and he is a beast on that champion.
Right. Oh, and Sejuani misses the ult, but it does force Yasuo to go in the wrong direction, essentially. Will he get picked up? No, he does use a flash. He takes a lot of damage. Can he dodge the Xerath ult? There's the second one. Where's the third one? He does dodge the third one. Somehow Sejuani's not able to get the damage. Yasuo does pop off the ignite onto Sejuani, though, which stops her from picking up the kill on Zac. Somehow
Lil Uzi
they
with the
survive.
happy feet. Oh, and as I say that,
There you
it's the
go.
caster curse.
Why? And Zac is getting very close to dying now. 1Q would see him die. He's gonna stay alive. Morgana turns up now. Singed is turning up as well. You had to cast the curse. didn't
Oh,
you?
the caster curse. I'm so sorry, Lucy. I am so sorry.
Essentially, in your face, his ult was just there to put him off, to make him think that he can get away, and then out comes the Q.
Yes. So there is still. This is a game that is looking so rough for Sphinx, and it's kind of sad as like the Impaga's gotten so hyped up on this Sin, and we're just not letting him do anything.
Caitlyn takes the super mega death rocket, which would have otherwise killed Alpha Aloy. But that was a close shave, actually. Sorry,
This
go on.
game is just so full of surprises, like or this series in general, and it's gonna. It looks like it's gonna go to a third game if it continues like this. Sphinx might have something in the back of their hand, and if they do, they should start pulling it out now.
And Virgo have the first Infernal Drake as well, so that is even more damage that's going over to Caitlyn, who already has Storm Razor and Tier 2 boots, while Jinx has 2 longswords.
This is so rough to see. Like Lollipop is just styling on them right now. Like Beta Banner doesn't even have to be in that lane anymore. It seems like.
Yeah. And they're saying, see what happens when you don't have delusion. But the thing is, before In Your Face picked up the kill on Lil Uzi, Uzi was doing well in lane, and that kill I feel has kind of will change the tides of that in this individual mid lane battle.
Yeah, it probably will. Though it is still looking strong.
Oh,
and
we're getting a
Pecker
gank
came
top
back.
lane, Alpha Loey. Does he have Alta? He does have the ult, so, and there's the ult. Singed is flipped back by the Urgot, and Urgot will pick up the kill with the Fear Beyond Death.
So yeah, that is. It is such a rough game for Sphinx. Now they have all died at least once now. The bot lane has died 6 times now.
I just want to point out, we're 12 minutes in, it's 9-0, the first Infernal Drake has gone over to Virgo, and you have a whopping 6k goal difference.
But they're not doing
Zac
out Sphinx.
jumps in, Thresh pops off the ult, but Caitlyn is caught out, and Caitlyn takes the lantern, but gets caught out by the Jinx traps.
And that is a huge shutdown goal, all going on to the support. That is so unfortunate. That is 1,000 gold going on to Morgana. That is not where you want to put those gold when you have your AD carry right there, but it is better than not getting them at all.
Yeah. So it's slightly unfortunate because if Jinx had picked that up, that would have been a Stormraiser and maybe halfway to her Zeal.
They are just going to try and push this now. They're going to try and just get some platings off. Beta are out there to try and annoy them. Alpha Leo has moved down as well. But
here we go. We've got engaged in mid lane, and Lil Uzi will pick up the kill. Good gank from Go Commit there.
That was just so you get the knockup and you're dead in the mid lane. That's what we talked about earlier. If you get hit by that gank, you're dead. Especially when there's just a follow up on the ultimate from Lil Lucy, and yeah, you're just gone.
I'm just going to mention though, he does still have his flash available, so he could have flashed out of that, but his reaction's just not quite up to scratch there.
And meanwhile, we can see that Hero did win against DK Oldboys and did go 2-0 in their best of 3 series.
Yep. So Hillerod have won and they are 2-0. So they are currently leading Division 1 then at the moment.
Yeah, they must. Yes.
Yeah. Of course.
They must.
Unless there have been some other games that have completed yet, but I don't think we've got confirmation of that yet.
There has not been any other games completed yet. So yeah, but we're just seeing them going back to fairly standard. Like, these teams are, yeah, just farming.
I've just spotted something. Look at the CS difference between your top laners and your ADCs.
Yeah, it is crazy, and it is definitely not what you want.
Oh, Urgot's going in on the Singe. He gets flipped by Singe, but he does have ult available as Zac turns up now as well. Cases is going to be running for his life. Sejuani is nearby. She does have the ult. Will they be able to pick up the Singe? Xerath is now ulting in as well. Xerath picks up one. He almost gets a kill, but what do you call it? Urgot does get the kill from the Fear Beyond Death. And Yasuo flashes to try and get the blast going, but Sejuani turns up just in time. And can the Caitlyn take Yasuo? It's very close, but Sejuani will die at the end of it. Good little outplay from Lil Uzi there.
But that is still, you just lost 2 players for the cost of 1. That was a fight you definitely did not want. But since it also did require Lollipop and Beta Banner moving all the way up there, Eagle is just pushing this bot lane tower. And is gonna just get the gold off of that.
But one of those kills went on to the Caitlyn, who's now 7-1, and the other kill went on to Urgot, who now is 2-0, and has a bit of a bounty on his head.
There is a bounty on his head, yes, and it's definitely not going any better for Sphinx, but it's not going worse either. They've kind of kept it even since they got behind.
And we're going to be going for an Infernal. That's up in a couple of seconds. And it's the second Infernal. Why are there so many Infernals in this series?
We just like the Infernals. Would you chill, dude?
I shouldn't really complain about Infernal Drakes. It makes it more exciting, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, there's some vision in your face. He's gonna try and steal it. Oh, that was.
Oh, he doesn't quite get it. But why was I about to say Cho'Gath? Urgot turning up there around the Drake pit, but not going to be able to get anything off. So
yeah, there's definitely no Cho'Gath in this game.
Yeah, definitely not. Not even a Nico. So.
Not even a Nico. But no, there is so they've actually managed to keep it fairly even since they got behind, which
it comes the Zac flying in. He tries to ult backwards, but the Xerath had flashed out of it.
But the fact that they can keep it this even kind of shows that they have hit a point where they now know they can fight them, and that is definitely what you want to be able to show. Because if you can fight them and keep these fights even, that means that you are not as far behind as you thought.
Yeah, and we're getting a bit of a skirmish in bot lane. Zac is heading over to try and turn this around. But can Urgot, he doesn't have the Fear Beyond Death. No, he used the Fear Beyond Death, but just couldn't quite get the execute.
Yeah, so we have Kairos, who is so scared of this Urgot right now. Like, Impager can just do nothing on his Singe this game. Meanwhile, the rest of the Virgo team is just picking up this Herald.
Uncontested, as he was in the bot lane trying to help out Impager with this Kaiser's Urgot. And the top lane is picked up just by the minions alone, as Urgot almost manages to catch out Yasuo. And that's going to be a second. That's going to be all of the outer turrets dropping then from the side of Virgo.
That is all the outer turrets, while we have Sphinx still not picking up a single one.
Yeah, it's It was almost going to be a perfect game until that team fight just a couple of moments ago.
Oh, the hook landing.
Cinched his hook. He's going to take a lot of damage. Surely he's dead. Zac now jumps in, but he's now going to get collapsed on. Caitlyn so close to picking up the kill, but here comes Xerath with the ultimate. Can he find the Zac? No, he can't.
Yeah, so In Your Face has to practice those ultimates. Look like he does not hit them, but they have so much damage right now on Virgo. Virgo is doing so great this game. This is definitely different Virgo than what we saw in game 1.
And we have seen, again, you've got Lollipop who has flexed his muscles massively on Kate. And Kate is, I guess, fairly strong early game. She does have that range and she can poke down the enemy bot lane while laning.
Yes, indeed. And that is so... Like, Virgo just did, once again, they had a good draft. And this time they're actually doing really well with the draft. They're showing up, they're showing where we can place a team as well as you can. And they're doing it so great right now.
And again, I'm just trying to keep a tab of the CS difference. It's kind of closed up a bit between Eagle and Lollipop, but still a massive difference between Cases and Impeka.
So, are they going to try? They're going to try and collapse on Impeka right now.
And I was going to mention before this, how many times are we going to mention Rule 1 of League of Legends in this game? As Sphinx turns up as well, they miss every skill shot, but there is the Sejuani ult that catches Singed. Xerath manages to pick up the stun as well from Izzy, and Singed will fall.
But they had to use so much to pick up Impeka. That was
and
so
meanwhile,
well.
top lane Jinx will pick up the 650 bounty on Cases.
That was actually so well played from Impeka. He did run around so well. They did end up catching him when using so much, and they did keep following the Singed.
But again,
which meant that Alpha Leo and Vigilant did take quite a lot of damage from it.
Virgo are going to take down the inhibitor turret to half HP, so it is worth it for them, as Caitlyn's now 8-1 and disgusting.
Oh, they're going in, looks like.
Oh, and Caitlyn's being ulted last breath from the Yasuo after Zac gets a knock-up, and she has just somehow survived.
He did just get the ult or the flash immediately. Oh, but the flash jump.
It's a good heal from Caitlyn to keep them alive, but Zac, will he be able to respawn? No, he won't.
And there, Fear Beyond Death going to take down E-Girl, and it's just Impeka standing in their way.
It was a good TP in from Cases. We thought he was out of it because he had just died, but no, he did have the TP up, and they will be able to pick up the inhibitor. And it's going to be 5v3 for another few seconds. They'll lose it up in about a second now. And you would have to consider, can they go straight for a Baron? You have got the Ocean Drake coming up in about 10 seconds, though.
This game is not looking good for the side of Sphinx. They are a lot of gold behind. They are just about 8k gold behind. They just lost an inhibitor, and they are just having no control right now. Look at the whole bot jump. Look at the vision alone from the side of Virgo. That is so much vision control they have right now.
Yeah, that is their part of the jungle now. And there goes the Ocean Drake to the side of Virgo. So what do you do now if you're Virgo? Do you play slow, or do you want to try and rush this?
So you don't want to force anything. You want to keep playing your calm, but you still don't want to, you don't want to take the game too much. You don't want to take it too late. So you definitely have to, play it safe still, but don't go too slow.
Yeah. And
you have to find that nice balance.
I'm just going to mention as well, you have an Infernal Drake on the side of Virgo. You have Caitlyn, who's really far ahead. You've got Urgot, who's strong. He's almost picked up his third item. Xerath has almost picked up his second item. They will go through this Baron fairly quickly.
They will definitely go through the Baron so fast. That is why Sphinx needs to have great vision around it. They cannot just give it over immediately. If they do it correctly, there is actually the sack jump that lets you do a drive-by smite steal. Where you don't actually have to go into the pit.
Right.
But it's getting started now.
Again, they have got a control ward in there.
Pacers do not have his teleport right now, but he could probably
we've
swap
got a
over
fight
to it.
on the bot lane, as Impeka is going to have to run away. But Urgot might be able to just shove that wave in. Meanwhile, at Baron, it's down to 3,000 HP. Where here Zac comes with a flyby, he gets flayed instantly. He's getting CEC down, and they will take Baron. However, Yasuo with the get the ult pulled back, and he does take the Sejuani and the Thresh over the pit. He's coming back in now. How close? Morgana's very close to dying. She has to burn the stopwatch. Caitlyn, meanwhile, doing damage. And the Xerath ult now, this time does land, and it finds the Morgana. However, Zac and Jinx will be able to run out of that. They do have the Baron, though. So they can push this. Urgot's doing a massive job currently on the bot lane, pushing it in. Jinx and Zac will now try to head over, but the mid lane inhibitor turret will probably soon fall.
This is so bad for the side of Sphinx. So Lollipop basically just got to stand there and deal 3 damage, which is one of the big reasons you lost that fight. And they're just gonna push in now. It is most likely actually gonna be the game. The full team of Sphinx are back up again. And Alpha Leo is far away from you, so actually they might, they are just gonna back off, and Sphinx is going to live another day.
Yeah, and the Baron Empowered Cannon minion will secure the inhibitor. So that's 2 inhibitors down for the side of Sphinx. So will we expect to see them all go top lane? And yeah, they are thinking top lane now, so they will.
Yeah, so Virgo will definitely just go for pushing top lane. You have auto push in the mid and the bot lane with the super minions, so you can just go top lane. If Sphinx sends everyone top lane, you'll just lose your Nexus turrets with the super minions. If you all go to deal with them, you're gonna lose your top lane. Like, they have to make a decision, or they have to split up correctly, which is gonna be so hard to do. You have to have Jinx wave clearing in the top lane probably, but that means you'll have to send probably your Cinch to a side lane, and he doesn't deal too well with super minions, and maybe even Yasuo to side lane, and he doesn't deal too well with super minions either. So it's definitely going to be hard for you.
Right. If you're Sphinx, how do you play this? Because in the last team fight, Zac jumped in, he ulted 2 people out of the Baron pit, they tried to focus them, but they were just able to flash out. So what do you have to do? What do you have to try and do differently from that last team fight?
You have to take out Lollipop. That's like your main goal. And it's going to be so difficult. It has to be your main goal. You have nothing else you can do.
Right. And the inhibitor's not back up on bot side, but Urgot is pushing that wave in, while the rest of the members of Virgo are just pushing in the top lane now, and they've got to protect that the cannon minion, as he will deal a lot of damage to the turret. And look at the work that Urgot's doing in the bot lane. So much, just pushed in. He has pushed the wave in so much.
Yeah, yes, and it's incredible, and it's definitely something that is gonna be.
Oh, and we've got a fight around top lane. Zac jumps in, but no, he's gonna have to back up. Meanwhile, Urgot has pushed both the mid and the bottom wave creeps in, and they picked up 1 turret. Can they pick up a second turret? Urgot is now trying to duel 2 1v3, but Sejuani now turns up, gets the ult, not enough damage. Morgana is quite low, and there, oh my god, that was a lot of damage from the Caitlyn headshot. It must have critted as well. And Urgot gets a fear beyond death on the Singe. Impeka drags the Jinx through the box, and that will be game 2 going over to Virgo. They just have to land a few more hits onto the Nexus.
That means we're going to a game 3, everyone.
Right, can Virgo get another reverse sweep?
That would definitely be something if they can. Do they want to get known for that though, for doing the reverse sweeps?
They will become the Cloud9 of Serenity Gaming.
Because problem with getting the reverse sweeps are you're only gonna get 2 out of the 3 possible points.
Oh, yes.
That is
Still
still
better than
1
losing,
point
though.
less. So it's definitely something that's interesting. And something you have to think about. But yeah, if they can go for it, like if you lose the first one, of course, the reverse sweep is the best possible outcome for you. And that is just so well done.
So, again, that was game 2. We're going to be heading soon, so do stay with us as we will be back for game 3. As Virgo will be trying to do the reverse sweep against Sphinx. See you in a bit.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? As I dive in, where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Hey guys, what's up? Milky's here, I'm back, and we're going into game 3. And joining me this time is Kirim as. Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
It's
Caster,
Kirim.
yeah, that was one of the most professional welcomes. Hi
Yeah,
guys,
it was-
how's it going?
Sorry,
Your boy is back.
I got a bit caught off, yeah.
It's okay, it's okay. It's not every day that you see a random color caster bursting in your door and casting the last game of this series. However, it's still me, and you guys aren't getting rid of me, as we're gonna be going into the pro draft just shortly. Things, well, making sure that just Virgo don't get any more picks that they can try to snowball themselves in, because both of the games we've seen just utter snowballs, haven't we? It's just been one team
Yeah.
getting ahead over the other end.
And just gonna mention now, Sphinx giving a lot of respect to the Thresh. We saw Virgo beat a Brenner on the Thresh, and he was so good. Zac also banned, so they don't want to see Go commit on the Zac once again. The Zac was quite strong in both games, and I just feel that the respect is indeed worthy.
Yeah, Sejuani is still going through, so that can be picked up. Sphinx now hovering the Rakan once again, another support that can be picked for.
Oh, and it
Look at
gets switched to Zaya. So could we see a Lovers Duo? Will Virgo just take the Rakan right now?
Hey, don't take it. I am assuming that they have something to respond with. Indeed, it will be the Rakan, so nothing going through just yet. It's kind of difficult to really pick the full Lovers Duo when you're on blue side, because, you know, you can only pick one, and in the end, you just give away your intentions. But alas, Virgo once again setting themselves up.
Especially,
Yes,
they definitely gave it away, because they were showing Rakan and then they're like, nah, let's switch to Kai'Sa. It's like, yeah, obviously you gotta pick Rakan next.
Oh yeah, it was kind of a bit of a blunder, but alas, you know, they're gonna be able to get something else. Zion, Alistair, still a really strong bot lane. Definitely can find those leads that they definitely want. and it is also a strong front line, and even paired up with this Scion, it's gonna be a nice little beefy front line over for the lineup of Sphinx.
And we this in game 1, we saw Mpeka on the Sign, we saw Vigo on the Alistair as well. So Sphinx going back to laning champions that they are comfortable with. And Virgo now, they've got their third pick before we enter the second ban phase. And there we go.
The
It's
Caitlyn,
Caitlyn.
okay,
Yes.
it did go through, so you know it's kind of on Sphinx that Virgo do decide to pick it up. How much was it? 12-1 in the second game.
It was disgusting.
It was
Okay.
it was a pleasure.
I do like the Virgo Yasuo ban. We have seen it in both games, although the Yasuo was coming from the side of Virgo, so clearly they don't want to see it mid lane. So do you think that Virgo might just be playing a champion that they just don't want to play into Yasuo?
I'm thinking of what they could pick into Yasuo, and it would be generally a kind of a mage. So maybe picking something immobile into the mid lane and just opting for a pure teamfighting composition is something that Virgo could definitely try to do, which
As
would
you-
be going with the style of the series so far.
I was just going to mention, In Your Face does play the Orianna, so that could be the reason why. I mean, we saw him, he played it two times against Oracle, and he played it in the first game as well, if I remember correctly.
And especially if you have this Rakan with that Orianna, he can function as the ball delivery system. So that would be a nice little one Mokomo to look out for. No hovers just yet, and Malphite, that may have been the pro draft bugging out, I think.
I was going to
at
say,
least.
would that mean we're going to see an Urgot mid?
If we do, I'm gonna be a bit surprised because we haven't seen Urgot be played in the mid lane a lot recently.
It
So
could have been a Malzahar misclick.
it could. Yes, that's actually okay. That's a good theory. It was played in the last one, so you know
And
it would make sense.
I like the commit because Evelyn is one of his most played champions in rank. He only has 7 games in ranked solo queue, but I think 4 of the 7 are on Evelyn, so it is one of his preferred junglers, I guess. And Malzahar will be taken as the final slot in the mid lane on Lil Uzi.
So Evelyn is an interesting champion, especially when you're going into this lineup, and I don't really like that pick. Just because you will have to chew through the entire front line, assuming that Virgo can position properly. You will have Urgot and Malphite, as well as Amumu, who you will not kill if you're Evelyn, nor in a 1v1, nor in a 2v2 setting. So this Evelyn is just gonna be so sad in the jungle herself. She's gonna need a lot of resources be poured into her. So maybe ganking that top lane, assuming that it's going to be against Malphite, whose only escape is that ultimate, we can try to gain a couple of kills on that side of the map, and then look to just kind of brutalize the rest of the map, especially if the laning phase is still ongoing.
And
Okay, I just kind of died, inside, as well as my internet. Okay, that's fine.
One thing I was mentioning with Milo is that Amumu was picked twice by Alpha Loe in their first Wintersplit game against Oracle, and we were mentioning that possibly Sphinx would anticipate this and they would play an early game jungler like Jarvan, like Lee Sin, which Go Commit does play, just to be able to punish the Amumu early game. And Evelyn can't really do that, so I feel like the Amumu is safe against that Evelyn.
Oh, definitely. Amumu is just going to have such a nice old fun time just farming all of his jungle camps, not really being pressured by anything. He may be pressured a bit by the mid lane, assuming that it's going to be Urgot in there, because he's going to get pushed in by the Malzahar, so that could be technically an avenue where Amumu could get in danger. But in the end, I think he's just going to be a nice, happy, sad mummy, just roaming around the map, just jumping from lane to lane. There is a lot of pick potential that he has in every single lane. You have so much engage in the form of both Urgot and Rakan, as well as Malphite. So the map is his oyster, really, in the case of where he just wants to go.
And what do you think then? Are we going to see the Malphite mid or top and Urgot mid or top, vice versa? And will Malphite go AP?
AP Malphite, it's okay. I remember seeing it once in a pro play, and that was at Rift Rivals, I believe. So,
Right.
it's not the most competitively viable pick. And, okay, it can be picked IP. It definitely can be picked into an AP mid laner in this case, because you will already have the front line from both Urgot and Amumu. However, I still think that it would be better to kind of put him onto the more considerate tanky side, because you will have some damage from Caitlyn, and Urgot as well. But maybe this only AP damage in the form of Malphite could be a valid enough of a reason for Virgo to put him into mid. So we'll just have to see where they go with him into the league client.
I've just got Katchka making fun of me for saying Malphite instead of Malphite. But I do want to mention that Lil Uzi, he did play the Malzahar in Game 1, and he was really good. And I do like this from Sphinx. They did so well in Game 1. Game 2, they switched a few things around, and it didn't work out. So now they're going back. They're putting Lil Uzi back on the Malzahar. They're putting Vigo back on the Alistair. And Mpeka is onto that science. So I do like the look of this Sphinx team.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be all about those damn team fights. From the league client, it looks like Malphite will be just going into the top lane against the Scion, so likely tank against the tank. So just, wet noodle contest in there. Not much going to be happening in the mid lane. It's also going to be pretty much a farm fest. So I'm really looking at this bot lane, because Caitlyn can definitely push Xayah and Alistair out, especially since Alistair isn't really that tanky before he hits level 6. So they maybe can look to do something before even they hit those ultimates.
Yeah, and last game we did see how strong Lollipop was on the Caitlyn. The thing, Caitlyn just has so much poke early game in the laning phase. You're just sitting there farming, and then bam, you just get hit by a headshot. And I feel like we might see a bit more of that in this game.
Definitely might, and the thing with Caitlyn is that she can single-handedly win the laning phase, but even if she doesn't, and as long as she manages to get a couple of items under her belt, she can still be a really strong team fighter just because of the traps that are really difficult to spot in the fray. I'm just gonna be completely honest, I hate playing against her, because in the 35-minute team fights, it's super difficult to spot those traps, and it's really gonna be important to see if Lollipop can try to sway the opponents away from all of these sieges. And once again, it's gonna be all around the bot lane. If one lane can get themselves ahead of the other, it should be a granted game for them. However, Sphinx have a more of other champions to really fall back on. They will have some damage from Malzahar, Evelynn, so it's not all on E-Girl. Whereas in Virgo, it's really all on this Caitlyn.
Yeah, and yeah, Caitlyn has a team that's just, again, it's that kind of Uzi effect. You've got, if it is a tanky Malphite, you've got the Malphite around you. You've got the Urgot. You've got the Amumu. You've got the Rakan that can peel for you, although Rakan isn't that tanky. But again, you have all of that around you. So you would expect Caitlyn has to be the one who's going to be burning through all. So wouldn't you expect Sion and Alistair just to be stacking up loads and loads of armor?
Oh, definitely. Given that Malphite will be heading into the top lane, the lineup of Virgo do not actually have any AP damage, unless we are going to see either AP Malphite in the top lane or AP Amumu, which I don't really think is going to happen. So you will have this really bulky front line from the squad of Sphinx that are just going to be able to divert any damage that is supposed to be going onto the back line into them, which, is the ideal thing that you want to do as a tank. And it's going to be really important to see how Virgo decides to engage in these team fights, because you have a really good way to try to separate the front line from the back line in the form of Rakan. He can try to sort of lead the front line away. If he gets a really good charm and just jumps in, Malphite can also do a similar thing, and at that point, you just have to blow up Xayah. All of other champions are kind of secondary, okay? They're the secondary in the list of priority, because they're not going to completely shred through the tanks. As long as you kill Xayah, you're going to win that team fight, because you have these two tanks and one off tank sitting in your lineup that you can just bully everyone else out.
And I was talking about this with Milo in Game 1. You've got the Malzahar, which can just ulti your carry at the start. But you've got the likes of Malphite, you have a Mumu, you have Rakan, who can all cancel that ult. So if you are Malzahar, being able to get into a position to ult the Caitlyn will be very difficult. So do you think it's going to be extremely important for Evelynn to kind of creep up in the backline and be able to charm the Caitlyn?
Oof, okay, so I really see the potential for Evelynn if she manages to get a couple of kills to be a really big nuisance for Virgo, especially if their frontline decides to engage and just go for a fight purely just ahead of in. If they leave Caitlyn and Rakan exposed in the backline, that is time for Evelynn to just sneak in there and, you know, get a cheeky kill. And it's also going to be the similar story for the lineup of Sphinx, because if Virgo kills Xayah, they're gonna win the team fight. If Sphinx kill Caitlyn, they're gonna win that team fight. So it's really going to be a dynamic of, can you blow up that front line? And if you cannot, it's going to be, I'm going to say, more difficult for Sphinx to really chomp through the front line of Virgo, just because they have a more tanky one, and Caitlyn is, she's still kind of worse at dealing with tanks, but it should be a bit easier for her to just blow up everyone else.
The final thing I want to mention before we get into game is, you did highlight this, the Caitlyn traps, they're super annoying. And we saw this last game, Lollipop was excellent with his trap placements. Albeit he was playing with a Thresh, every time Thresh landed a Q, the trap was in the perfect spot. Every time Zach came in to try to get a gank off on Lollipop, they'd all engage, and then when they're running out, they'd just be stepping on traps, and Lollipop would just be like, thank you for that kill, thank you for that kill. So you do have a Rakan. Rakan can get the knock up. So if, again, we do see Lollipop with that excellent trap placement, we could, again, see Lollipop get ahead.
Definitely, especially as soon as Rakan hits that level 6, because that is going to give Lollipop even more time to set up these traps, and maybe even set up a bit of an escape route, quote-unquote, where she just locks away the lineup of Sphinx from running away. Is going to be, however, important to look how the Alistar decides to play, because if he manages to knock Caitlyn away, she won't have the time to set up these traps, so every single engage that we see that Caitlyn is in position is a bit of a mistake from Vigga, I dare say.
Now, the final question before the game will pretty much get underway is, who do you think has the early/late game, and what the win conditions are?
What the win conditions are? Okay, so let's start with top lane. Again, Wet Noodle Fest. Not much gonna be happening there. Overall, all over the map, Amumu is going to have a much better jungle pressure before the level 6 than Evelynn, so he can actually try to utilize that to just gank every single lane possible, because he will have set up everywhere. So in that sense, Virgo are going to be better off, just because they can look to utilize a numeral advantage against everyone else. When we look at the lanes themselves, however, you will have Malzahar kind of pushing through the wave to Urgot. He's just gonna be farming around and hoping not to die to him. Xayah will just be looking to farm up. Alistar, he's just gonna be looking there to make sure that his bird lady doesn't die. And it's going to be a bit of a similar story for Caitlyn. However, she's going to be looking to just push Xayah out of the lane. So if you see Caitlyn not managing to poke Xayah enough, it's going to be a failure on Lollipop's part. But as you mentioned, they've been really good at just, you know, playing around this Caitlyn. So I think that there is a really big opportunity for Sphinx to get this lead early on. Sorry, Virgo. Sorry.
And we saw Virgo trying to have a little go at a level 1 invade, but Rakan's dash knockup was just a little bit too far off the mark.
That kind of happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of
happened. We were watching it.
Died, or at least his internet. Sorry, folks. That just kind of happens during the cast, you know. It's dangerous out there.
Oh, Rakan gets a knock up onto Caitlyn.
And it might be indeed my internet that is just completely dying. That'd be fun, wouldn't
it? Yeah, and Caitlyn gets a fair bit of damage off onto the Xayah. However, her trap was just a little bit far off the mark. Now, Amumu is going to get the scupper crab in the river as Evelynn makes her way to her.
Well done. I'm getting a bit sabotaged by my internet company, I believe. Not sure if it is the same story for you. Well.
I think I'm alright, so...
Okay, well,
Someone's
it's just-
sending you packets.
Yeah, I'm not downloading anything of questionable nature, so it's okay. So far, not much happening, and both scuttles have been traded from the junglers, which means that both of the lanes will have at least some sort of pressure. And right now, it's really important to see that Virgo was the one to secure the bot lane river scuttle crab, just because look where Lollipop and Beta Banner are. They're just pushing E-Girl and Vega right under their turret already.
We did mention that Caitlyn is strong early, and she just has that poke, and they did get that one favourable trade off, and they did deal a fair bit of damage, so expect that trend to continue. And
Definitely.
Evelyn's pinging that she's going to try and get a gank. However, I said to Milo, at some point I'm going to have to make a pun about Go Commit Jungle's name, and
Okay.
I think we said we would do something with Beta Benna and Alpha Loey, saying, well, one of them isn't being a beta.
Okay, sure. You know what? Sure, I'll take that. I'll take that fun gladly. At least I would be the only one.
Okay, and we've completely missed this, but Cases is playing in the mid lane on the Urgot, and it's in your face that on the top lane. So they switched the lanes around.
Indeed, it was supposed to be Malphite technically in the mid lane. Looks like it is just two players being on their more comfortable picks, deciding to go to another lane because it's just a different part of the map. It's okay. It's not really both of the lanes, but really differently. Please don't do this in solo queue. And it's still kind of it's okay for both of them. We would have a really bad matchup into that Malzahar, as he wouldn't be able to touch the map. He's still getting some really bad traits against Impacker, but alas, not too terrible.
Yeah, Case is just getting off his Q poke and just really chunking Malzahar down. And we did see this actually in the first game from Lil Uzi. He had the TP, and in your face was with the Orianna with the exhaust. And he did have to back super early and then TP back into the lane, which gave Orianna and In Your Face a little bit of an advantage. However, are we going to have a little battle in bot lane? No, it's too far back.
It looks like both teams will just sort of put themselves back into the lane. The lineup of Sphinx thought that maybe they could get a cheeky ward off on Alpha, but in the end, he had already picked up the poor frog, so he's just gonna bully out some canines instead. However, he is in this bot lane, and he has spotted the ward, so there may be a possibility of an early gang happening in the bot lane. I mentioned the possibility of the early damage that Caitlyn has, especially if you have a support with an Ignite, and that is now turning into a really scary promise.
The Riot, the League gods have heard my pleas, and somehow it's not an Infernal Drake that we're starting off with. We have a Cloud Drake. I think that's a first for my time casting.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wait, when we
every
cast it
time-
together, okay, when we cast it together, it was just all mountains, right?
No, it was
those
Infernals. It was Infernals and
Oh,
Mountains.
right, yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's nice to see that there's diversity in League of Legends. It's okay.
I'd forgotten that a Cloud Drake existed.
Did you? That's a
Yeah,
bit rude.
it's a rare species. It's an endangered species now. The players are actually not allowed to kill this Drake because in fear that it will never respawn again on the Rift.
Yes, definitely. Now, Lil
Oh,
Uzi
we've got a
did get
battle at
caught out a
mid lane.
bit.
No, and the Moon's turning up, but Lil Uzi is forced to flash. So good trade there from Cases. He does have to burn the ult, but it's worth it for a flash, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really good trade, and however, it was a good flash from Lil Uzi to just get himself away, and he wasn't fearful at all. But now he may be fearful.
Yeah, because Impaker is sitting in that river bush. He has the ult. Evelyn's there. There is the Malzahar suppression, and it's just a massive one-mo combo. Malzahar ult. Sai says, "Okay, I'll ult," and then Go Commit says, "Well, you know what? I'll get a charm off."
Yeah, that was a bit of an overkill, wasn't it? Just putting 3 people into that mid lane against Kaisers. However, it's really important to see this happening, making sure that this Urgot does not get ahead, because an Urgot that can hit 2 items early on just becomes a really big nuisance, because you're not going to be able to kill him, and he's going to be able to shred you. However, Go Commit Jungle now just bullying this Alpha away, turning him into an Omega.
There you go, turning him into the beta player.
And Beta also ran away there, so you know, both
They're
betas.
all betas, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like we have to do far more of those puns.
Definitely, it's a good time, isn't it? I'm like known for.
Look, Commit's just standing there. It's like, oh, and he forces the alpha to flash. Who's the alpha now?
Okay, let's just. It's time to stop at this point. Okay, let's just move on. So neither of the lanes is really getting ahead as.
Okay,
Yeah.
Evelyn just killed a Mumu at the blue buff. Third time lucky for Go Commit. And I guess he was really committed to that blue buff. Okay, I'm gonna
come
stop
on.
now.
Okay, yeah. Let's just cease.
Okay.
So really important that you see a couple of kills going over to Evelyn, as in the top lane.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, yeah,
Yeah.
in the top lane, in your face, just getting a bit back. No, he had already killed the Scion. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice, isn't it? But just an even trade at this point. However, you do have these 2 kills sitting on an assassin in the form of Evelyn, which is going to turn into a bit of a nightmare, as she's going to be likely finishing that proto belt really soon. And as soon as she gets a couple of damage items, she's gonna be a real threat to the backline of Virgo.
And what do you think then of this choice of going for proto belt early over something more usual like the fiendish codex?
So, thinking about it, I've never seen an Evelyn player not build
Here's
proto
Evelyn
belt.
bot lane. They're going to get the ignite off onto Caitlyn, who does get charmed. Xayah doesn't pop burst the ult, and Caitlyn will fall. And Evelyn being very nice and says, no, Eagle, you can have the kill.
She has enough kills already. But to return on that point, Evelyn always builds proto belt first just because it gives her nice little survivability. She doesn't really build it for the jungle sustain because, well, she has enough of it. But it's mostly just to be able to 1v1 certain champions in the jungle, wink wink, hint hint. And she also gets enough damage from the jungle enchantment, which she hasn't even finished yet, funnily enough. So, you know.
Who
she's
needs
just
a
looking to
jungler
burst people
item?
down. Yeah, she's just looking to burst people down rather than stay in the jungle, which I think is a fair choice from her. She wants to escalate this game as quickly as she can, try to get herself ahead, which doesn't really go well with the other intentions in the form of Xayah, where you just want to give her some time, you know, a couple of items before she really pops off. But it's really important to see some early game lead being developed from Sphinx right now, because they can utilize that to transfer it into the mid game and then into late game where Xayah can just take over.
Yeah. And oh, we're getting a little skirmish top, but nothing's going to come up there. And I have been trying to play Evelyn recently, and it's been failing until one game, I think two days ago, I forgot to take Smite, and I ended up going 17-2. So
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
no Smite Evelyn might become meta.
No, I think that just happened because
Yeah.
it was solo queue and you didn't get punished, but hey, maybe it can become meta.
Not only wasn't it solo queue, it was a normal game as well, so definitely can't take anything
yeah,
from that.
that probably happened because of that. However, this Evelyn is starting to look pretty scary. Jungle has actually finished the Runic Echoes with just one back.
Oh,
So-
here comes Evelyn. Does she want round 2 with a Mumu? And here comes Rakana Caitlyn. Mumu does get the bandage toss off onto the Alistar. We're getting a TP in the bot lane. Mumu does burst the ult. However, Evelyn is going to try to chase down a Mumu. She does use a smite and she does pick up another kill. Rakana is going to get the speed burst over the Rift Herald, and that will be the end of that. One kill going over to the side of Sphinx.
Now the turret is undefended. Sion will just look to chase Lollipop down. In the end, it will be a couple of platings, and maybe they can even look to take this turret whole. It looks like they'll be at least attempting it as the wave just comes by. In Your Face is trying so hard to do something of the same caliber in the top lane, but he's alone. He's a lonely
Yeah.
mountain.
And look at that little damage he's doing.
Well, in the
turret.
meantime, yeah, Go Commit Jungle just sort of ran to Lollipop and took a bit more licks than he was supposed to, because Lollipop just kind of disintegrated.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and I looked. I was like, "Oh wait, Lollipop's dead." I was looking at Malphite, attacking the turret, and then all of a sudden I was like, "What?" Okay, right.
Yeah, well, you now have 4 kills on Go Commit
Oh,
Jungle.
as Alpha Loey gets the bandage off onto Vigo, Meanwhile, the rest of the team are, well, Go Commit Jungle and Eagle have just picked up the Mountain Drake. So all's well that ends well, I guess.
Kind of, yes. Little Lucy did roam over to the
Oh,
top
look
lane.
at this. Go Commit is going to try to pick up Lollipop, but I think she's just a bit too far to get the W off.
Indeed, but I have to criticize Virgo right now for the lack of control wards in their jungle. There is essentially nowhere on the map where
And
it is.
mid lane, Alpha Lowy getting a bit of damage off onto Impeka. Cases does get the Fear Beyond Death to land, and here comes the Evelyn, but the ult it does not deal enough damage onto Cases, and she has to ult, otherwise she ran the risk of dying there.
And officially the second kill of the side of Virgo finally coming through, also on that Urgot, meaning that all is well and good right now for the Virgo team. The bot lane wasn't really able to find too many advantages, but they're going to be taking some platings off of that turret, so at least something's happening there. Look at the jungle is there
Here
though.
comes, oh, I mean, she's not going to be able to go in 1v2, especially with a Rakan around. She's just going to get stunned, and Caitlyn is going to deal a lot of damage.
Well, I mean, there was a possibility. There was a certain world where Goku mid jungle could just, you know, jump in and try to do something.
And Vigo trying to catch out in your face, but there is a ward in the river brush. We'll have to back out.
We'll have to back out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
How unfortunate is that? So, now things are sort of steady as In Your Face just runs around. He's sort of tempting Vigga. He doesn't have anyone around there. And that was a bit of a wasted opportunity for
Yeah.
Sphinx as... Okay,
Oh, we've got a
as
pause.
Goku mid jungle just disconnect.
Yeah. And
Well done.
one thing I was
That's-
going to mention is...
That's kind of happening, isn't it?
Yeah. One thing I was going to mention is Evelyn. She took the Dark Seal quite early on. She
My
has...
internet died again. That's wonderful.
Yeah, so Evelyn that's on the Dark Seal. So that's a total of 42 ability power, which is a lot considering that we're only 14 minutes into this game. And just taking a look at the rest of the CS, Lollipop is behind. He's 0 and 2. Last game we saw him, he was flexing his muscles. He was by 14 minutes last game, Lollipop was, I think, something disgusting like 6 and 0. So yeah, Lollipop not in a great position right now.
Yeah, right now she's 7-2, you know. It's not the worst position to be in because they've picked up the nice little Storm Razor, so again, it's not the worst of situations. It would have been much better if they were ahead, of course. You know, maybe had already picked up the Runan's Hurricane or the Rapid Fire Cannon to be able to kite from even further away. But alas, it's just going to turn into who can just slow the enemy down the most and just allow these AD carries to pick up a couple of items and look to just teamfight in the late game.
Yeah, and if we've got a pause now, as you can clearly see, but this is a bit of time that both teams will have just to kind of think about what they're going to do. So if you're Virgo, you're behind at the minute. What will your plan be?
If I were Virgo coach right now and I was talking about this very situation, it would be to utilize the Urgot right now because Kacers has finished that Black Cleaver, which means that he'll be doing a relative amount of damage. In Your Face is actually opting into the AP build, I have to say, you know, props to him. He has finished the Rod of Ages, so he is going to be able to blow some people out. And there is a really good opportunity for them to catch someone out because there is a lot of members squishy on Sphinx right now. And unless they decide to group, it's going to be really easy for Virgo to just go in and try to catch someone out. But they need to set up their vision. They need to set up some control words, goddammit. They don't have any on the map right now. It's just annoying me so much because if you're playing against Evelyn, you need it. You genuinely need it. Because you're not going to be able to spot her with regular wards, right? You just need to set at least some control words in the brushes because right now, Goku mid jungle just has free path through everywhere. And he's been able to just gank every single lane uncontested because of that.
And GoCommit has just reconnected, so we should be resuming the game shortly. However, as you mentioned, Malphite is going for that AP. He has taken Rod of the Ages, and Sion, respecting that, has picked up the Adaptive Helm. So we'll be taking less damage, but I don't know. We haven't seen Malphite use his ult yet, and I feel that when we do, we might see some stuff happening. Let's just say.
Oh, definitely. As soon as In Your Face uses that ultimate, it's gonna be a fun time. Because AP Malphite, he sort of relies on actually being able to blow someone out of the water with that nice little unstoppable force. Sorry, not unstoppable onslaught. And if he manages to achieve that, if he manages to blow, say, E-Girl or Little Uzi up, it's going to be a pretty easy team fight. Recall to what I said in the draft phase. If either of the teams destroys the enemy backline first, they're going to definitely win that team fight. Now, it's not so prevalent right now, as the most damaging person on Sphinx and Virgo will be the mid laners, and on Sphinx also the jungler, but it's still going to be the most consistent source of damage for both of these teams, laying in those AD carries, so you just need to blow them up, and that is what Virgo can utilize.
And Evelyn currently 4-0, as I think we're about to go back in. So yeah, Evelyn's 4-0. You're so far. Do you just want to keep on invading Amumu's jungle? Do you want to be focusing on ganks, or just trying to get ahead?
Well, at this point, I do not think that it is time yet for Sphinx to really just group up and try to fight the right now superior force of Virgo in a team fight, because they do have this Urgot with the Black Cleaver, they do have this Malphite with the Finnish Rod of Ages. So at this point, if both teams just keep on splitting, it's going to really benefit Go Commit, sorry. Because
there's a sign ult.
And it goes wide.
Yeah, he was going for the Amumu.
Unfortunate. Well,
the sad little mummy escapes.
It's a sad tale of a sad little mummy, but happy for him in the sense that he manages to survive. And he hasn't finished his first item yet. However, as soon as he finishes that enchantment, it's going to be really difficult for Xayah to really be able to do any sort of damage. And if you recall that she's meant to be the biggest source of damage for Sphinx, that may be some trouble facing them.
Yeah. And I'm just watching top lane now, because you've got Malphite is right there. And there is a Xayah who will be very prone to a certain Malphite knockup.
A certain, just unspecified. But
Unspecified.
And you also have this Rakan. So while I do not think that the possibility of a dive is super possible right now, it can happen. I believe that Malphite can still blow up Xayah at this point, even with just Rod of Ages. He is just posturing around.
I just want to say, that was really clever from Keesis just there, because Go Commit was sitting in that river bush for so long, but Keesis' senses right up to scratch knew that the Evelyn was somewhere around and just stayed really safe under his turret.
And once again, even without control words, they're just relying on some spider senses, and well, it's not the most it's not the best opportunity, not the best option, because, you know, spider senses can sort of be a bit RNG based. With that.
Is this a new champion that's coming? Spider-Man. He can he can sense when an invisible Fed champion is nearby.
You know what? After seeing the trailer for Silas, I would not be surprised to see someone like Spider-Man come into the game. But right now, all over the map, we're just gonna be seeing this state of the game continue for a bit longer. Because Xayah, while she does have a bit of a CS lead over Caitlyn, she still needs to hit a couple of items. Lollipop is just sitting in the bot lane farming up. Xayah in the top lane, so
but I do like that though, because Caitlyn, Lollipop currently behind, so she's getting that solo experience down in the bot lane, and it's practically uncontested. So I feel like that's a decent thing for Virgo.
Oh yeah, I agree. Giving some solo XP over to the AD carry is good, especially if they are 3 levels behind their respective mid laner. You know, that's a bit bad.
As we might see a fight around the top lane, we're getting a TP in, but Rakan is going to escape. There's Sion, he does have his ult up, but he's not really going to be able to ult around the Baron pit.
And Beta.
Sorry, I was just going to say, and they're going to start Rift Herald now, so could we see a little cheeky Malphite ult coming in?
He is sitting just behind the wall. He is spotted out. His team is just following him.
He gets a ground slam off, but it's not going to be an... Again, he's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. He's got the MR, but he's got no AD. As Sion ults in, he will get off a bit of damage, but he doesn't have his team around him. And there is the Alistair. That was a great knockup. He got a 3-man stun. Malzahar has ulted the Malphite. Can the Xayah deal damage? He gets the feather pullback, and that will kill the Malzahar. Sorry, kills the Rakan. As Malphite just dies, Lil Uzi and Go Commit getting off a lot of damage there.
That was such a chaotic teamfight from both sides. At the beginning, Impaker just engaged. Now, really good fashion, he did manage to lock Amumu down, but he was alone fighting against 4 people. And then, it was the same story for Virgo. They just were fighting against 5 people without 5 people. So they just sort of ended in a draw, I'm going to say.
Was it a draw because Sphinx picked up 2 people? They've got the Rift Herald and they've just taken a mid turret. So.
Yes, so it was, in the end, it was a win for Sphinx. From a kill perspective, it was technically a draw, but it really does highlight the problems that these teams have, which is communication. And, well, I would be expecting something different because I believe that Virgo has the same lineup as they did originally. And I thought that they would have, you know, some of these problems fixed up already. But alas, it's just going to be something that they have to work on throughout the split.
And Go Commit, he hasn't gone for, what do you call it? The Hextech item fully yet. He's finished his Stalker's Blade, but he's picked up an Oblivion Orb. So that's probably going to be for a Moralonomicon to go against Caitlyn. As Impaker almost getting caught out.
Almost getting caught out, not so much in the end. It does look like Gokamin will be picking up that Moralonomicon. I do not believe that some of the champions on Virgo have too much lifesteal, once again. But I would have maybe opted for something like Lion Trees, or even finishing that Proto build, as Vega might get caught out here.
Vega, but here comes Sign, he gets a 3-man knockup. Rakan does burst the ult, but Malphite is going to get absolutely shredded by the other 3 members. And there you have got the Alistair. He gets a 3-man knockup. His knockups have been great. Rakan, Alpha, Lowy, and Lollipop are trying to run away. Can they do it? Vigor has the stun. He does and pulverize off. Evelyn's going to pick up a triple kill. She is almost going to get the penta. Vigo is going to die though under turret. And Evelyn will have to wait later if she wants to get a quadra or penta.
Yeah, Evelyn doesn't really quite get the quadra.
No. And Rift Herald's going to be taken, so that's going to be the inner turret expert. Inner turret is going to go anyway, so the inhibitor turret's probably going to go. We've got 5 seconds for cases, 8 seconds on Lollipop Death Timers. There goes the inhibitor turret. Could they go straight for Baron?
Looks like they will just recall, as they do not have all of their members up. Vega is still dead, resting in the Indian heaven. And Gokamin will just look to pick up some of the jungle camps away from Alpha, but a really interesting teamfight, I'm going to say, and it has been just so chaotic, every single one that we have seen. And it looks like the top laners just always engage, but however they're solo. And when you think about who is going to have the bigger impact after death, it's always going to be Impaker. Because, well, Sion works even after dying, because that's just Sion, that's just zombie Rockman. And, well, it has been working out for Sphinx for now, but if it keeps on going like this, there will be one fight where they just mess up, and it doesn't work out for them, so it's something that they will have to work on.
Yeah. But the thing is, this Evelyn just dealing so much damage. I'm surprised she hasn't upgraded her Dark Seal yet, because then she'd be getting even more stacks, and it would be even more disgusting.
Oh yeah.
What is it? Magi Soul Stealer, that's it.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting the Magi Soul Stealer to be picked up, and I am really not sure of the itemization of Go Commit right now. He does have the Hextech Revolver as well as the Oblivion Orb. And he has finished as the Lich Bane instead, which is an interesting choice. I would, you know, if I were in his shoes, I would probably just finish one of those items or upgrade to Magi.
And the Go Commit just randomly ults in the Tribush there. I'm not sure why. Okay.
Yeah, me neither. Honestly,
That
happened. Luckily, the cooldown isn't too long. It's just 70 seconds. So, well, it is a minute where Virgo can look to utilize it. it probably won't happen.
Oh, here we go, Rakan dashing in, but Sign will get off the ult knock-up. Amumu using bandage shot. Zaya is forced to use her ult. She's gonna fall. This is gonna be a fight, surely going to the side of Virgo. Evelyn is now here. Can she get this? She doesn't have her ult, but she still deals so much damage. Malphite surely gonna die. He can only take one shot, and Evelyn will pick up the kill with her Q. Who
Malphite-
needs an ADC when you have Evelyn?
Indeed, and it was a good focus from Virgo in the beginning. They did blow Zaya up, but in the end, Evelyn is just so far ahead that she can do whatever she wants. She just
And
has
this
so
is a
much
great
damage.
play from Virgo. He does manage to get some CC off on Caitlyn, but Caitlyn surely is going to take... No! Great play from Amumu bandage toss to lock down Evelyn. Almost worked. And I do just want to say, Virgo, his pulverizers have been on point. So many times I thought that's a Malphite with an ult lockup, but no, it's Virgo. He has been really good with his WQ combos.
And Viga has had the right idea, but in the end, not always, it backfired this time around as he got locked down under the turret and was unable to help out his Evelyn, who, well, she didn't have the vision of Caitlyn, so she couldn't actually proc the charm reliably, and in the end, it just went for a relatively good trade for Sphinx that could have for Virgo that could have been way worse. And right now, the CS lead has been, the gold difference has been nullified, essentially. It's just 2,000 gold now.
Yeah, and it was unnecessary at the end. I mean, you don't really need to try and get Lollipop. All it did was just give Lollipop 2 kills, and now she's 2 and 3 instead of being 0 and 3.
Yeah, that's not the best thing that you can do, because now she has picked up that rapid fire cannon. She's gonna be an even more of a nuisance than a Caitlyn usually is. So, it's gonna be bad.
And
for Sphinx.
before that fight, Zaya had the Zeal, Caitlyn didn't, and now Caitlyn is now ahead by a whole BF sword, so she's going to be dealing that little bit more damage come team fights.
Yes, indeed, you're right. Luckily for the rest of the players on both teams, it's still just 23rd minute, 25th, sorry. So the AD carries won't be doing
Evelyn's
an
turned up
insane
in
amount
the
of
bot
damage.
lane, and Sign is going to ult. He does get the ult to land. Go Commit does get the charm off. There's the smite just to slow down Urgot. Urgot's forced to flash, and they will have to back off that. Meanwhile, Virgo are starting Baron. Will they be able to contest? You've got Malzahar, Zaya, and Alistair all there. Evelyn and Sign are making the way, but Sign doesn't have the ult to get there quickly now. Baron is currently on 7,000 HP. And there's the TP that's coming in from Urgot. They're going to have to back off.
Oh, they're still staying inside of that
He
pit.
gets a 3-man knockup. Malzahar gets off a lot of damage with a Q. And Go Commit with the ult does manage to pick up a kill. And Malphite so low does escape. Amumu's gonna die. Can Malzahar pick up Kesa? No, he's gonna have to use a blast cone. Meanwhile, Vigo does pick up Caitlyn. However, in all of that, I forgot who picked up Baron.
Well, it was Virgo, I have to say. Because Kokoma Jungle, he didn't really decide to go for the steal. He went for a kill instead, which is a bit questionable. He's going for another one against In Your Face, but the decision making is a bit worse, so to say.
Oh, Amumu gets a bandage shot onto Vigo. Will they be able to get the damage? Urgot is getting his damage. He does get the fear beyond death. Evelyn tries to get an ult. It takes everyone quite low, but not low enough. Evelyn will die to the Urgot. Lil Lucy is very low. Zaya is low. She doesn't have the ult. Amumu does land the bandage shot, and Zaya will fall. This could be the game turning point. Sign's in the bot lane, and he's going to have to back off to come and defend mid because the inner turret is about to fall. And that fight was without Caitlyn there as well. So Virgo are just so strong right now with that Baron buff. And you have to wonder now, Evelyn needs to try and stay strong because she is ahead still, but that won't be the case for long. And here we go, the inhibitor is going to fall as well. Drake is up, so they might just pick up their second the second Cloud Drake of the game.
And I apologize to everyone for my internet just completely deciding not to cooperate, but in the end, this is just so much of the base taken apart by Virgo. Will be another Cloud Drake. That's the second one heading over to their pocket, so it's nice for them. But right now, things are going to calm down at least a tiny bit, as the Baron buff boys, as we call them over here, are still going to keep it for a little time longer. But eventually, it's going to expire, and I don't believe that they're going to be able to really utilize it properly to take another inhibitor turret.
Do you think, though, this is the game turning point? Because we just saw a fight, as I was mentioning, Lollipop wasn't actually in that fight, and yet Sphinx lost. Has Go Commit Jungle's power, his Evelyn carry, is it falling away now?
Well, it definitely is starting to fall away. I have to say yes. Going to be picking up their third items really soon. It's still 30th minute, so technically Gokumed will still at least be able to do something in these team fights, but he has been unable to do so because in every single fight, the engage is actually started by Virgo, and he cannot get into a good position around the backline to be able to do something and blow up Lollipop or someone else. So he has to fix that. He has to try to get into the backline, and this is where the problematic of Evelyn runs into in competitive play, because the players know where she is. They know, right, and they can say it, and it's just so much more difficult for her to actually get into a good position.
Right. And again, and now Virgo are going to try and push in that top lane. That will give them even more Baron presence, while you've got Urgot and Impeka just fighting 1v1 in the bot lane.
So the Baron buff has expired, so it's going to be pretty easy for the squad of Sphinx to be able to pick up all of these creeps and not die, which I believe is the main goal for them right now.
Yeah. And Sphinx do have a fair bit of wave play. I mean, you've got the Malzahar, and you have got the Zaya, so they all deal a fair amount of damage. That's the sign as well.
Yeah.
And,
I agree. Sorry, I'm kind of like fading out of existence over here. Don't worry about me.
Sorry,
I'm almost like going to die.
We're gonna have a little skirmish around bot. Amumi's gonna try and get Bandage Toss Engage off. I'm not sure, but you've got Malzahar and Evelyn who are trying to keep the wave in the mid in order, but it's just allowing Virgo to push another lane. And there's the Alistar knock up, Pulverize. Malzahar gets the suppression off on Amumu, but it's barely any damage. Amumu has a fair bit of magic resist with the Abyssal Mask. Zaya trying to get damage off. Rakan is now ulting, and Gokumit Jungle is going to get absolutely smashed by that in-your-face ult.
Oh yeah, he just got completely smacked, and Lil Uzi hasn't been able to find a single ultimate off on Caitlyn, which is why every single team fight for Virgo goes the way it does. Now, Sion just drifts by, just as high, and the fight continues. Look, it looks...
Oh, in your face is forced to flash. But I can finally say this now. In your face got right up in the face of Gokumet, didn't it?
Yes, I hate that you're right. No, okay, so...
Oh, Eagle
yeah.
almost dying to the ult. Sign just couldn't get in the way in time.
Yeah, that was scary. Luckily, Ego does still have that heal. That doesn't change for her from the beginning of the game. And right now, the state of things is relatively balanced, as all things should be. The gold lead isn't too terrible for the side of Virgo right now, just quote-unquote 2,000. And the main champions that are supposed to be dealing with the damage are starting to come online, as both Zaya and Caitlyn have finished the Infinity Edge, and Baron will be spawning right now, and that's going to be a really big objective.
Caitlyn has picked up the stopwatch, so I guess she's going for Guardian's Angel, and as you mentioned, Baron is up, and the Drake, what Drake is coming up? It's an Ocean.
Ooh, fancy.
I have put the caster curse on the Infernal Drake, it seems.
It looks like it. They just are not getting any damage done, and Ocean Drake at this point in the game isn't the most valuable one. What is valuable is a cow rather than a Drake, and if Vega falls, that's going to be another sort of engage that Sphinx aren't going to be able to utilize. So just keep on lookout for any single pick that both Virgo and Sphinx can find, because both have the compositions to do so.
Evelyn just trying to stay in the demonic shade, and she's looking for some jungle camps to farm, but there's none there for her. So she's just going to have to play patient, as Virgo are going to start Baron, are they? or are they just going to set up?
Like they are still just playing around the vision makes sense. They're trying to bait Sphinx into coming there. Gokumed is behind them, however. Looks like the Death Bush squad is just going to be running up and about. As Kaiser is getting really close to taking this inhibitor turret in the bot lane.
Yeah, and there's nothing Cyan can really do about it. And now they're going to engage on the Baron now that Cases has pushed in onto the inhibitor. So good timing there from Virgo. But there is the Alistar Pulverize. He does get 3 members up. Malzahar does ult the Amumu. Amumu gets the ult off. And Xayah gets off a fantastic ult. Rakan's ult just wasn't enough. And Xayah is going to get off a fair bit of damage. And Xayah does pick up Caitlyn right at the end. Meanwhile, Urgot trying to get the inhibitor turret, but it's too far back. Will Sphinx go for Baron?
Well, looks like they will just have to seem to defend the inhibitors at this point. Gokumed is also coming to fight against this Urgot.
Yeah, Cases does not have ult, so he's going to have to back out a bit. And Evelyn will get off the charm, and Xayah will pick up the kill. Xayah now 4-2 and is starting to snowball after that.
And Gokumed just has so much damage. I have to say, he has finished the Void Staff. He decided to, in the end, sell the Hextech Revolver and opt for a more magic penetration build. Makes sense, given that the lineup of Virgo have so many tanks. But yes, the Baron will be started right now. Virgo, they do not have any vision.
And look how much damage Eagle is doing to that, burning through it so quickly, as is Evelyn, because Evelyn is so far ahead. And that is a very, very quick Baron indeed.
That is a really quick Baron, and there was really nothing that Virgo could have had done about it. And this, I think this might be the game-changing tide for Sphinx, as the mid lane inhibitor is left open from Virgo. Same can be said about the Sphinx one, but they're just going to have an unrestricted way over to the base of Virgo.
And one thing we haven't really got into is the late game. I mean, we're 35 minutes in now, which is quite long for a Serenity game match. Who do you think should have this late game?
Who should have it? Well, judging by the itemization that Virgo decided to go with, you will have effectively 2 tanks in the form of Amumu and Urgot. And through that, Xayah can jump pretty easily. You would be surprised. She has finished those 4 items, so at this point, she's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Caitlyn doesn't necessarily have to build attack speed, so she is going to be dealing. She's going to be dealing with more trouble herself with these
as
tanks.
Urgot's going to get caught out by Alistar. Is there going to be a counter collapse though? Amumu lands the bandage shot. Xayah out, and Malphite gets the ult off onto Amumu. Sphinx now focusing on Amumu for these team fights. However, Alistar again getting off the damage. Xayah's able just to stay back, and Kite. Xayah dealing so much damage. She's going to get a quadra kill, I think. No. Eagle is able to pick up the health bots, which is absolutely massive. But look at Sion. Sion and Peka wasn't even there for that. They won a 4v5 fight. That is crazy. They could almost end off this. 29 seconds for Beta Benner to come back up. Expect 2 inhibitors to fall, and maybe one of the Nexus turrets.
Looks like they will be just going for the Nexus turrets instead. They do have the damage. Remember, the AP champions now deal a ridiculous amount of damage to the turrets. And there is nothing that Virgo can do about this. They're just gonna end it. Well, that's
game. Game 3 gonna go to Sphinx. And that is insane.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, a fiesta. This game went from Sphinx having a lead to Virgo almost turning it around, and Sphinx just returning and turning the tides over on Virgo once again. And it is just crazy to see so many fights go so differently, and it's a lack of communication, I think, for both of these teams. Both of them have to make sure that their communications are crispy clean, because else this fate is just going to resume and continue for both of them.
And the Evelyn was so important. And right at the end, you had the Xayah dealing so much damage. Amumu went in, frontlined, and Malzahar ulted, and Xayah ulted, and then got the feather pull back, stunning Amumu more, and they were just able to burn through him as a result.
Indeed, and there was, and in that final team fight, Virgo had nothing that they could do because, well, Go Commit got the perfect the perfect assassination on them from the back line. Please, guys, vote for your MVPs. Just let's do that. We can talk on maybe one more point. We will be having another game follow straight up this one. It's going to be really, really lovely. We're going to be seeing Codex, who haven't played yet, playing against Onyx. Onyx, do you pronounce that way? I'm not sure. But please, my name has been Karen for this one game. I will be here for the second series. His name has been Milky Cereal. I hope that you guys love him, because I sure do. And
apart from that introduction, because that was a bit weird.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Yeah.
And don't go anywhere, for we will return to you shortly with another series.
See you guys later.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll go, finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest, echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
Good evening, everyone, and I hope you've got some more hype for yet another series, because me and Karen, we're going to bring you another one between SRG Onyx and Codex.
Another one, yeah. I hope you guys aren't tired of us just yet. It's gonna be our second series casting today. First one was, a bit of a stomp. However, okay, just think about this for a bit. I think
Yes.
that Onyx, I think that Onyx and Codex is going to be a way more even game. I think the potential is there. Codex, they are an unproven team, so this is going to be their day to shine. They're going to have to blow us out of the water, show us some really good outplays after, well, their first game got kind of FF'd by both them and Onyx. Oh, sorry, not Onyx.
Sphinx.
Sphinx, yes, sorry. And, well, it's just gonna be a good time overall, so grab your popcorn, grab your beverages, once again, refill them if you haven't got them, and enjoy.
Yes, but we are still a few minutes from going into the actual draft.
They're
So
gonna
we
have to
get-
enjoy our voices, Kachka.
Yes, they will have to enjoy our podcast. Yes,
That what we are.
what is our name?
AK Brothers.
Okay. I feel like this is yeah, we're still good. Okay, well,
Okay.
talking about the teams, as you said, Codex, they haven't week one things. Let's leave it behind. They get the match today. Onyx, on the other hand, they already played Chimera and they won 2-0 in a fairly convincing style.
Oh yeah, it was a pretty clean. It was a pretty clean series from them. There wasn't really too much that Chimera could have done, although they did pose a threat at times. In the end, it was just Onyx's players styling on Chimera. You saw Maestelama with a lot of kills on that Scion, so I'm expecting a Scion bad heading his way. And I think that unless really Codex can step up and show us that they have really played together for a long time, it's again going to be the case of, are these teams actually good in the sense that can the players play together well enough rather than just individually? They're going to struggle against Onyx as they are really focused on that team fighting style.
Yeah, although, we haven't seen Codex. They could literally show us anything. The team is still pretty much a new one. So what are you looking at? Which players do you think we will be paying special attention to when it comes to Codex?
So from Codex, who I think is going to have a really good impact on the game, I'm looking at Plopper in that jungle. He has one little champion that I really love seeing, and that is Lee Sin. Because, if you have ever seen a good Lee Sin player, it's terrifying. And if he does manage to get that pick himself, it just shows that he is really confident in his skill on that mechanically heavy champion. And Lee Sin isn't his only pick. He also has other carry junglers like that Pantheon, maybe even Jarvan. So again, I think it's going to be really an interesting dynamic between Plopper and Destiny to see who is going to take control of the jungle rather than just the lanes, because both of these players really, really enjoy playing around their own carry early game junglers.
Oh sure, early game jungling is where I expect both of the teams to try and play around. It is a very good tactic, pretty much no matter what the meta is. If you can get your jungler to just be dominant in the early game, get the games rolling, it doesn't matter if you're in Assassin meta, Arden meta, Tank meta, please no, or literally any other meta, even Funnel. If you can just get your jungler to be stronger than the other jungler, then, the saying of the wisest solo queue people always hold true, which is better jungler wins.
Okay, well, it may not be the same in the competitive setting. but
Probably
yes.
not.
Yeah, but you're right. However, it's not going to be only the junglers that are going to be deciding the fate of this game. I'm also going to be looking at mid lane, where we will be seeing Librix against Oriana Grande. El Grande.
Yeah, he changed his name. Thankfully, I don't
Damn.
have to shout Oriana Grande in a team
It's
fight.
okay. He does play mages, and Oriana is one of them. So if he does pick that, well, I think I'm gonna force you to pronouncing it. Regardless, Librix does have a really aggressive roster of champions to choose from, and playing into Grande, it can be an opportunity that he can try to utilize, especially if they decide to ban out someone more safe like the Lissandra, because at that point, Librix can lock in something like a Yasuo, and he can just try to snowball the game from there, where the rest of the map is going to be, more tame, because top lane, tanks, bot lane, hyper carries, and kind of regular supports. Both of the players can play engage supports, but it's still going to be mostly boring, I dare say. So yes, mid lane and jungle is going to be all over this early game.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see some Thresh maybe. I got denied it in the hero level series. Unfortunately, Talbot played the Falcons and the Gragas, which I don't mind. Cool picks, but please give me some Thresh or some, some of that good thing.
Give us some Thresh, pray please, just once. It's going to be actually a really contested pick, I believe, in the picks and ban phase, as both Creels, let's just call him that, Creels, and Kobex can play the Thresh. And if we're going to be seeing a high kill pressure bot lane, we can be expecting it from both Codex and Onyx. So if both Lucian and Thresh go through, just be expecting that it is a really good possibility for both of these teams to pick it up, just because it would really synergize with the rest of their composition, because they just want to win in the early game, which has just been the meta that we have been in.
Yeah, now the teams, they are getting ready. We should be finally going into the draft in a few minutes. So, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams have prepared. What picks will we see? Will we see anything as crazy as the Riven that we have seen earlier on today? Or, I mean, probably not. I haven't seen anyone play Riven in solo queue, which is a pretty good, what's it called? Pretty good sign
Yes,
that it's not going to be picked. Because it is a champion that's required to know how to play it.
Yeah, it's not one of those champions that you can just pick up and instantly master. However, when we look away from tanks as possible top laners, I think that Jeff the Viking is going to have a kind of a better roster, because he is technically a mid laner in his solo queue. He plays a lot in that mid, and there are some laners that can be moved into that top lane. By that I mean maybe Zed, maybe Rengar can be put in there, which he has played a couple of times, or even Gragas, building him AP. That's always fun. So I think that there is a possible dynamic between a bruiser and an unorthodox pick, and an unorthodox pick. That is a mouthful. Between Codex and Onyx that they can try to utilize, and it's all going to come down to this draft phase. And it's also going to be a really good telltale sign to show us how both of these teams think in the picks and bans, what they are scared of, and maybe what kind of threats they want to take away from each other.
Yeah, the bans usually do tell you quite a lot about what the team doesn't want to play, and from that you could technically infer what the team wants to play, although mostly we just see some OP champions being banned or someone's main getting taken away, so wouldn't be surprised to see the same thing this time round. And yeah, so generally in the picks and ban phase, the first things that you will always see be banned in the pro scene, at least, it's going to be the OP picks. However, in our sort of little tournament, it's been the different story, just because, well, the players have lives. Okay, kind of. Okay, I'm not sure, about personal lives, but they don't really practice for 10 to 12 hours a day, so they cannot play, every single meta champion in the game. So it's all about comfort picks, taking them away, and in this case, I think that might be the story for Thresh and Lucian. Again, just because the teams might be wanting to take away the good bot lane from the other team. Yeah, bot lane will be something, if you can set up your bot lane well, actually, that does give you a lot of advantage come the mid game. But looks like we will be now finally going into the draft. The Onyx will be on the blue side, Codex are on the red side, and we're waiting in the anticipation for the first ban.
We'll be waiting. Kai'Sa is the first one to be banned, makes sense, as bot laner for Codex. Zeppelin has played that quite a lot in his solo queue. If you look at his OPGG, it's pretty much the only champion that he's played in the past 2 days, and there is a lot of gameplays, by the way, so I may be starting to doubt that someone has a life here. Other than that, Lee Sin also being taken away, I mentioned it. So yeah, just comfort picks being taken away from Codex.
Pretty much, and same could be said for Onyx. Graves taken away from Destiny. He does play it. He's not such a hard main of Graves, but it is a champion that he does play. Yasuo also will be followed in the bans.
It makes sense, because Codex may just be looking to set themselves for a nice little safe mid lane, where you will have El Grande not really dying to anyone. It's also going to depend on what the junglers are going to pick, but it makes sense. taking some of these more lane bully heavy laners, taken away from Onyx. Next hover ban, just, hovering there, will be the Urgot, which is less of a comfort ban and more of a meta ban, I'm going to say. We have seen it in the series before this one, so about 20 minutes ago, and it really showed that it's still a strong pick, so makes sense that they don't want to play against it.
Yeah, now Codex, they will just look for the last ban, see what they will finalize their 3 champion ban roster. It will be the Galio, so once again, removing a mid laner this time that can just roam and set up team fights really nicely. So yeah, looks like they will be trying to play for some safe mid, but Thresh is open, and well, my wish just has been granted, looks like.
Good, and Lucian is also open, which Onyx can still technically lock themselves in. Codex has decided to pick up that Cassiopeia themselves, so really just meaning that they want to farm up and go for some late game team fighting unless they decide to take the Lucian away. I think that's what they're thinking about, at least right now. Do they want to give Onyx such a strong bot lane and just have to endure it in the upcoming early game, and well, they will decide to lock themselves in the Rakan?
I actually like it because right now Onyx have to choose between Xayah and a Lucian. Because if they pick themselves the Lucian, then Codex just goes for Xayah in the next phase. And I mean, I think they will be fine with getting a Lucian Rakan bot lane. But seems like Onyx, they have their faith in that Lucian Thresh bot lane. They will lock it themselves, and there's the sign for Llama.
And they really do believe that, well, they can just kill the lovers duo as soon as they see them if they just lay their eyes upon them, and it makes sense. I do believe that Xayah Rakan has more of a prowess in the mid game, just because Rakan can engage better with that Xayah around and is also just overall stronger. However, okay, Varus being hovered isn't gonna be a lock-in yet, and well, Lovers Duo hasn't been picked. Okay, that is an interesting choice.
It is, especially that Varus, well, you can play him both for the early game with that lethality, which actually it has been picked for so long that I assume it will be more of that late game attack speed only hit Varus. But if you combine that with Cassiopeia, Codex right now have so much DPS in the fights. All they need is just some frontline and they will have a very solid composition come 35 minutes.
Certainly, what I am scared for Codex right now is how they are going to be able to get themselves to the mid game. They need to lock in themselves an early game jungler just so that they can develop some kind of leads to put Onyx back. They need to make sure that the bot lane for Onyx cannot kill Varus and Rakan, because while Rakan can be good at peeling for his AD carry, Varus has no mobility, and he's just going to die immediately if the Thresh manages to land a single hook on him. Which makes sense why Codex are now hovering the Gragas.
Getting themselves a jungler that could gank early can also go tank in the late game. So looks like Codex, they are committing towards that identity. And it's good that you mentioned the kill threat onto the Rakan, because you've got Thresh and Lucian. You know that the enemy team has Varus and Cassiopeia, and that pretty much no matter what you do, unless they manage to get themselves something that scales hyper well, then they will probably get outscaled. So why not just get them that could capitalize on that bot lane is what I'm thinking right now. And they will be locking in that Xin Zhao.
Oof, and a bit of a trademark pick for Destiny. He has played that to a great extent in the Wintersplit thus far. So I'm really glad to be seeing him on that. He can bully out Gragas if he decides to invade him ever once in a while. And he can also set up for some lane ganks, because assuming that it's not going to be Varus mid, Thresh and Lucian are going to be able to push Varus and Rakan under the turret no matter what, just because they will have so much damage in the early game, and that is a Zed. Okay.
Well, a Zed into a Cassiopeia, so Onyx, they are going for full Snowball, because that is a full AD team composition. If Codex goes for a tank like an Orin in the top lane, then Onyx really are under pressure. But alright, Zed into Cassiopeia, how does that matchup work?
So, well, okay. Zed, he doesn't have the worst of times against ranged champions. I'll elaborate on the Jax pick, by the way. However, as soon as he hits level 6, generally what Zed mains tend to do is just immediately go in. This may not be the case when playing against the Cassiopeia, because remember, she does have the W that makes you unable to use any mobility spells, which means that Zed also cannot jump away on his shadow. So if we're going to see El Grande utilizing that spell effectively, it's just going to mean that Librix is going to be too scared to really jump in and try to snowball himself, so it's going to be important to see how the entire laning phase develops, and maybe if Destiny decides to run around, they can try to do something against El Grande, but they do not have too much lockdown, so I think that El Grande, he's going to be pretty safe, especially pre-level 6.
Oh, pre-level 6, definitely. Onyx, they are under the pressure because they've got that mid lane and they've got that bot lane. Both of these lanes have the kill threat, and as you said, for Zed, it might be tricky to do it 1v1, but you have got the stronger dueling jungler. So I'm just looking at Onyx to use their early game pressure and force advantages, because quite frankly, when I look at Onyx's composition, in the later stages of the game, it just will be so much more difficult for them to win if they don't snowball.
Oh yeah, definitely. They will not have any range on that Lucian to be able to do something from the backline in a safe manner. Xin Zhao also will have to jump in, and since Zed will be relatively squishy, he will be able to blow up Varus in the late game, but in the end you will still have the front line from Gragas and Jax. And I would have maybe opted for a more tank kind of guy in the top lane, because right now you don't really have too strong of a front line. You will have Gragas, who I think will be 100% building tank, and Jax will also be relatively bruiser-ish, kind of tanky, but it's not going to be the best. So Codex, they have a sort of mid-game team-fighting team, and it may all crumble upon them if Lucian gets ahead, because they do not have the front line to withstand someone like the Lucian.
Well, I am just looking at the client draft at this point, and it looks like actually Codex, they are opting to put their Gragas into the top lane, and it will be Jax in the jungle instead.
Will be the Jax in the jungle. Okay, interesting. So Jax, he can definitely 1v1 Xin Zhao. So now the tides have turned a bit. We won't be seeing a split pusher Jax. We will be seeing instead a lot of skirmishes in the jungle, I believe. And in this case, I do believe that Plopper actually has the better matchup, just because Cassiopeia is going to be able to push Librix down under his own turret. So he is going to be allowed and unlocked in the jungle to look for sub-skirmishes, which he definitely wants to do as a Jax.
Oh yeah, and actually with that Gragas top lane, it means that tank matchup in the top lane, but also just the ganking potential from Codex, I feel like is it's not necessarily better than a Gragas, but as you said, he can hold his own against a Xin Zhao. So would you still expect Plopper to try and snowball a lane for Codex, or are they still trying to aim for that mid game and not necessarily get themselves a whole load of kills in the early game?
So whenever I think about if Jax can really try to gank a lane, he has to have some kind of secondary setup in that lane, and he definitely has that in every single one. In mid lane, it's going to be relatively difficult to pull off, as Zed has a lot of moves to just jump away from this Cassiopeia. However, especially post level 6, you will have Jeff the Viking sitting on that cask, which can displace Sion, and if Sion is behind the enemy lines, it's going to be really difficult for him to run away. The same thing goes for bot lane, where you will have the engaged opportunities from Rakan. So Jax can definitely try to snowball his lanes ahead. However, I think that instead of really ganking, he's still going to focus on bullying Destiny and make sure that he just, well, doesn't get to play the game. And it'll be a nice change of pace, because all of the junglers thus far have, only played around their lanes, so it'd be nice to see some independent jungler action.
Well, I mean, whenever you call invades, I'm just immediately thinking about the lane priority. And, I mean, looking through the lanes of Codex, bot lane is nearly definitely going to get pushed in. And mid lane Cassiopeia does have the range, so... And Gragas against Saiyan can also push, so if we will be seeing anything, I'm pretty sure that Plopper will look more towards that top side rather than the bot lane.
Definitely, however, he also has the setup in the bot lane, so he definitely can go there. Now, on the other side, we will have Destiny, and he is, I think, going to be roaming mostly around the bot side of the map, just because Lucian and Thresh will be able to push Rakan and Varus so far in that it's just going to be an easy invade for him. And if he decides to invade together with that Thresh, suddenly the possibility for getting a kill onto Plopper becomes real. So it's going to be really important to see how much vision control can Codex actually get on the bot side of the map in the river before they manage to be pushed in, because if they don't get any, it's going to be really difficult to track Destiny if he isn't going to kill Plopper together with his bot lane.
And I feel like a recurring theme throughout the games for the last few days has been these fights around the dragon. I'm not saying they will fight around the dragon, but you mentioned division control around the bot side. That has made and broke so many of the latest games I have casted, so I am looking at Codex and Onyx as well to just look to play around that vision. If it is a dragon like the Infernal, or, well, pretty much anything but a Cloudric, because it seems to actually repel teams rather than attract them, then paying attention to division can be important, because you have got the teleports on both the top laners, and they have some very important abilities, especially in those early skirmishes.
And while there is going to be a lot of early skirmishes, especially around the Dragon Pit, I agree, in the top side it's going to be less prevalent. There is still the possibility of Zed just, going for a lot of these fights in the mid lane, especially if the junglers do decide to go over there. So again, it's going to come down on the junglers where they decide to go. And maybe at the end of the game, it's gonna be jungle difference, kind of a nice little solo queue banter. But when we look at the team compositions from a kind of mid-game perspective, we're gonna have to see what this Varus decides to build. We cannot actually see his runes just yet, unfortunately. But depending on what he builds, I do believe it's gonna be more of a late-game focused build. You mentioned it. Lethality isn't quite prevalent. So we're likely just to be expecting like on Varus. So until then, well, Onyx have their time. If it expires, the ticking time bomb starts to tick, and it's going to be increasingly difficult for them to do anything.
It will. So Onyx, they are under the pressure. They also, as I mentioned, chose to drafting themselves a AD composition, and even though Codex isn't full tanks, they have only a Gragas, and Jax can be expected to build maybe two tank items depending on what he goes for. So yeah, there is the pressure on Onyx, but we're going to have to see if they can execute on it, because last week, let's not forget, they got the 2-0 over Chimera. Both games ended pre-30 minutes. The second one actually ended just after 22, I believe. So, they can do it against any team. Can they do it against Codex? That is what we will have to find out.
That is what we're gonna have to find out indeed. And you mentioned that the lineup of Onyx have just 80 damage, and, well, that's fine. that's kind of fine, as Codex don't really have any real front line. However, Codex, they did opt into a more versatile kind of damage. What's it called? Damage spread? Kind of like...
I mean, yeah, they just have more versatile damage, I guess.
Yeah, that works. Okay. So they will have more AP and AD damage as well. However, what I'm also looking at is the engage options, because Onyx, they want to snowball. However, they do not have too many real engage options where they try to lock someone down. They do have the Scion and the Thresh. However, if you know something about the Thresh, he isn't really the best champion to actually run at people. He wants to hit a hook, and if he doesn't hit it, well, he cannot really engage in a team fight. He will have now a lot of pressure on Llama to do something, whereas Codex have engages from Gragas, Rakan, Varus, Cassiopeia. So it can be really them dictating the style of the game as soon as they start grouping up.
Yeah, in case, guys, you didn't notice, we are in the game right now. And no early shenanigans. Looks like Onyx, they're going for the standard cover. Codex hope to go for a counter invade, but it just never came. And both of the teams will just try and put their wards in the brushes. Junglers will start most likely on the red buff, so everything is just the way it is. Yes. That's why it is Serenity Gaming, because that is the kind of starts we're getting.
Yes, thank you for explaining that joke to me. I really needed that.
Yes.
Okay.
I am the killer of the jokes.
You are the killer of the jokes. and also meta playstyle. So, Jax will be starting in the top side of the map, whereas Destiny will be starting as that Zinzal with his own red buff. And this means that he can go for a level 2 shenanigan in a nice little gank, and it would make sense as Varus has, again, no mobility this early on.
Yeah, we saw here a pool of stuff like that with a Zinzhao, and now Destiny is looking to do exactly the same. Simplinzi and Kovacs are going, oh, Flash Flay onto the Varus. Ignite is down. He doesn't even take any summoners. Moby getting the first blood.
And at least Zeppelinzi manages to save his summoner spells, but a nice little gank to start things off. Destiny moves right into the jungle of Jax, and this is exactly what we needed to see from this player. We wanted him to go and just invade and try to, maybe kill Plopper with the bot lane pressure that he's going to have, and he's utilizing it already 2 minutes in.
And that will crush pretty much an entire wave of minions. Zeppelinzi will maybe only pick up the experience of the few of those. So let's gank timing from Destiny, good execution, and it will mean that his bot lane will get ahead.
And right now, just the junglers are setting up a nice little vertical farm. Destiny is ahead of his opponent, as Plopper was slowed down by taking the Krugs instead of any other camp, but in the end, it all is serene. And right now, it's going pretty much the way that we expected it to. Moby and Krios, well, there isn't really much that Kovacs and Zeppelinzi can do against them, especially pre-level 6. In the mid lane, Librix is getting poked out, that's to be expected.
He goes in onto El Grande and tries to get some nice trade in, but the trade goes pretty much even, though Destiny is waiting in that brush. And he could be looking for a gank, but El Grande is just too far behind for his liking, and in Destiny will just turn towards that Scuttlecrab.
And Plopper, he went away, he went to the topside river brush, and he just returned to the jungle of Destiny, which I'm a bit puzzled by, but in the end, it's all good. Jax just needs some time to really get to hit that level 6 to be able to actually withstand some kind of damage. So, it's all good on that front, and he is heading to Llama, who is a bit overextended here.
Llama has got the flash. Viking will set up the body flash, and Llama now pops down the shield. Will he get the flash over the wall? Oh no! He fails it, and Llama will fall down to Jeff the Viking. Unlucky there, I really have to say.
It really was unlucky. However, he also managed to make Plopper flash into the wall as well.
That is a good hook in the bot lane onto Zeppelinzi. The heal already used as well as the flash. Now Ignite down onto Moby and knock up onto Quills. And good disengage from the Codex. Bot lane will mean that no kills will ensue.
And a lot of early summoner spells taken away from the god of Codex, meaning that they won't be able to run away from Creel's Thresh. And it's going to be even more important because you have to remember once again, Varus' no mobility is going to be really a subject to a lot of damage.
Creels does not connect his death sentence, and Destiny goes under the target. He flashes out to get rid of the aggro, but Moby is taking too much damage. He will follow this a 1-for-1 trade in the end as Destiny picks up the kill. El Grande is sitting over the wall. He will find Creels, flays him back. El Grande is all out of mana. The Grand Entrance finds the knockup, and here goes Jeff the Viking. Lightbricks follows. Ignite is sticking down onto the Cassiopeia. Will be enough. Lightbricks gets the kill, and the Dark Passage to safety. Overall, I feel like it's an even trade, 2-for-2 in kills.
Wasn't very even trade, however. The goal difference does in the end go over to Onyx, as Maestlama is just able to push in the wave and get some damage over on the turret. A good teleport from Jeff the Viking, meaning that Onyx were unable to actually continue that fight. And all is well and good. And there is 1,000 gold lead developing now for Onyx, but that's pretty fun.
Plopper and Librix are actually trading. The Jax has so much damage with press the attack. Destiny will aid his mid laner though. We really have to watch out for these damages because Plopper has got press the attack and Jeff has picked up a Sheen. So Gragas and Jax will both deal slightly more damage than I feel like would be expected of them otherwise.
Definitely, especially you mentioned the press the attack, Jack. It's really disgusting. Now, what is also disgusting is the fact that Destiny is just in the top lane and
Jeff has got no flash, nowhere to go, and will get taken down by Destiny 2-1-1 on the Xin Zhao.
poor Jeff. You have to feel sorry for him there. I mean, he did get the same treatment that Llama got earlier, just about 2 minutes or so. So it's all 1-1 in the case of overextending and
Yeah,
dying.
now look at the mid lane. El Grande flashes and does not land the petrifying gaze and Librix gets himself the kill.
And we talked about it. If you get Xin Zhao in that lane, you will have so much damage as the Zed. A nice dodge of the Cassiopeia ultimate as well. But now in the bot lane,
Another hook landing onto Zeplinzi, and Moby just goes in and gets himself another kill. Kovacs has got the flash, now decides to use it. Creel's flays him back, Destiny is there and gets the kill with his W. 3-1-1 now. And Onyx, they find themselves nearly 3,000 gold ahead.
and this is exactly what Onyx were looking to do. They were looking to snowball, and they are certainly looking to fulfill that promise. They have a couple of kills now sitting on Librix and Moby, and they will be looking to just finish those relatively cheap items pretty damn quickly. So all is going well for Onyx right now. They just need to not throw this lead
Lopper
away.
is in the Dragon pit. He will not even get the Drake. Librix is running low. It will be the shutdown going in already for the Jax. But Destiny and Creels will take care of him. It will be the Xin Zhao picking up the kill in the end. Now in the top lane, Llama and Jeff are trading. Unstoppable Onslaught connects onto the Gragas. And Jeff has only 300 HP. The cask knocks Llama back into the wall. Both of the top laners are running very low. Roar of the Slayer connect. Here goes the boys. Who will get the one? It will be Llama getting the kill in the end.
Okay, that was way too close. If you're both Llama and Jeff the Viking, that's a tilter. Both of these champions just have so much sustain. And well, that was an exciting tank versus tank fight. I didn't think that I would ever say those words together, but
Yes.
alas, you know, it was nice.
It did happen, and how yeah, I mean, interesting
Yeah.
one tank top lane. No, I'm just trying to connect it into what I wanted to say is, if you look at Kovac's bot lane, Onyx have been doing such a good job of slowing down Zeplinzi. His 5 CS behind Moby, 1 and 3 compared to 2, 1 and 2. Item-wise, not even close. Moby will be so much stronger than Zeplinzi for the next even 15 or even more minutes.
Definitely, as he will be finishing that Blade of the Ruined King really shortly, which is a huge power spike for Lucian in the early game. Now I have to commend Plopper because he has been playing so well around Destiny's jungle. He's just been constantly invading him and taking his farm, and that is why he is almost sitting at an almost 30 CS lead over this Xin Zhao.
However, Destiny is finding the ganks and getting his lanes ahead, so there is nothing in this world that you get for free. And it seems that Onyx strategy is working better for them at this point. They are sitting at 2.5k gold lead, just under 10 minutes. The Herald will be spawning soon now. Kovacs goes on to Creels, does not find a knockout. Zeplinzi is fighting Moby 1 versus 1. They only 400 HP on that Varus will fall down to Destiny. In the end, Kovacs manages to get the return kill, but it is still 2-for-1 in favor of Onyx. And now in the middle lane, Librix gets the kill onto El Grande. Flopper tries to get the return kill, flashes forward, does manage to get the stun from the counter-strike. Librix, no flash, no ignite, gets away with the living shadow, but the red buff will take him down in the end.
The red buff just burned him and sent him straight to hell, and a lot of kills right now heading over to the pockets of Onyx. Once again, this is exactly what they needed. They just need to finish those power spikes. Librix now does have that Dusk Blade. Moby has finished the Blade of the Ruined King. And, well, it's starting to look really scary for Codex because it's only downhill from here for the upcoming 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, for the next 10 minutes, it will be only harder, as you said, nothing to add, nothing to remove. And at this point, Codex, they just really need to try and cut their losses and stall through to the point where Zeplinzi will... And El Grande will actually have the damage to the shout. But apart from that, Onyx are just doing such a great job of doing exactly what they need to do. Dust Blade of Dragdar has been finished, so has been the Blade of the Ruined King. And Codex just will struggle.
definitely will. Now in the top lane, Maesta is trying to go in.
Yeah, Jeff does get a nice cast under the turret, but Destiny flashes forward, will get a kill, not even close to dying, and the 30th kill for Onyx will fall down at 11.5 minutes.
And well, Destiny has just been so crucial to the lineup of Onyx.
Now Kobex goes onto Moby, who takes the Dark Passage to safety. Charm will connect onto Creel's Plopper is trying to make things work. Chains of Corruption, as well as the stun, will seal Creel's deal as the Plinsy gets the kill.
And another kill going over to the Plinsy. However, that is not going to offset the power balance between him and Moby, at least right now. And it really has just been the case of junglers deciding how the game goes. Plopper has been farming until now, but he's starting
the
to
Death Mark
realize.
going in the middle by Librix. Granite take a lot of damage, not quite enough. He just barely survives.
He doesn't have the flash either, so unless El Grande stays, it should be okay.
Oh, Librix tries to go in, but the Miasma tags him on. Flash away from El Grande, he gets the kill in the mid lane. And look at the bot lane turret, Codex. They will be looking to get that objective, not quite enough damage. Fifth plating is very hard to take as the Herald will be spawned in the middle lane.
And well, that is gonna be a lot of gold headed over to Destiny, but that was an overextension by Librix. I'm going to call it that. Let's just go with it. And Destiny, wow, he's just been really good this game, hasn't he? He's just gone for so many ganks. He's currently sitting on 7 kills, and while that isn't the best of outcomes, as you do indeed want those kills on some of your own players, he's just been so important to the lineup of Onyx right now. And they can start to actually try to group at this very point, because it's only going to get better for a while, of course, for Librix and Moby from now on.
Oh yeah, as I said, the Duskblade is finished. It gives it this burst of damage that he often needs to finish off the kills. And with consistent pressure, now the hook landing onto the Plinsy, Kobex will be able to just zone the bot lane for Onyx away with that charm. But yeah, as I said, with the pressure coming in from the Onyx's bot lane, the Plinsy and Kobex are just such an easy target for any dives, and it's just 3 kills if Onyx executed well, because they actually haven't attempted a... Okay, they attempted a 1 dive,
yes,
and it was a 1-for-1 in the end, but they could be looking for more.
They definitely could be, as the turret plating will fall right now, and the mid lane turret is just so damn low.
And here goes the Pain Train, it gets the knockup exactly onto El Grande, and the Decimating Smash seals the kill as Llama gets himself 1. And now that mid lane turret is open, though no one looks to be pressuring that quite yet.
Yeah, that was a bit brutal of an overkill onto El Grande. You mentioned the top lane turret, that's going to also go down shortly. However, Plopper is there, so he can try to sort of slow the process down. Bot lane turret in the end goes down first. We didn't quite mention it, but yes, it was indeed Moby and Kirill just beating up on it. And this is just such a systematic destruction of Codex right now that it's pretty impressive. Onyx, they set themselves some objectives, and again, they are just fulfilling them pretty damn well on the back of all members right now, I have to say.
And this is really what Onyx has to do. They are executing on their win condition right now. 15 minutes in the game, they have themselves over 4,000 goldie. The Herald has been already used in the mid lane, so now the next real objective will be that Cloud Drake. Apart from that, it will be the Baron. So the game will likely come into a stall as the turrets are the only real objective. But right now, El Grande might get caught out in the river. Nice Petrifying Gaze will connect onto Destiny, who takes the Dark Passage to safety, and he's okay.
And also a great Crushing Guard, making sure that Destiny doesn't actually fall prey to this Cobra now. Moby may find himself in some trouble.
Knock-up with the Grand Entrance, and the Miasma will be enough to just pin down Krills. Now Chains of Corruption connect onto Destiny. No Crescent Guard, as you said, means the shutdown goes into the pocket of Klopper now bot lane. Lybrix and Jeff are 1v1 in the deathmark has been already used. Lybrix goes back, looks like Jeff. Oh, he actually goes for the flash body stab. 200 HP on that Zed, he flashes away. Both of the players are getting dangerously low, but Jeff has a lot of tankiness, but the ignite will still take him down, and 1-for-1 in the end. Switching back into the top side, Klopper gets knocked up with the decimating smash, flashes away. The calling not quite out to which will. Moby goes over the wall with the flash, gets the kill. Zepplinzi is sitting there with that Varus, but not gonna damage. Flash forward, a double knockup from Llama. He does not quite have the decimating smash now. Zepplinzi flashes forward, tries to get a kill onto Moby, but Moby has so much damage on that Varus. It will be, on that Lucian I should say, it will be the double kill in the end, going in favor of Llama, and Onyx win yet another fight.
That was just so many things happening at once, and well, let's unpack that for a second. Lybrix did get another kill on his person. He has finished that serrated Dirk. So he's gonna be one happy fellow. But a lot of crucial kills going down for the lineup of Codex. They did lose the trade in the end, but it's important that they are starting to get at least a couple of items down. You have Blade of the Ruined King sitting on the be one happy archer. Luden's Echo had been finished a while back, however Cassiopeia now does have that Seeker's Arm Guard, so she's going to be relatively safe from the advances of Lybrix, I dare say. And right now, the state of the game I think is going to stay relatively the same. You will have Lybrix sitting in the side lane against Jeff the Viking, but Destiny is there.
Looking for a 1 versus 2. The cask pins 2 members of Onyx against the wall. And here goes a granite double petrifying stun. Destiny has to flash away, but the Crescent Guard keeps him alive. Here comes Plopper from the top side. No flash available, but he still gets the kill with the leap strike. And that is an overextension from Onyx. Will cost them their jungler.
And, well, they tried to do something. They tried to go for another kill, and at this point...
Look at the melee. Moby tries to go in. Krills goes in with the flame, and Moby goes down to Zepplinzi, but Zepplinzi follows shortly as Krills gets himself the kill. Here goes for a double stun with that counter-strike. Llama does not have the ulti nor the flash. Krills will get chased down by Plopper, who gets himself his 5th kill of this game. El Grande tries to connect onto Llama, but the Cyan is just too tanky at this point, and 2-for-1 seems to be the end of that trade.
And Codex are getting themselves back into this game. They are finding good trades. They are turning the fights around that Onyx tried to engage upon them with. Now Lybrix is sitting behind this one. This could be terrible.
Yeah, Lybrix tries to go in, Plopper goes, that is a lot of damage onto the set. A double lookup with the Granite, just compensates the kill, but it's only a 1-for-1. Destiny is sitting under the turret, picking down with the poison. Plopper stays alive thanks to the triumph. Jeff is looking for more. The stun connects onto Llama, so many low health bars on Codex, but El Grande gets the kill. Moby does pop the calling, does he look for more? No flash, no heal, low health bars on Codex, but they just get themselves another 3 kills, and they will look for the dragon.
There was such a clean dive, however they decide to round around.
Oh, Jeff brings back Moby into the entire team. Zepplinzi picks himself the kill. El Grande now chasing down Creels' Thresh. That is a lot of damage. The flame will be used, but not enough. A dragon going in favor of Codex, and they are now coming back in this game.
They are just, they are outplaying Onyx at whatever they had been doing to them in the early game. They are starting to group, and this is the potential that they have as a team. Alright. They don't really want to split push. They just want to group. They just want to fight. And I mentioned that Onyx were going to have the better composition to actually teamfight because they'll just have so much damage. Well, not if you have Jeff the Viking completely stunning everyone. Not if you have so much CC from Zepplinzi and Codex against people like the Lucian, like the Zed, who are so squishy, and if they cannot move, if they're even rooted, they just die instantly. And they're just playing this so well right now.
And take a look at the items. Triforce for Plopper. He will have insane amounts of damage. Also, the Zonia is now completed for El Grande, meaning that Lybrix cannot realistically assassinate him in a team fight, and Zepplinzi just has the protection of an entire team. So Lybrix, he will need to be very creative if he still wants to have a major use in a fight, because Codex, they are getting to a point where they can just deny Lybrix nearly anything he goes for.
Definitely, Zed is one of those champions who slowly falls off. assuming that he is playing against a team fight heavy composition, and the turrets had been unlocked so early on that both of these teams are just looking to roam around the map, which is actually hurting Onyx as a result, even though they were the ones to dismantle those turrets
Now
themselves.
Kobex pops the quickness, looking for the advantages. A good ultimate coming in from Librix to dodge this stance. Now he goes back to the living shadows. The Plinzy is still there, but Quills comes in, connects the hook onto the AD carry of Codex, and he's just deleted by Librix. And but the favor will be returned by Forward Destiny. Is in the final shutdown in favor of Moby. Teleport as well, expanded by Llama. And now with 5 members in the top side, a jungler for Codex dead. This could be a barn kill for Onyx. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught. A good blast code by the team of Codex will get them to safety. But with still 25 seconds left on the Plopper, this could be a free barn for Onyx.
Definitely, they are looking to set their sights upon it. They do have the vision, and the same thing cannot be said for Codex. It's falling down pretty damn quickly. Well, what can Codex really do here? Plopper won't be there for that fight, and Jeff the Viking needs to step up here.
Yeah, Kobex is behind the pit as well as El Grande. The hook just narrowly misses the barn, will be secured. Easy smite by Destiny. Now the fight ensues. A single knockup with the Grand Entrance. It is a 4 versus 3. A hook will land onto El Grande, who pops out immediately into the zone as our guys. The Plinzy is joining the fight. Moby gets the kill onto the Cassiopeia. Now Quills will be sacrificed as just the Viking gets the kill. Librix getting a lot of damage in onto the Plinzy. Now the Death Mark connects onto Jeff the Viking, and Librix just gets popped down. Plopper looking for Llama now. Flash is available for the Cyan. Jeff connects with the body slam, and Llama will get just bursted down to pieces. A Baron will go in favor of Onyx, but only 2 members left to retain it.
However, in the end, it still is a Baron buff sitting on 2 members of Onyx, and that's going to be technically 2 lanes that you can now go down with the Baron buff and try to push through. So it's going to be really beneficial for Onyx to have picked up that Baron buff, but crucial to see that Codex are fighting back. And I mentioned the ticking time bomb effect. It's still 23 minutes. Zeplinski hasn't even finished his first item, and yet he has had a lot of impact in that one single fight. Well, as soon as Librix jumped in. If he can manage to hit his chains of corruption, and if the rest of the crowd control can also land from the lineup of Codex, it's going to be, no matter what, a win situation for them. They just need to hit it, and everyone on the lineup of Onyx were so good at dodging it that fight around.
And now finally the Rage Blade is completed for Zeplinski. He is now on the 2-item virus. Will start dealing out some serious damage. But also when you look at Jeff the Viking, this guy is currently sitting at nearly 260 armor against a full AD team. It is so hard to kill him. You do have that Blade of the Ruin King in Black Cleaver, which helped tremendously, but it will still take much more time for the side of Onyx to kill Jeff than for the side of Codex to kill Llama.
Certainly, however, you also need some sort of damage on the lineup of Codex. Yes, El Grande has finished the Luden's Echo and Zoni's Hourglass, so he will be dealing some serious damage, but you need more than that. You need the Plincy to start stepping up. Plopper, he always gets CC'd down and killed at the beginning of the fight. If he can try to avoid that, if he can engage together with Jeff and just stand right next to him, maybe he can do more in a team fight. And well, that is the trouble that you have when you put Jax into a team fighting scenario.
Now 4 members of Onyx are committed into that bot side turret. I'm not sure if Codex can contest. The Death Sentence von Creels will fly out wide, and now only 1 outer turret remaining in that top side. With the Baron buff, Onyx, they are finding themselves with a 4,500 gold lead. It hasn't tremendously grown, but it is still kept constant. And if they can look to snowball some advantages, if they can find just 1 fight, Onyx can get a crucial pick, then that might be all Onyx need to really put this game in their bag.
Definitely, the inhibitor turrets are open right now. The inhibitor is not really too long of a walk away from it. And Onyx, they have been playing it really patiently with this Baron buff so far. Not really overextending too much, just at the initial fight at the Baron pit. And it's really important that they do decide to take so many of the last inner turrets in every single lane, because they want to split push. And if you have so many inhibitors endangered, you will have to put a member there, which allows for the rest of the lineup of Onyx to go and try to teamfight.
And one thing we cannot forget to overlook is the fact that Moby, he still has an item advantage over Zeplinzi. A 3-item Lucian is still scary. More scary than a 2-item Virus, definitely. So you still are looking at that damage disparity between the marksmen. The only reason why Codex have been able to win so many fights is the sheer safety under which Zeplinzi is put from the entirety of his own team.
Certainly, and that is, well, that can be attributed to Kobex. He has been playing every single team fight so well. He's been finding the charms and the knockups a lot. However, if he doesn't manage to find it, it spells trouble for Zeplinzi, just because he is the only real CC aside from Viking, and that is the Chains of Corruption missing. Again, a really crucial spell, as you want every single bit of crowd control that you can get.
It will be now on an 80 seconds cooldown. Very unlucky, just barely not connecting. Now Death tries to go in onto Destiny, but he will just take the Dark Passage to safety, and he will be okay. The Baron buff has run out already about a minute ago for the side of Onyx. Llama will be pressuring that bot side inhibitor turret if no one answers him, and looks like the game will just take a stall until the next Baron will spawn.
Next Baron will be spawning, however, in around 40 seconds, and at that point, it may just be the game-changing factor. Because Varus right now, you mentioned it, he's still sitting on just 2 items, he isn't at his strongest point. If Onyx decide to pick up a Baron and don't give Zeplinzi enough time to get that item, well, Codex will not have enough damage to power themselves through the entire team fight. At this point, you really have to be looking at Plopper and El Grande to do all of the work. If you see them CC down in a team fight, it's pretty much game over for Onyx.
Yeah, it will come down pretty much to these carries. We've got Moby and Zeplinzi, obviously the both marksmen for the teams to be the crucial carries. Then you have also El Grande for Codex, who will be the major damage dealer, and Plopper for more like supportive damage. And I'm pretty sure it's the same story for the side of Onyx, apart from the fact that Librex is much more of an assassin rather than a DPS. And Destiny will also just try to come in and deal any of the additional damage that will be needed. So both of the teams have a very similar team fight makeup, as in the players have pretty much the same roles within that fight.
They do have similar roles, however, the squad of Onyx have less of a consistent DPS, you mentioned it. They have pretty much Lucian, who can be the main damage source, however he isn't a safe one. And the armor is starting to be stacked on Codex. You now have Gragas sitting on the Sunfire Cape, also on the Iceborne Gauntlet. Jax is also finishing another armor item. Cassiopeia has had the Azonias for quite a while, and well, Rakan is also starting to itemize into some armor on his person, so eventually the lineup of Onyx are going to find themselves at a loss just because they won't be able to burst everyone down, and if they cannot burst everyone, consistent damage to continue through the team fight. So right now is going to be one of the last opportunities for them to find a good fight.
The least armor on any member of Codex is 108, and that is the armor that Zeplinzi has. That is over 50% physical damage denial. 100 armor means 50% of damage is denied.
Yes.
That is a lot of damage that's just being done like that. You have the lethality as well as the armor pen, obviously, on the side of Librex, so it will skew those numbers quite a bit, considering that he's currently negating 37 of that armor, plus 35% of what is left, I believe, is how it works. So
Yes.
definitely
The pre-mitigation damage.
Yes, Onyx have ways of mitigating that armor, but you can stack armor much quicker than you can pierce it.
Definitely, and well, if the game goes on long enough, again, it's the same story of the ticking time bomb. Right now, Codex do not have to fight, they just have to keep their vision good. However, Onyx are trying to find more objectives. They're starting to take the dragon. However, Baron has actually started... Oh, not sorry. Don't know what I was thinking. It's just the
It
Codex
didn't
are
look-
positioning around it.
Yeah, it didn't look like Codex wanted to go for it. They decide to do a death brush right now. There are still wards in the pit, so there is no pressure on Onyx to even try and go into that pit since they know the Baron isn't being started. That ward is there. Destiny is behind the pit, has got Flash Blast on and the Smite. He will jump over in just a while and just interrupts the entrance in the Baron pit, and it will be secured by Clover. Now Codex, the fight ensues. Zeppelin is just raining hell on the side of Onyx. The knockout from Llama is good, but his fight will be stopped. It is a 1-for-0. Libraries is on that bot side, will secure the inhibitor, but the Baron still goes in favor of Codex.
And Jeff the Viking, oh my god, this man is mad. That was beautiful, perfectly interrupting Destiny from even trying to do anything, and well, that was a really good way to take a Baron, and they lose just an inhibitor as a result, and they will now have the time to just scale. They will now have the time to give Zepplinski the time that he needs to find some more items. Or, well, not by libraries, okay. Not by him.
Well, Zepplinski will die to the death mark at the very least, so it is a 1-for-1 trade, a shutdown actually going in favor of the side of Onyx, so the gold net gains slightly on their side. However, it is still a 1-for-1 trade. It does deny some of the Baron pushing power from the side of Codex though.
Definitely, however, they still have Cassiopeia, who has such great wave clear that it doesn't quite matter as much. The bot lane turret has been taken.
Now look at the Llama, he's drifting in the mid lane, does not find El Grande. Flash forward from Destiny, a good cast from Jeff, will secure some disengage. Flash away from El Grande, petrifying gates has been already used. He gets knocked up and taken down by the Moby, and now the second carry of the Codex is dead. Onyx could be looking for the push, but the wave in the bot lane is getting shoved in right under that inhibitor. The mid lane inhibitor tower though will be the next target for the side of Onyx. Zepplinski is alive, does connect with the Chains of Corruption onto Llama, who just cannot take the Lantern. He will be absolutely melted through by that virus, and Onyx do not get the target and they lose their attack.
That is simply unfortunate, and now Zepplinski has finished that Guardian Angel. He is sitting on 4 items.
He will be just so strong in these fights. He even has 140 armor to his name. Librix, he really needs to hit every single ability even wants to have a chance at assassinating Zepplinski, and then you still have the Guardian Angel. It is just so hard for Onyx right now. Jeff tries to go in, he does not connect with the body slap. However, Plopper already gets killed, and here goes Librix onto the AD carry of the Codex. He has the Guardian Angel himself, both of them will respawn fairly soon. Librix go is in with the Denmark, and that is the AD carry of Codex gold. However, so is Moby, and Destiny pops down into the Zonias. The last 2 members of Onyx are very low. Librix finally goes down. Llama is now standing behind that inhibitor. Destiny has to go back to the base. The inhibitor itself will fall down under the Codex's pressure. They've got the ban, but they will be looking for that Nexus. The Grand Entrance connects onto Llama. He does have full HP. Teleport is coming in from Jeff the Viking. Destiny, he just cannot do quite enough, will fall down to the Kraken. Zoya's fallen granted by some more time. Quills has now respawned. Can Llama buy enough time? The first Nexus turret will finally fall. El Grande is still dishing out the auto attacks. Llama is sitting out. That is a good hook. Ignite is down. The Cassiopeia finally falls. The second Nexus turret is now under attack. The Nexus itself is exposed. 2 versus 4. Codex versus Onyx. Proper jumps back. No matter. But the Nexus is still dropping out. Moby goes in. Nexus does on 1000 health. Can Codex finish the game? He tries to get into attacks. He goes in with the Grenades. The minions will not finish the job, and Onyx defend their base.
Oh, that is so crucial. Well,
Look at the teleports. Look at the teleports. Zepplinski is in the base. Lala is trying to get a turret. Knockup plants with the decimating smash, and Zepplinski is just trying to cut him down. The knockup with the Astro Boston connect. So does the decimating smash, but there just quite isn't enough damage. The Nexus itself is exposed. Zepplinski will stay alive and save the game for his team as well. No one can destroy the other team's Nexus.
and we just returned to the state of the game as it was before. However, you now still have 20 seconds of the death timers. Librix,
El
you can't
Grande
delete
is
Zaplincy.
alive. Librix tries to go in. You've got the petrifying gates on that Cassiopeia next to the explode. Deathmark going on Zaplincy. No Guardian Angel is available. Moby's trying to get a backsend is landing onto El Grande. The Nexus is at half health. Onyx, they are trying to elevate, and Zaplincy falls down. Just again, but it won't be enough. Onyx takes the game. Wow.
That was okay. That was an insane end to such a relatively composed game, wasn't it? In the end, Onyx just were able to defend their base because the Zaplincy died at the beginning of the final fight, and they didn't have anyone that could actually, well, take the Nexus. Well, that was just, that was wonderful. The entire game was just so calm, you know, it was relatively serene. It was pretty quick with 62 kills in the end. However, that game end, well, I'm just hoping that we're going to see more of that in the second one.
That is just the game one. Insane ending, I have to add. The game, there were so many fights and such a way to finish it. I'm not even gonna ask you what to change because I don't feel like any of these teams have made any mistakes when it comes to the draft. It just came down to the execution, and in the end, Onyx turned out to be better at defending their base.
Definitely, Onyx in the end, well, they were able to play around the early game better simply because they did have the better early game oriented team. In the mid game, it seemed like Codex could actually do something just because they were starting to turn the tides of battle around. They were turning it around on Onyx just because they were finding these picks. Onyx started to overextend, Codex found these fights, and in the end it resulted in them taking the final Baron, thanks to some great individual outplays from the members of Codex. And in the end, a heartbreaking defeat of being so close to taking the Nexus, but well, that's just what League is about sometimes, isn't it?
It just is, and I mean, that is only game to come back. And I think if Game 1 is anything to go by, then we will have an exciting series. But we will go into the break, I will just recharge my voice, and we will see you in a few minutes for the Game 2.
I used to walk these roads with you. Can't remember the last time I went without you. Where do I go? How will I know? How will I know? I used to walk these roads with you. Can't remember the last time I went without you. Where do I go? Where do I go from here? Where do I go? Where do I go from here? I used to walk these roads with you. Can't remember the last time I went without you. Where do I go? Where do I go? How will I know? How will I know? I used to walk these roads with you. Can't remember the last time I went without you. Where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Welcome back, everyone. After a crazy ending for the first game, we will be going now into the draft for the second one. And Codex, this time they are on the blue side, Onyx are on the red side, and we're going to see what the bans will be. Xinjiao coming in as the first ban for Codex.
And already, I think they just want to go for the same kind of playstyle that they did last time, which means a late game team fighting. However, they're definitely going to focus on taking more of the early game focused champions from the lineup of Onyx, just because, well, Onyx were so were so close to completely decimating Codex in the early game, and in the end, Codex were able to prevail just because they found a couple of picks themselves.
Yeah, and then in the end, Onyx still were taking that game on, so
Yeah.
just crazy stuff. But Thresh will be removed by Onyx, so they will decide that they don't want to play themselves, and neither do they want Codex to do so, and Yas will be another ban as well as Ergod.
Makes sense. Once again, Codex are just removing the options for Onyx to really snowball through. Urgot being hovered right now would make sense also to take away. If we're going to be seeing the same kind of playstyles, it will mean that Onyx are just going to be taking away some of the more safer picks, and Thresh can definitely be one of those. So Urgot, once again, another champion that can go really tanky that you cannot really kill. And well, yeah, so a kind of a slow, really paced kind of ban phase, as both of the teams really respect one another, I dare say, in this phase.
They are really taking their time to think about what they want to ban out, what do they want to go with. So yeah, much slower paced draft phase compared to the first game. Lissandra looks to be the final ban coming in from the side of Codex, so that might mean that they will want to go for something more aggressive mid lane, or just remove the Lissandra because it's annoying.
Yeah, Lissandra isn't only taken away just because you want a safe, or sorry, just because you don't want a safe pick against you in lane. It is also taken away because you can then take a really aggressive jungler into the jungle without any CC, and they can just burst you down immediately. And well, we're gonna be seeing El Grande on Cassiopeia one more time. He's had a really good performance, I'm going to say, so maybe he can pull off even more good stuff in the second game.
Oh, he definitely did. I am looking forward to seeing if it will be the same. So far, the picks look to be exactly the same as last game. Not necessarily in the same order, but if that Lucian gets locked in, then Onyx, they are going for elbow. They banned it themselves, so it will be paired with a different support this time.
Definitely, and once again, the Lovers Duo is still going to be open unless Onyx decides to lock themselves in the Rakan. Braum is still open as well, however Onyx will look to just prefer picking Sion for Maestalama. He did play well in the first one. He's had some nice little drifts where he just completely surprised the lineup of Codex, so makes sense that they go with him. However, Codex, yeah, they're just looking to go with the late game scaling hyper carry kind of deal. So it's gonna be a similar playstyle to what we saw in the first one.
Well, but Kai'Sa is open, and Zeplinzi does play it a lot. There's no
Definitely.
reason why Codex wouldn't lock it in right now, unless they have some other AD carry that they prefer. But it looks like it will be their choice, and the Brom for it as well. That is a very good setup to a similar kind of composition as we saw last game.
And I think that Braum and Kai'Sa is even better for Codex than Kai'Sa. Than Zaya and Rakan that they had last time. Wait, was it?
No,
think
they
it
had
was
Varus and Rakan.
Varus, god damn it. I really want Lover's Duel to go through. Than they had last time because, well, Kai'Sa is going to be able to withstand a lot of damage now with this Braum in front of her. He is so good at disengaging any sort of gank attempt from the lineup of Onyx. However, they do have that Camille, and if she manages to get a good Hextech ultimatum off on Kai'Sa, Braum won't really be able to do terribly too much.
Yeah, good champion, a good champion pick, good jungler, early game aggression, very similar to the Xin Zhao in terms of the playstyle, but as you said, you have that ability to isolate the targets, which could be very huge if teams decide to go for the same identities. If Onyx want to go for some sort of, maybe even the Z once again, Codex want to commit into the late game, that Camille, which will make things much more easier than they were last game.
Oh, certainly. Now, the bans once again just kind of comfort us, except for Codex. They really don't want Alistair to be on Onyx. They want to take at least some more of the engage heavy supports because they really, I want to say that again, and really want Zeplinzi to have a good laning phase because, well, Kai'Sa can die to anything, and even though she does have a Braum, she can still die if she gets hooked, which means something like that Pike is technically open. I'm not sure if Creels has really played it too much, however, it still could be a possibility.
It could be. Now the final ban from the side of Codex, they could be just looking to ban away, as you said, the Pike or some other support that they think will be very strong in the side of, in the hands of Creels. We'll have to see. It will be the Z though, the hover ban for now. Will make sense to ban it, and it will be taken off the board in the end. Librix had a pretty decent game, getting some kills, not quite being able to finish it off in some others, but overall a decent performance, I have to say.
Oh yeah, he is a good Z player in the sense that he knows when to go in, and he clearly has showed us that he does have the mechanics to pull Z off. So I really enjoyed watching him on that pick. Won't be able to do so now. Maybe he can go on something even more aggressive. The Pike does go through, which I do believe is going to be going into the bot lane. We have seen Pike be played mid today, so that's also a possibility.
Yeah, Shim has pulled it off against Old Boys, but not sure if we will see that. I mean, you know, Pike technically is also an AD assassin that can be played in the mid lane. Codex, though, I mean, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Make sure to attack the Nexus this time. I think is the memo of last game.
Yeah, if Viking has had a really good performance on the Gragas last time around, he's had a lot of really spicy plays, and that is something that you can do with this Gragas, just because if you have any displacement ultimate, you can sway the entire balance of a single team fight, and Jeff the Viking was really crucial in the lineup of Codex in even setting up the fights, and that is a Kha'Zix. Okay. Interesting.
Alright, well, looks like someone else wants to get themselves an assassin. It will be going in the hands of Plopper. But you know, if you think about it, then Jack's jungle and Kha'Zix's jungle do share some similar. Alright, well,
oh no.
Yes, please.
Oh, no. Okay.
Alright, well, 3 assassins in a game. Which one do we talk about first?
Well, you were talking about Kha'Zix. It is similar to Jax in the sense that Kha'Zix doesn't really 1v1 too well. He can definitely 2v1. If he manages to get the jump on the Camille first, he can definitely kill her early on. However, it's still going to be difficult to, win that fight with just scotch-free. And this is going to be so interesting, especially in the mid lane, because once again you have Cassiopeia who can deny a lot of the mobility that Katarina brings. However, Katarina did get a really big buff in this patch, which is that before you would have a little bit of a delay. I believe it was quarter of a second before you were actually jumping with a shunpo somewhere. Now it is instant, so it's essentially a flash. So it's going to be easier to actually dodge around the consecrated ground from Cassiopeia, and it's going to be really a skill matchup, similarly as to what it was before.
Looking forward to that, since I mean Librix did show us he can play these assassins, and now actually Onyx, they have such a better competition against what Codex wants to bring, because they have people, literally everyone on their team can just jump into a fight and make sure to get one target and just kill them, just like that. It's this simple. I mean, it's not really, but you just go in with the Camille, isolate Kai'Sa or the Cassiopeia, and then you jump in with your two assassins. Lucian can also do his first share, and then you just have Llama going in with the Pain Train, just knocking anyone up who he wants to. So that I like this composition from Onyx.
Yeah, they have a lot of engagement. They have a lot of ways to really get onto the lineup of Codex, and if they perform the same way that it was the last game, they're definitely going to get ahead in the early game. What I am looking at is, can they transfer the lead that they get in the early game to the mid game better? Because there were a lot of stutters that they had in the first one, and they really have to iron them out a bit by just not getting caught out and getting good vision in the jungle.
Yeah, this is the big thing, because Codex were quite frankly one auto attack from winning that game, way too close, considering you had 4,000 K goal lead at 15 minutes. And yeah, Onyx, they will need to try and get ahead. What I'm also looking at for the side of Codex is if maybe they can try and defy some of these matchups, which isn't something that we often see. But if you are a scaling team and you manage to still win your matchups, then that is probably one of the best scenarios in which you can put yourself. And if you do that as a team, then it really shows that you know what you're doing.
And something like that can definitely happen around this mid lane as soon as Cassiopeia hits one of her items, likely the Luden's Echo, if she wants to be useful around the mid game, something that we saw in the last time as well. And also on the bot lane, there is a lot of opportunity for Braum to maybe try and catch Pyke out if Krios goes on too deep. Well, there is a good possibility that he can just be stunned down immediately and killed, as Pyke is really squishy. It's just that he has good sustain. Luckily, Codex didn't draft themselves a poke bot lane, but rather one that wants to survive, so if Krios goes in too hard, well, he can definitely falter and fall prey to the lovely man and Children of the Void. Child, not children.
Yes, I agree. Top lane, we get the same matchup though. I'm just hoping that we might be seeing one of the second interesting tank versus tank 1v1 or ever trademark .ex. I don't know.
Okay.
Some more extensions. But yeah, I'm also looking at the junglers though, because we talked about the lanes and the fact that the identities of the teams are still pretty much the same. However, if you look at a Camille and a Kha'Zix, Camille has much better ganking potential, whereas a Kha'Zix, he can gank, but he really wants to get some more of these items, and if he gets caught in the jungle, then Plopper could be in a lot of trouble.
Oh yeah, certainly, which is why I think that Plopper will have to sort of rely on ganking the top lane, where Jeff the Viking will have a lot of ways to get rid of the Scion, at least from his own turret. In the mid lane, it's going to be really difficult to just kind of lock Katarina down. It's going to happen only if Cassiopeia can hit her W perfectly on her. And in the bot lane, again, Kai'Sa just wants to survive. However, there is the potential to catch someone as what's the term? As squishy as Pyke and Lucian if Braum hits that Glacial Fissure relatively early in. So it's going to all be about post level 6 ganks, because before that, Plopper cannot really go anywhere as he doesn't have the setup.
All right. Well, we are guys just a few minutes from getting into the game with the delay. So tell us in the chat, who do you think will take the game to? Do you think that Onyx will actually get the 2-0 today, or do you think that we'll be going into a game 3? Let us know. We'll look at what your thoughts are. I mean, I'm not even gonna place any bets because after game 1, I quite frankly have no idea which team is the better one. It will come down to the execution. Unless right now either Onyx or Codex decide to come up with a very, very dominant game, but if the first match is anything to go by, we will likely have another very even game.
Yeah, I think it will be pretty even. However, Onyx have so many better ways to snowball in the early game that I think that if they do not manage to, get themselves ahead, it would be a sin for Codex not to utilize that and just scale, scale, and scale. And it almost happened in the last time around. However, in the late game, you will still have so many ways of getting onto this Kaisa. Last time it was Varus and he got deleted by Librex. This time, if it goes into mid to late game, you will have Kaisa, but still getting deleted by Librex and also potentially Krios and Moby. So it's going to be really all about how Codex position in the mid game and if they can, try to survive the laning phase.
My eyes are also on Librex on this Katarina because, we haven't really seen that much of him, and he's already picking out these high skill cap champions and performing really well at them. The first game on the Z has been good. If he now manages to win a game on a Katarina very convincingly, then this is definitely a guy to watch. So my eyes are also on him this game to just step up and try to carry the game. But looks like we'll be going either now into the game or in just a matter of the few seconds. Codex is the best team. Thank you, Lerivo77. Yes, I don't know what you other guys are doing. Why didn't you let us know who do you think is gonna win? But Llama is in the game. God damn it.
Well, it happens. So in the upcoming early game, we can technically see an invade just because Pike does have the hook, so he can try to make someone's life a living hell, as well as from the side of Codex, if Braum decides to pick the Q first, which, well, he's obviously going to. You can see some nice little invade, however, we're going to have to wait on that, at least for a while.
Yeah, can we get some energy in the chat so that Llama can get into the game, guys? We'll be just waiting, yeah. I mean, you talked about the Creel's possible invade. Braum is a very good counter-invade champion. You've got that concussive blows. If you start with the Wintersplit, then it also gives you a very good slow. So, invade might not be exactly what Onyx wants, since it can backfire pretty significantly.
Definitely, as well as... Well, Onyx would have the damage right now. They still have the Lucian. Katarina wouldn't be really able to do too terrifyingly much in the invade, but looks like now we'll just be sitting here at a pause, which, I mean, I don't know, it's kind of an okay replacement for an invade.
I mean, there's more happening on an invade than in a pause, but looks like the pause will be finally lifted.
Yay.
So we will be going into the game finally. Codex, they will be once again setting up for some sort of a counter invade, and Krios will be just sitting in the river. It looks to be just the standard cover once again from Onyx, so likely we will see nothing happening before the...
Looks like nothing will indeed go down, at least just yet. We'll have to see where Destiny decides to go. Can go to the bot, or also the top side buffs of his, which would then affect how he decides to gank. We saw him ganking at level 2 as that Xin Zhao. He can pretty much do the same as the Camille with the hookshot. It's a bit more difficult from the red side than the blue side, I dare say, but it's still an opportunity that he can pick. We'll just have to see if he decides to pay attention to the top laner or the bot laners.
Yeah, Popper will start on that red buff in the bot side. Looks like Destiny is also making his way up towards his own red buff, so no level 2 ganks from a Camille, and I'm not sure if proper the Kazakhs will decide to go for one. Technically, if Moby and Quills will overextend, then it is possible, but it is just something that Kazakhs isn't really known for.
Yeah, he really isn't known for, especially ganking. I mentioned that in the draft, but he does require a lot of setup to really be useful, and he cannot really 1v1 as he is super squishy. Now, he will have the advantage over Camille still, especially pre-level 6, just because, well, Camille needs to scale a bit, and before she gets the cooldown reduction, she won't be able to use too many of her Qs on a single champion, so she's going to be handicapped in that regard. But I think that we're going to see some relative quietness and serenity from both the junglers.
Yeah, no one is really making any plays. The CS is literally even. No one. Llama is being able to get the level 2 in the top lane first, so he will get the pushing, but that's about the most interesting thing happening on the map right now. Destiny is making his way up into the top side, so vertical jungling might be the way in which this game will play out. He will go towards that Skylarkrab, and Plopper will just take his whole bot side jungle in the mid lane. Librix is getting some damage down onto El Grande, but as you said, nothing happens.
Nothing happening just yet, and we will have to wait for all of the ultimates on every single lane, at least from Codex. Destiny himself can go for more of the early aggressive ganks, just because Camille does have the lockdown herself. She is currently roaming over to the bot side, and Destiny knows that Kazakh is somewhere around there, so that is a lot of important information handed over to the side of Onyx, as Destiny saw that the Scuttlecrab was still hurt after being hit by someone.
It seems that both the junglers will just take their own jungles, but Destiny getting the double Skylarkrab, making sure that he will be ahead in gold in that jungle early on. Bot lane is pushing from the side of Onyx. Pyke and Lucian, a much stronger early game bot lane than Kai'Sa and Braum, will mean that they've got the pressure advantage, and yeah, and they will just get the priority, get the push in, and we're just looking at probably just 2 more minutes of peace.
Most likely. However, Plopper did manage to get the Wraiths for free. He is now turning over to the top lane, where Llama is actually really low. He doesn't have any pops left in that corrupting potion of his.
Yeah, Plopper is making his way around the corner. He will not be spotted. And this seems like a much slower standard than the last game. Both of these teams are happy with just not finding any kills early on. Obviously, Onyx will still try to get themselves ahead. Codex much more happy with scaling. And yeah.
Just calm.
Yes,
it's the calm before the storm, really, because as soon as everyone hits those ultimates, we're going to be seeing fights pretty much all over the map. But top lane is going to be really, in terms of damage disparity between the two. In the top lane is also going to be interesting to see how both the tanks can try to utilize their crowd control to try and get their advantage over one another. And well, in the mid lane, it's also going to be a relatively important power spike.
One thing that I'm interested to see though is Zeplinski last game, he got put behind, and he still did relatively, actually pretty well. Right now that he is even, he will just be, well, technically, if you follow the logic, he should be so much stronger in the mid game. So I'm just looking forward to see what he can pull out.
Definitely, they aren't actually getting put behind at all right now. Pyke and Lucian aren't developing any pressure in this bot lane right now. I think it's just because now you have Kobex sitting on that Braum. And well, Kai'Sa is going to be one happy marksman actually being able to scale and hit a couple of items before she is forced to fight. That is presuming that the things are going to be as calm as they are, at least right now, as the junglers just return to their respective jungle camps and just clear them out.
You have got this serrated Dirk early on the Plopper. Will give him some nice early lethality, which will help him to find the burst he needs should he go for a gank. Now, ultimates are already available for both top laners and the mid laners, so we could be seeing Llama position himself for a gank mid lane, or really the jungler is just finally going for the ganks in the solo lanes.
Definitely could be seeing that now in the top lane. Meister Llama goes in.
Yeah, Llama does get the knockup with that small bonus, and Destiny follows with the Hawkshot, a good explosive cast, as well as the flash will get Jeff the Viking to safety. But that is a summoner burned on the top lane from Codex, and the return ganks now are opening up.
Indeed are. Librix goes back into the mid lane.
Oh, El Grande burns the Petrifying, gets Ignited down as well as the Death Lotus. Librix goes in, gets the first. You will. Plopper has no ways of chasing it, and Librix getting the solo kill first blood in the mid lane on a Katarina.
That was so cleanly killed play from Librix, also killed, but Librix played that so well. He didn't even know that Plopper was just around the corner, and he reacted perfectly by still chasing El Grande into the abyss and then jumping back out. And that is the power of Katarina. With the resets on that Shunpo, she can do a lot. She can just what's the term? Relocate.
Reload?
Sorry.
Yes.
She can just relocate herself so many damn times, and it's really difficult for champions like the Cassiopeia that are reliant on hitting those skill shots to, you know, be able to do anything. Of course, the Petrifying Gaze was still whiffed. It was a miss rather than a hit, so Librix didn't really outplay that much, but still really cleanly played. And it's really important that you have a kill now sitting on someone like the Katarina who loves to snowball.
Yeah, Librix seems to have a thing for the assassins. He's doing very, very well now. Llama decides to go down into the mid lane. No unstoppable onslaught, but could still be looking for El Grande. The Miasma will kind of slow him down, and here go the Death Lotus as well for Librix. While the flash away from El Grande will get him to safety.
Good flash, and it's great that he hadn't managed to save it that time around. He didn't use it because he thought that he was going to die to ignite himself, and I believe that was the case. But Librix kind of just, you know, jumped back and thought to secure the deal. So now he was just able to escape, as Llama did not have any of the unstoppable onslaught that he usually has. However, Librix may now be in a bit of a bad situation. Okay, he does put a ward down. That's good.
El Grande could be dived, and Destiny goes in with a hookshot flash. Instant deletion. Now Plopper goes in under the dark. He tries to pick up the kills. He gets. Librix gets himself one back. 2-0-1 now on the Katarina. And Onyx, once again, they are finding early game leads. Now look at the bot lane. The glacial figure has already been burned. Zephyrisi goes in with the killings, and the calling has been burned by Moby. Ignites down onto Quills as well as the Kaiser. Moby is still looking for more, so is Quills. The bomb skewer does not connect, and a lot of cooldowns being blown in the bot lane, but without any kills succeeding.
And this is exactly what I talked about when I mentioned that the bot lane of Onyx are going to have so much more damage than in Codex. They won that fight with full health bars and nothing happened to them. And well, Zeppelin Z, he almost died. Almost, but not so much in the end. And Librix, he is going to be finishing his first Hextech item really soon. Most likely the Gunblade, technically it could be the Protobelt as well, although you don't see it too terrifyingly often on someone like the Katarina. And things are just slowly returning to how they were. However, Plopper is in the bot lane.
And El Grande is making his way down. Plopper is sitting on a ward that is blacked out, so no vision is being provided. Though Onyx, they smell something fishy and they will not decide to overextend. Crucial point, Librix has now completed the Gunblade at 10 minutes.
Oh my lord, that is going to be a lot and a lot of damage coming from this Katarina this early on. Yep, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is exactly what you talked about. El Grande tries to get the return kill, but Librix will just dash out of there and get himself a third one in this game.
Plopper may be looking to do something here, though. Librix doesn't have a flash. And he just runs away, unfortunately. But yes, that is a lot of damage going to be coming from this Katarina. And I feel like Librix is at even a better spot than last game on that Zed, just because Katarina can snowball even harder. And if you can play Katarina well, which Librix is clearly showing us can be an unstoppable monster if you do not have the required CC, which in this case will be just Kobex.
Jeff the Viking, once he joins the fights, will also be a crucial part to make sure that Librix cannot snowball. But he's even more ahead than last game, and now Kovacs jumps forward on that Brom. He does get the concussive blow stacks onto Quills, but teleport is being channeled by Llama. Will be interrupted by a cask from Jeff, so a good interruption right there, but Herald will still be taken by Destiny.
There's a Herald going over to the pocket of Onyx. I'm not sure if it was really necessary to interrupt the Scion ultimate as he does, as he would be unavailable in the top lane. Now it will result in at least a few platings taken away from the top turret.
Possibly even the entire turret. There is no explosive cask, and the last plating is now going to be focused. And Onyx, they managed to getting themselves the Herald. They will get the first turret, and they will look to extend their gold lead to 5k at 12 minutes.
And Codex at least managed to get an air Drake as a result, so silver linings, but Onyx, they're slowly starting to snowball. They're sitting at a 5,000 of a gold lead. Granted, most of it is going to be sitting on this Katarina, but still, that is going to be a lot of money sitting on a snowbally assassin. And at this point, look where El Grande is. He cannot even come near Katarina just because, well, he's just going to die instantly.
Librix is doing such a great job on the assassin as well, and this Katarina, the Gunblade has been already. He goes in at the target. Petrifying Gaze does not find its mark, and Librix gets the kill and gets out.
Ooh,
Once again.
El Grande also a bit salty in the old chat. Just wondering why that didn't hit. Now, Pain Train kind of missed. Everything missed.
Loper goes into the mid lane, a flash away from the side of Librix. Now Codex will get caught out in the mid lane. Plopper still tries to go under the target, will find the shutdown. So 1-for-1 trade across the map, but Librix is so good at this Katarina.
He really can play her well, however he did overextend in trying to take at least a couple of plays for his own person, which would extend his gold lead even more. He has finished the Stork Shoes now, which is just going to make him able to roam. And if you pair up right now Lucian, Pyke, and Katarina together in one lane, what you get is a dead Codex member. That's just what you get. That's the math behind it.
Yes, there is just so much damage coming through that there's really very little that Codex can announce the Plinzy. He does use the clearance, but he still stand up, has to flash away. Quills is taking some damage, but so is Codex. He will get taken down on that. Bro, Moby getting the kill credit, and they will now be looking for that turret.
You're looking for the turret, or at least some damage on it. However, they do decide to settle just for that. The plating had fallen, so there is no extra gold away from
Destiny
that.
is low. Oh, he dodges the cast with
Okay.
the Hextech ultimate, but will still fall down to the body slam. Jeff getting himself the kill, but Onyx, they're just snowballing so hard this game. 6,000 gold lead and counting. Now in the mid lane, Librix might get collapsed. He's looking for yet another dive onto El Grande. Here goes Plopper, though Flash is not available for that. He goes in with a Death Lotus, but it just is not enough. He will drop down in the end. El Grande getting himself a kill.
And in the meantime, Jeff the Viking has just been hammering away on this top turret, getting into half HP, which is really important given that right now Codex needs to find any kind of advantages that they can. If you just give away advantages to this lineup of Onyx, you're going to find yourself at a position where you definitely do not want to be. It's important that they keep on shutting this Katarina down. However, the problem is, it sort of just locks Plopper down, because he has to be in mid lane all the time to ensure that Librix doesn't snowball even harder.
And that just allows Moby and Creels to get their items pretty much unscathed. They are 1-0-1, both of them. The Blade of the Ruin King already commented on Moby. Yes, you've got the Stormraiser on the Kaiser, but Lucian is just going to be so much stronger right now.
Well, certainly he is sitting on a bit of a CS lead, so it all makes sense. And, well...
Now Librix is looking to just delete Jeff, and he will succeed in doing so. Looking at the bot lane, Destiny jumps forward with the Hawkshot. Zepolizi gets away with the Killer Instinct for now. Kovacs is left to die with that Killer Instinct and death from below. Gets kills now. Kovacs will follow soon. 2 kills going in the pockets of Onyx. Actually 3.
Actually 3, indeed, and right now, again, Onyx are playing well around the objectives that they had set up for themselves in the draft phase. They have snowballed Librix, or rather, he has snowballed himself. They have snowballed Lucian and Pike. So all of these champions are going to be dealing so much damage at this point. And well, I am a bit scared for the squad of Codex because it looks like there isn't really isn't anything that they can do. But if they can look to find these isolated members of Onyx in bigger numbers, well, they can still try to do something.
So I feel like the story for Codex is similar to last game. They just need to scale for long enough. But you know, Katarina in the late game is much better than Zed in the late game, so it will be more difficult.
Definitely will be more difficult. It is pretty much the only real difference that they had the last draft. Yes, draft. I don't know why I thought that word sounded weird. But unless Onyx starts making some of the positioning mistakes that they did last time around, and if they are over eager in actually giving some of the leads away to Codex right now, they should be able to close this game out pretty damn quickly, because right now they can start to group, they can start to fight, because, well, the lineup of Codex won't have any damage as Jeff the Viking.
Yeah, Jeff will get locked down, but first to flash away from Destiny, and here goes Librix, gets himself the kill. And now Plopper will be forced out of his own jungle as Onyx, they're just taking it over completely, will be looking for that tier 2 bot lane turret, and there is nothing that will stop them.
Looks like there is nothing that will stop them. Braum is going to back into the base, at least right now. Air Drake is still up, so Onyx are going to head right there. And once again, it is such a clean and calm and composed team, these Onyx guys. They are just playing really slowly, even though they're, you know, snowballing. You're really patient in how they play. Librix got a couple of really good plays, and same can be said for bot lane, and they're now reaping the benefits.
Much less kills than last game, though I feel like on Onyx they are much more ahead than they ever were in the last one, mostly due to Librix. Just this guy is right now solo carrying, and I feel like his nickname is just sending a message over to El Grande. The first part, definitely what he would write in old chat.
Yeah, definitely. And you have to have some banter, right? In legal like
Obviously do.
Yeah, and now
oh, Librix, he looks to go in, but will let Llama initiate. He will not find the knockup. Shadow meanwhile is found onto Moby, and now the fight in mid lane is in. Progressive blows do find the mark onto Librix, and he cannot really go in without that death notice. His product with the cast, the police is still in the backside untouched, and Plopper goes in the back. Librix still did not find any kills. He cannot go in for the reset, but Plopper can. And Codex, they are pulling these fights out of nowhere.
And once again, Codex are just so good at finding these fights. Moby got assassinated in the topside jungle where Plopper was sitting in a bush, unspotted. And I mentioned that Onyx needed to improve on their vision control, and that is exactly why. If you don't know where you're going to have someone like that Kha'Zix just sitting there and killing you, upon which they can win the team fight.
One big problem that was just exposed for Librix, well, I will hold that thought because Llama is teleporting to cut the retreating members of Codex off, and now he is there. Moby is trying to go in. Llama already picks up the place. Here goes Librix. He gets Codex. Plopper does not get him, but El Grande will. 3 members of Codex though fall down in the meantime, and El Grande is very much on the wrong side of the map. The Baron is alive now. If El Grande can buy enough time for Plopper to respawn, then it might be good enough. He does get the Petrifying Gaze stun onto Krill, who gets him off with death from below, and the Baron is started by the side of Onyx.
It started, and the only person alive right now is Jeff the Viking, but the Baron is going down just so fast. Well, it's going down at a pretty reasonable speed. Okay, Jeff is just gonna have a pretty easy time running over there, but he's not really going to contest it, it seems. He's just gonna take a couple of wards away. And that is an uncontested Baron being headed over.
The Baron is 2000 HP. Jeff throws in the cask. I just held my breath for a while there, but the Baron will be just easily smited away by Destiny. And Onyx, they will be looking to close this game out. Librix is working now towards his death count.
Well then, as soon as Librix finishes that item, it's gonna be a bit of a game over for Codex, because the only person with magic resist right now is Jeff the Viking. Everyone else is just going to die immediately. And well,
and Codex, well, can we get a presentation of how much damage Librix has? Yes, we
Oh
can.
my
Codex
lord.
just gets deleted, and that is a Braum, keep in mind.
it is a Braum without magic resist, but still, that was murder, is what we call it over here in Europe, and well, that was pretty brutal. I have to admit, Librix is just so scary on this Katarina right now.
Volvo Onslaught is going down the mid lane. Knock-up will not be found onto anyone, but the turret will be easily secured by the side of Onyx. Plopper is still sitting in that brush. He will be looking for any flank opportunities and look for Librix to make mistakes or get the fight. This guy will be the deciding factor in anything that Onyx are going for. And now that is a great knock-up from Jeff the Viking, but can he find the kill? Librix assassinates Plopper immediately, and now he does not have the death notice, but the Plenty falls down to the death from below by Quill. El Grande is still full health. Destiny goes with the hookshot, and Librix is on a killing spree. He's still looking for these reasons. Jeff the Viking is running low on HP. Two members of Codex are left alive, and the inhibitor will be the target for Onyx. El Grande is all out of mana under that volley inhibitor card. If he falls, it's all but over for the side of Codex. Librix gets the kill now. Can Jeff the Viking stall this game out long enough? Looks like Onyx will just take the inhibitors, but right now with both inhibs down, with the Baron buff on all of the members, they will not commit to ending the game yet, but they are in such a great position to do so.
They're currently sitting on about 9,000 of the squad of Onyx, and right now it looks almost like all but over for Codex. However, they are still alive, kicking and breathing, and the difference between the last game was that, well, Codex did something like they did when Moby was assassinated in this game, but at that point, it never was that Onyx really recovered. They just kept on making mistakes upon mistakes, and in this game we saw a lot of great engages instead happening from Maestalama as well as Librix, and right now Onyx seems like a much more confident team than how it was in the first game.
They will secure themselves the Mountain Dragon. Two inhibitors are down. The Baron buff will expire fairly shortly in about 20 seconds or so. And right now Codex, they need to buy so much time, and shutting down Librix just proves to be the harder task with each passing teamfight.
And he has finished that Rabadon. You have mentioned it. He is going to be incredibly scary, even scarier than he was before. I dare say, even terrifying right now. However, you can still shut Librix down if you make sure that you can hit your crowd control on him, which hasn't been the case thus far. And El Grande hasn't hit a single good petrifying gaze in this entire game, so I think that he needs to step up in these teamfights just because that ultimate is so game-changing.
If he manages to get a good category ultimate, it can change the game now. He will get just knocked up and taken down immediately. Simply is the only carry for Codex that is alive for now. Destiny is looking over. He will find him the double kill for Destiny. Plopper tries to get the assassination. He gets out, killing Moby on his way. 2 for 1 for now. But both of the carries for the side of Codex are down. Plopper will get chased down by Destiny and finally taking down Viking and Codex. Enough time. The third inhibitor is the target right now. No Baron, but with these super minions. 13 seconds on El Grande. Nexus starts are being focused right now. The first one will get melted through immediately. And look at the damage. The Nexus is exposed. And this time there will be no shenanigans. There will be no crazy base defenses. As El Grande actually does respawn, so I should bite my tongue on there right now. But Onyx, they are hitting on the Nexus. And the words are actually true. Onyx take the 2-0 win.
Ooh, and that was a very, very clean game from Onyx. They managed to end it at 25 minutes, and it was all off on the back of, well, I'm going to say Librix. He was the main guy that managed to make sure that he is able to enable the entire lineup of Onyx, because if you had this Katarina who would be unable to get herself ahead, she would be just a dead weight and would allow Codex to snowball. And it's also the same thing for everyone else, really. But the bot lane got ahead, the mid lane got ahead, the top lane, Jeff was having problems with laning against Maistalama, and at that point it was all but over for Codex just because they fell too much behind. And once again, a really convincing victory for SRG Onyx.
It will be very, very convincing, guys. You've got the links in the chat to vote for your MVPs. I'm seeing you're doing it already, and let's maybe talk about what this actually means for this split, because Onyx, they got 2-2-0s. That does put them on 6 points right now, sitting at the top. Codex, they had their first game FF, they had to FF it, now they didn't pick up any points. So even though they played really well, they didn't actually pick up any points so far.
Definitely, and it may have an impact on their sort of mental state and their kind of thinking. I'm just hoping that it doesn't really affect them negatively, but rather boosts them to just, want to be able to play against all of these teams. There are clear problems with, well, their play style. Not really that they would make mistakes, but rather they simply don't play with the meta right now. They play the sort of old kind of League of Legends where you have a tank in the top lane, a hyper carry, and a safe support in the bot lane, mage in the mid lane. That unfortunately doesn't work against teams like Onyx who just want to snowball, and they may just have to expand their champion rosters a bit and try to reorient themselves a bit on the meta spectrum. Because if they keep on going against teams like Onyx, they're going to find themselves at a loss against also teams like Hydro or other teams that just want to destroy you in the early game.
Yeah, this will be something that we will need to look at as this split progresses. Can Codex actually pull out multiple playstyles? A nice 2-0 win for Onyx, though, will be very good for them. Taking a quick look at the MVP votes, looks like Destiny was actually your favorite player for the side of Onyx,
Makes sense.
It does make sense, although I'm a little bit surprised considering the latest performance of Librix, but it seems that people actually prefer the consistency of the pop-off.
Yeah, so Destiny, he really did play well, especially in the first one on that Xin Zhao. He pretty much turned the game around single-handedly. Librix, he was a force of nature, definitely, less in the first one, so I suppose they sort of traded those responsibilities. However, again, Onyx, everyone on that lineup played really well. Moby and Creoles finding those leads themselves, Maistalama also not having a terrible laning phase himself. So overall, I think that the Onyx lineup is going to be really, really happy and going to bed with clear.
On the other side, Jeff the Viking will be the MVP for Codex, it seems like, although he's only one vote off, so if you have two guys, whoever you are, then you can bring the results and make me wrong, technically. Although I'm not surprised. I mean, game 1, Jeff the Viking was very good in those teamfights. The disruption he had and just all the setup he could put out did definitely help Codex to find themselves in a position where they were just so close to closing out the game. Didn't quite manage to do so, but I kind of disagree.
Okay, that's that's again kind of an opinion, but it's okay that a caster is trying to sway the votes. Well, I believe that this is going to be it from us for tonight. We've had a lot of series tonight, and
Yes.
I am really glad to have been able to bring you guys every single game. Of course, make sure to follow us everywhere in real life on Discord, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, on Twitch as well. Please join our
Join the
community.
Discord.
Yes, join the community if you're new. If you're old, then please tell us that we suck at casting and stuff like that. And my name is Karim. His name is Kachka, and
Hello.
have a good night, everyone.
Good night.